Okay. Hello? Okay. Yes, we have audio. Perfect. Pog. We back. I'm so sorry for the interruption. It's okay. It was while we were loading up the memes.
Ah,
Ah!
why?
Ah! You scared me.
You scared me.
No, you. No, you.
Nope.
Nope.
No, you.
No, no, you.
Nope.
No, you.
Nope. It's
Nope.
you.
No, it's you.
No, you scared me. I'm
Okay.
scared. I'm terrified.
All right. Where's your real face? Show me the real you, Melon.
You want to see the real me?
Yes. Bully
Face
my
reveal?
GFU.
Yo?
What?
Face reveal? Yo?
Yo, yo.
Oh shit. 1 second.
Jealousy and friendships. Yes, that's going to be the subject of today's show. You want to see the real me, punished Melon.
Okay. Let's see. Um, where am I again? Who am I?
Who am I? I can't help you with that, Melon, okay? We are
Okay,
doing...
there.
Oh, shit.
Face reveal. Let's go. I'm ready.
Awesome. I
I'm
want to
so
do...
ready.
Cool.
Anyone else here ready? Oh, it's the Pope in chat
The
right
Pope of
now.
Texas, yes. The one and only.
Hi, the one and only.
Alright. Face reveal live in 4K. Who am I? Why am I here? Just to suffer.
Let's hear that goofy laugh. My laugh's not goofy, okay? I have a normal laugh. My laugh is blinks each of her eyes independently. Yeah, you don't do that?
Didn't you know Melon was a fucking
I can
lizard?
make sure.
She has those like independent eye things, like the chameleons.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I blink one eye and then the other so that I'm always looking. I don't miss anything. If I blink both eyes, then there's a second looking, and I need to be aware of all enemies around me at all times. It's a
True.
dangerous world we live in. I'm winking at chat right now.
And now that you're winking, it actually closes both your eyes, by the way.
That's how melons wink.
Yeah. Nice, nicely configured. Mad Eye
Yeah,
Melon
thank you,
saved
thank you.
Harry Potter. All right, hey. It's all fun and games, but we're here to talk about jealousy and friendships. Also, as I said earlier, viewer call-ins are hella welcome. If any of you have any stories to tell, or just want to talk, about stuff, or do you want, if you want advice, to share stuff, I'll obviously relate to relationships. Then please hop into the Discord, into the general channel, and I'll drag you in, and we can have a chat.
Yeah, you could talk to the one and only melon on voice in front of thousands of people right now.
Can I ask in this chat here? If you're, yeah, sure. If you're not comfortable with like voice, then you can ask in chat. But like, if you actually want to tell a whole story and stuff, or discuss, then you. And it doesn't have to be about jealousy. It's like anything to do with your relationships. You can hop into the Discord and we'll talk. That's the deal. We do call-ins now.
Yes, we do. We
So
do a lot of them. Ignore me. Continue.
yeah, no worries. Have you ever been jealous of a friend?
Like, in what way?
Well, have you ever been jealous of the relationships they have? Of the friends,
As in
the
like the
partners they
friendship?
have,
Oh yeah, for
the
sure.
interests they
Yeah,
get, those
I
kinds of things?
definitely have. Yeah, it's because it's like, dang, I have this, and it's not that great. This person has this, and that. I wish I could have that. I've definitely been jealous of that. I don't know if it would be really jealous as much as envy, right? Like I
Hmm.
envy the situation that they're in, but I mean, Ricky's jealous for sure. I just watched the ContraPoints video, so
The difference between jealousy and envy. Yeah, it's a good video.
yeah, pretty much. It's very
I don't
good.
remember the specifics though on the difference. Can you refresh us?
Jealousy is like the idea of losing something you have to someone else, or and envy would be like wanting what someone else has that you don't have.
Oh, right. Yeah, so
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's definitely envy. Yeah, yeah. So,
Um,
oh yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I definitely do get envious or jealous of the peop of what people have for sure. Like, it can definitely I think it's important though. I think it's okay to be jealous if you are like envious. I think like one thing that people should come across when they watch like these videos or like when dealing with emotions is that there's nothing wrong with feeling how you feel. If you're envious, if you're sad, if you're mad, angry, if you feel like anger towards someone, you're okay feeling all these feelings, okay? It's totally okay to feel these things. It's how you respond to those feelings that really matter. Don't hate yourself for feeling the feelings you do.
Mhm.
Don't try to get rid of the feelings that you have because you can't. You can't get rid of them. You can't throw them away. But your response is what's important. So, yes, I do feel envious and jealous. It's very true towards friends and whatever. Um, but I hope to try to deal with my reactions to those feelings a lot better. Try to make sure that like if I feel envious of a friend, if someone has something that I don't have that I wish I could have, I don't try to ruin the friendship that I have because of that jealousy. I want to congratulate them. I think it's good to like do the opposite of the thing that you're feeling, or of the reaction that you would have probably given to the feeling that you have.
Yeah, I think I think I usually just do like what in my mind would be like a teasing joke, but sometimes it comes off as passive aggressive. Like sometimes it works to turn it into humor, but sometimes it becomes like kind of weird.
Yeah, for sure. I get that. Um, Yeah, probably because it's hard to get rid of the emotions that you have. You're
Yeah.
feeling, envious and you try to maybe play it off, but it doesn't really come off right, I think. So, I get that. I don't
But
think I don't
oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I don't blame you for feeling that way when you do react certain way.
And
Like,
have you ever been like to in a social situation where a friend of yours just gets all the attention, gets all the attractive people like simping for them, and you're like, what the
oh,
fuck?
yeah, for sure.
Y-
My friends I have very popular friends. I have very cool friends,
mhm.
that like are very like easygoing, really good at talking to people and making like people like them. And I'm not very good at that. So I do get a little bit envious of it. Like I wish I could be a lot more likable or a lot more like confident, like a lot of my friends. Um Other times, it's not so bad because, like, it's really nice having someone there that'll just take over the conversation, and I don't have to worry about, like, being the one to lead stuff. So, like, one of my IRL friends, he's, like, probably the most outgoing person I've ever met in my life.
Mhm.
I would trust him to be able to talk to anybody and have a decent conversation. I don't think I've ever seen him have, like, an awkward moment with someone that was his fault. And it's nice sometimes to just be able to chill and just like let him talk. Um, and like I know he'll carry the conversation, and I could join in whenever I want, which feels good in some way. I wish though, I wish I could have that ability. I want to be able to have the like power to talk to anybody and just carry it. Be like really funny, very like clever, make them like want to talk to you more. Um, I don't know, but I don't know how to do that. That's just not me, I guess. And I don't know how to train myself to be that.
Mm.
Um, So I do feel like envious for that skill because how cool would it be to just like go around with that type of confidence? I guess.
And have like has that friend ever like wingman for you? You know, like pull you into that social situation and be like, "Hey, everyone,
Mm,
talk to Melon. She's like super cool. She's
no,
awesome. She makes cool art," and just like hyping you up and making everyone talk to you.
it's probably usually the opposite. Honestly, if I
What?
had to be honest, he's he can be very teasing, and not very wingman-y, but yeah. Um, I guess I do have friends that do try to like hype me up, which I mean they help me. People think like, oh, this melon person sounds cool. From what
Yeah.
wow, wow, this person, and then he talked to me, and I'm like a bundle of a mess. Just a bundle of things together. I
Oh
don't
fuck.
know how to word
I'm
that.
I'm sorry. I'm just dropping frames again. I don't know what's happening to my internet
Oh,
today.
oh,
Oh
no
no.
problem.
And are we back?
Maybe.
Yeah, we're back. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, a bundle of friends.
Yeah,
Um
yeah.
yeah,
It's.
drag pie. I dropped a bunch of frames again. Sorry. It was just momentary though. We're back now. Pick up the frames.
I know you're talking about me. You can just say Roserick instead of this fake friend. Nice one, Roserick.
So,
Go on.
the thing I'm
Mhm.
wondering about is how like how do you make sure you don't end up resenting your friends in that situation?
That's hard. I wish I had like an answer. I have definitely resented in the past. I guess the whole thing. I try. Okay, so I'm gonna let people in on a little secret. It's a secret technique I've been learning recently.
Hmm.
I've been going to the hyperbolic time chamber when it comes to emotions. Um, so I've been learning something from a like textbook for it's like DBT. I don't exactly remember what it stands
Is that
for.
like CBT?
It's like therapy, like dialectical behavior therapy.
Okay.
It's like evidence-based psychotherapy. That like started with treatments for like personality disorders, ADHD,
Mhm.
stuff like that.
Okay.
Um, and I don't have I don't have diabolic behavior therapy. Yes, ma'am. Um, we it's very helpful for like bipolar disorder, not bipolar, borderline personality disorder. I don't have that, but the techniques that you can learn from it is like really really useful. For instance, one thing that it's taught me was like how to handle my emotions better and to try to get more like fact based on like how I'm feeling. For instance, one of the techniques that they use is like is my brain died. Um, so one of the techniques that they use is you go through the emotion that you're feeling right now and like how strong the emotion is. You know,
Hmm.
I'm feeling I'm feeling envious. I'm feeling jealous, right? How much out of scale of 1 to 10 or 1 to 100? How strong is it? Talk about um explain like what caused this to feel that way, how you feel about it, and then go through the facts of the situation. What do you know is factual? What do you know is just um, your own implications of the situation? And it can help you to deal with emotions. For instance, if your emotions are not fact, if the emotions you feel are not based in the facts around you, then there are different ways you could deal with it versus like if they're actually true. So if they're not true, then if I'm feeling like really jealous about something, I can do the opposite of that feeling because it's very easy to like if let's say if I'm scared, if I feel fear, the opposite, I mean, the reaction that my body wants is to run away from that thing. It's to hide, you know? Stay away from the thing that's causing that I'm afraid of. The So that feeling that you have, the best response that you could do for yourself, which would be useful, is to do the opposite of that. Approach the thing you're afraid of. Um, Go towards it. Don't be afraid, you know? Well, not don't be afraid. You will be afraid, but you need to approach the thing that scares you. And that helps with like anxiety. The only way to deal with social anxiety, and this is hard for people, the only way to deal with social anxiety is to talk to people and to just keep talking to people until you could get better with it. There's no other real way except like to not run away. Although that's very difficult. It's really hard. It's like a weird thing. The only way to deal with the thing that you're afraid of is to approach the thing that you're afraid of. And it's not very easy, but yeah. Another thing that I've learned from that, I know I'm rambling a bunch. Another thing that I've learned from DBT was trying to not be afraid of the emotions that I have. You know,
Mhm.
feeling the feelings that I have and try not to run away. So sometimes the feelings of jealousy can be very strong, you know, and it can hurt. And my reaction is to try to get rid of it. But sometimes you just need to like take it in, feel how you're feeling, let it wash away like a wave, ride the wave, and just like, yeah, feel it. You can't push it away. Pushing it away doesn't help.
Yeah, that actually reminds me what like my parents Zen master taught them about having
Yeah.
like being able to let go of thoughts, that
Hmm.
to like get a clearer mind of thoughts. You neither have to, if you push them away, you're actually increasing, you're not helping yourself let go of thoughts. If thoughts come, you have to let them come, and if you let them come without holding on to them, you're also letting them go. So you like let them pass through you, and then as you're meditating, they leave you. So like, yeah, like, fighting against something is also a way of a way of clinging to it, as
Yeah,
unintuitive as it sounds.
exactly. It doesn't help you at all to like push those feelings away. And people can be very afraid of their own feelings, and that's something to like work on for sure. I don't
Yeah,
think that helps you. Um
yeah. I've definitely resented friends for
mhm.
when being jealous of them. Definitely, because like we want to talk about relationships. I'm trying. I know there was one time there was a friend I have who was like the biggest coomer I've ever known. He would constantly talk about sex. He would constantly talk about how horny he was, about how much he wanted to like go out and find a girl to spend the night with, and like just constantly. To the point it actually annoyed me. He would talk because we were roommates, and he would talk about it so much that I felt like I would never have a like it was too much. I would never have a moment where because it made me think about sex when I didn't necessarily want to be thinking about sex all the time. He was like
Mhm.
coercing me to think about it because he was so
Oh
fucking
God.
obsessed with it, or at least that's how I felt, and that like
Yeah.
obviously played into it. Sex as a personality, yeah. And he I remember this one time that I really resented him for that. We went to a bar where there was a concert, like a music jam session, and there were two girls outside of the bar. Both were cute, and we're two dudes. Obviously, the thing to do is for both of us to walk up to them and chat them up. And
Mhm.
he on purpose told me, no, dude, you wait here. I don't want, like, I don't remember what exactly he said, but basically he told me like he didn't want me to like kill his vibe with the girls.
Oh,
He and like that made me feel so fucking shitty. But like that's
yeah.
on him. Like that's beyond the whole like being jealous and feeling resentful, etc. Like I think I was justified there, and
You were totally justified for sure. That's I don't know. That was very selfish, you know? He wanted it. He didn't want you to be a part of that.
yeah, exactly. Even though we're like standing next to each other, and he's just
Yeah.
like, yeah. Plus, we went there
Okay.
together, so he's like he's ditching me to go talk to those girls. It was lame.
That's super lame. That's not a
Yeah.
good friend, I'd
No,
say.
he's not a good friend.
Mm-mm.
In some aspects he was okay,
Were
but
you
he's like a weird dude.
were you jealous of I guess of like his like experiences or his confidence or I guess
Um, I
envious
was
of it?
I was jealous of I guess his outgoingness. He would like because he would literally when he felt like it, like when I would feel kind of maybe not doomer, but when I would feel like sitting at home and like playing video games or watching some dumb shit, he would his solution to that would be to go out and like drink and chat up random people, and
Mm.
it worked. He like that's how I met him in the first place. I met him in the first place when in the subway when he was in his like chatting up random people mode, and he talked to me, and that's how we met.
Oh,
Um, and he like meets he like actually has met so many people in his life because he just talks to people in the most random situations.
yeah. I mean, I guess that's how you do it, right? That's how you get that confidence to talk to people or like
Yeah,
that outgoing skill.
yeah, it's definitely a good way of doing it. Yeah, and especially, and I know he does have like as much as I that one anecdote like makes him look really shitty,
Mm-hmm.
and there are like some really bad things I could tell about him, but he also is kind of an amazing person. Like that I think is really amazing, being able to do just like give up all inhibitions and talk to people. Though it also hurt him a lot. Like living with him, I got to see the flip side of how frustrated he would get, how he felt like because of all the efforts he put in and all the how he kept reaching out to people, how he felt entitled to, well, to have sex with girls basically, which he wasn't getting, and how frustrated that would make him.
I guess that would be frustrating.
Yeah,
Um, I guess, I mean, yeah, I guess there are two sides to every coin. He might be an asshole in some ways, but like pretty
yeah,
cool in others.
exactly.
Um,
He is the same
yeah,
friend I've talked about on stream who ended up becoming like full on
oh,
racist Holocaust denier,
geez.
full on
Okay, never
like
mind.
alt right
I
bullshit. Yeah,
never mind.
he
Okay,
went
he
down
is
the
an
fucking
asshole.
internet like alt right
Yeah.
rabbit hole like head first. It's pretty sad.
You know, you could, you could be, you could also be that type of confident. Maybe not that type of business, something that's good, but
Wait, sorry,
I think
your
it's just that
your
overconfident.
mic cut off. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I said, I think you could definitely reach that type of confidence that he has, or maybe like surpass it. I mean, you're getting pretty good at talking to people. Not getting, you are pretty good at talking to people. At
Probably
least
if
for me, you seem like a pretty confident person. I don't
I
think I've seen you be
it's
like awkward.
it's a lot easier online. You both, you and I both
Yeah,
know
I guess,
that it's a lot easier online, and we're like
yeah,
used to
that's
the
pretty true.
online
Yeah.
paradigm. Yeah,
I wonder what you like in person then, like talking to people.
I seem to do okay. That's for sure.
Hmm.
But my main problem with that, I never feel comfortable in loud situations or situations with a lot of people. When it's like a more chill vibe, I have no problems. I'm gonna I can like feel super comfy in those situations and confident and chat people up. But the second where it's like allowed, somehow somehow all the so many people prefer to socialize in those loud, um, too much like situations with too much stimulus. I don't know what that corresponds to, but I can't stand the when there's too much stimulation. I guess.
Yeah, I get that. I like more quiet places too.
Yeah.
It's easier to like think and like relax.
Yeah, it's also easier for me to focus on the other person.
Mhm.
Like it's gonna sound so fucking like autistic, but when if someone's talking to me and I hear like music and another conversation next to me, and some like the bartender talking loudly with someone else, etc., etc. I can't focus on the person directly talking to me. My brain just can't do it. It's like it's starting to like
Oh yeah.
pick up everything around me and focus on it equally. So like suddenly I'm not paying attention to
Mhm.
to the conversation,
It
and that's just
happens to me
terrible.
a lot too.
Yeah.
I get that for
And then
sure.
people like feel it. They might not notice it directly or feel like be too polite to point it out, but they're not gonna I think you always feel those kinds of things when someone's sketched out, when someone's anxious, when they're like not paying attention. At some level, the other person's brain is gonna register that, and like they're not gonna have a good time with you either because of that.
Yeah, and which sucks because like you're trying to pay attention, but other situations are kind of ruined that, so it makes you look bad, even though it's not really like kind of out of your control.
Yeah. It sounds
I
like. Oh, sorry.
I huh? What?
I was just reading Cowder's message. It sounds like jealousy can be reframed into a good opportunity to learn what we want for ourselves. I think that is true.
I think a good opportunity for what you want for yourself, but I think it's also true that it can be a good way to understand what your body is trying to tell you, right? Because your body doesn't make you do these types of things for no reason. It it's a good way to it's a good way to you like your body builds a defense mechanism or like has types of like ways of like dealing with like stress and anxiety or something, and it could
Mhm.
you could try to find the root of the problem. I think that's one of the best ways to deal with it, is try to look at why you feel this way, like what caused this. Why do you like feel protective, or why do you feel like envious of others? Like that's one way to handle it, I
Yeah.
think. Which therapy can be pretty good.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of thing that therapy is like
Mhm.
good at helping you like you're saying behavioral therapy trying to like teach you how to deal with your emotions and how to
Yeah,
behave and stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah, true. Um, Besides him, have you ever been like envious? Do you get envious of other streamers?
Um honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I guess the situation's kind of flipped now. But if I was entirely honest, like at
Mhm.
the beginning when I was streaming for like two people, I
Aw.
guess before I did the meme stream with the class photo, and before that
Yeah.
I was like streaming video games, and like only like one or two people were watching if they
Yeah.
were, and I was I remember I was like jealous of Sign's streams because like
Aw.
now I guess I have more viewers on average than he usually does, but I remember back then seeing that he would have like 5 viewers. I was like, fuck, that's so many. That's so
Aw.
many.
I get
Um,
that. I remember those days. I remember seeing your streams back in the day. Like I'd turn it on, you'd have like 2 viewers or something, and I'd peek at it.
oh
And then the meme stream really carried you. After that, everyone like loved your streams. Everyone was going there. Holy
yeah,
cow.
the meme stream was huge.
So
I,
I don't want to brag a little bit, but if it wasn't for me, those memes wouldn't come. You know what I mean?
that was true. It was it started off with a whole meme about you. Like
It was
I
because I was a melon
yeah,
too.
it started with a melon meme. Absolutely,
That
it was a lot of fun.
was fun. That
Yeah,
was a lot of fun. Yeah.
gonna have to think of what to do this year. It's gonna be hard to find a good idea, or just repeat the same idea. That
And
would be
it
okay
seems
too.
like you turned out like you and Science seem to get along pretty well. So
Yeah,
I know I've definitely been jealous of streamers too, for sure. Especially ones that like start real quick and get real big as a thing. But then it's like I don't really stream that much or try that hard, so why am I like why should I be like envious of that? So it kind of just like I do I do wish that I streamed more. Like, I wonder like how much people would be watching me now if I did. But besides that, yeah.
Yeah,
don't feel.
I definitely I also definitely feel jealous when I watch other streamers. There's like one thing I've noticed that I've been trying to get rid of is how I guess it's really like a combination of jealousy and envy. That gets kind of toxic. Of like looking at another streamer do something that I might like, and then trying to like create some weird moral high ground to feel better about not having their success. So like a typical thing would be looking at someone who exclusively does like React content and be like, they're so lazy. Like they have like, I don't know. I'm thinking if I think, for example, of in the as far as political content goes, like Irrelevant. He's a good content creator. He makes good commentary. He streams. He follows a good schedule. He like gets into debates and he stands his ground. He's a good orator and all that stuff. And that's why he's been able to maintain his success. But like I have this like demon on my shoulder that because I like know how he got famous and all that stuff. That's like he's a fucking Destiny orbiter. His audience is all like DGGers. If Destiny streamed at the same time, he'd have no viewers. He only does React content. And it's like it's such a negative mindset. It's such like a bad place to be in. Because like the reality is, if I could like orbit a big streamer and leech their viewers, I would do it right away. Like that would be amazing for the stream. Of course that would be good, and of course other people do it. What?
Why don't you do it?
Well, because I don't know any big streamers. I'm not friends with any big streamers.
Start typing in Destiny's chat.
To get let's be real. To get noticed in DGG, I'd have to be like like at least a tier 2 sub. It would be like a long-term investment thing.
Yeah, it's long term. You have to type a lot. You have to like post a lot of memes. You have to get Destiny to notice you.
Somehow not get banned, but be spicy enough to get noticed, but not so spicy that you get banned.
I noticed there's a lot of chatters, like all the ones to get known in DGG are like they have strong personalities. They'll always stick their face out to like get noticed. Streams type Destiny, try to like get on voice with them and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And it's like sometimes I kind of feel like jealous of that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because like they can seem like kind of like assholes a little bit. And it's like, dang, but they got 100 viewers because they leech off Destiny. These fuckers, you know? How easy
are you calling out Fancy Sloth? I feel like you're calling him out directly here.
I wasn't calling out Fancy Sloth, but I guess he falls under that same thing. I wasn't calling him out though.
Okay, because when you said like 100 viewers, DGG Orbiter who chats a lot and who like shit posts, I'm thinking of Fancy Sloth.
There's like a bunch of DGGers that have like around 100, you know? Mm. I did also not really like him at first. You know, I mean, I don't think I care anymore.
Yeah.
But, like a long time ago, because he would do like I've never liked when people do like the old Tinder stuff where they try to like.
Oh, was he one of those Tinder streamers? Oh God, that's cringe.
Yeah, he was one of those Tinder people. He would just like treat them like terribly, you know, be like a complete asshole just for views. I think like I remember like I don't know if it was him, but someone went on a date with like a girl who's like crying and stuff, and she like was like really sad, and he was just kind of like milking it for views, you know, for DGG.
That's fucking terrible.
Yeah, and I just felt so awful for the person. I feel bad for the people that they talk to, and it's like, and then you know, I don't like that. Like anything for memes. That
was Bombjin, I think. Oh God. Okay,
Maybe
what you're describing here, honestly, that goes beyond any like jealousy or not. Like that's actually a person being shitty for entertainment, and like you're right to call them out for being shitty, and like the moral high ground there is justified. Yeah.
But then they get popular, right? They get like a bunch of viewers, chat like watches their stuff all the time, and then it's like, oh, the jealousy comes because it's like, look at these assholes getting like popular, and it makes me feel, you know, a little bit of anger.
Yeah, but like I honestly like I think that's fine. Like the it's fine in that case also to be mad at the dumb fucks who like actually encourage and like watch that content. It's I don't know, like if you have like actual not fucked up morals, you I had this discussion a couple of weeks ago with someone where someone said that the actual good way to like get pop off on Twitch is to be a flaming asshole, milk like the most stupid asocial assholish behavior for views, and then redeem yourself. And once
Good
you have
thing.
like a couple hundred
Yeah.
viewers and work off of that and to be like a wholesome streamer.
Maybe.
And like
Maybe.
it would be so Machiavellian and manipulative to do that, but I have to admit it probably would work. It's sad, but
Yeah.
it would work.
Yeah. I mean, because that's like how you get people to notice you, right?
Yeah.
You have to be kind of like wild. You have to get like do anything to get like people's attention, even if it's negative. And
Yeah.
just being like a nice, chill streamer and not all the time will get you noticed.
I like to
Unless you
think,
have something
yeah.
like that really gets people like watching. Like if you're chill and stuff, you gotta be very good at your game or just like easy to talk to. Maybe the music that you play is good. I know people when you really watched my streams back in the day because like I'd play music and people like my
Oh,
music and they
your
just like
place is a
put,
banger.
yeah, thank you. They put my stream in the background and just listen and just
Mhm.
tune whatever else is out. And which is kind of comfy. I like playing music for people. But yeah. Besides if yeah, you just gotta find like something that like works. And that kind of worked for me when I streamed.
Yeah, I think I also maybe I'm too idealistic, but I like to think that you can be original, you can be wild, you can attract people's attention. At least it's what I try to do. But
Not be
while
an
making
asshole.
without victimizing anyone else. Like I would never. It's something I'll never do. Do like Tinder streams on stream.
Yeah. I'm glad you don't.
But I'll like.
Also, it would be cool to look at like chatters Tinders and like try to give them tips and stuff. That'd be
Oh no,
fun. I
that's
don't
fine.
think
I think that's fine.
yeah,
If
yeah,
they
yeah. I think
consent to
that's
like
fine.
showing their
Cool.
photos and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think you were there, but I did that for Eric actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I was there. I think I might have seen it, but I'm not entirely sure. I might be thinking of something else.
Eric's a total snack, by the way. Just saying.
I'll take your
Review my
word for
Tinder.
it.
Counter, you want your Tinder
Yeah,
reviewed? We
post
can do
it.
that.
Yeah, do it. That'll be fun. I
Yeah.
think. I don't know if it'll be much help, but it's called Virgin Veranda for a reason, right?
Exactly. Yeah, like I think you can see that because you can see that in I'll send you a DM on Discord. All right, I'll look at my DMs. You can see that in like comedians. There are the kind of comedians who will do like those cringe prank setups, whatever. And they are immensely successful. They get the tons of views on YouTube, etc. But then there are the comedians who are like really creative, who manage to make fun of themselves, who make themselves ridiculous. They're not
Mhm.
victimizing anyone else, and they do get a shit ton of respect. Like I don't know. I recently downloaded TikTok there's like this one lady called Chris. She does really good sketches. She's hilarious. Her like body language is hilarious. Her like comedic timing, everything is on point. And it's like it's just not cringe. It's wholesome. I know I like it.
Yeah. Oh, I'd like to see some of that. You can link it to me later. That'd be cool.
Sure. All right, Cowder's
Um.
gonna hop into Discord, and I'm gonna
Oh,
send
cool.
you the link to his Tinder.
Okay,
All right,
sounds good.
boom. We're gonna open it up. Switch over to the Discord. Do you have the Discord, Cowterd?
Search is Google.
Oh god, I'm so
Done.
sorry, name. I made you look into talks. Yes, it's actually Bukra's
I don't
fault.
have Tinder. I don't have Tinder. I can't use this.
No, you
Oh,
don't need Tinder to look at the
I
profile. I think
I typed it in, but it didn't work. What do I don't understand. It doesn't work.
it doesn't work. What? I'm
I
literally not logged in, and I can see his profile.
I don't know how to use it.
Uh-oh. Well, then just look at iStream, okay?
Okay, stream it for me, I guess.
All right. Hey, Cowterd.
Yo, what's up? Let me know if I'm
Yo,
too loud.
oh yeah, you need to turn up your mic gain.
Hey, Counter. What's up?
Counterclockwise by Odyssey on Amazon Music.
I already
Counterclockwise.
have it. Sorry about that.
No
I
worries.
can only clockwise. Is this better?
Can you turn it up more? Or if you can't, I'll just turn you up in the Discord call.
How about
That's
now?
nice. That's a nice picture.
Oh, that's better.
That's a good picture.
Yeah, it's a really nice picture.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what you got. Yeah, this is nice.
Okay.
What's that in the background? The books or the?
On the top left, I got the Akira books since you recommended I read those. So I've been
Oh,
checking those
poggers.
out. And then just some other books on my bookshelf behind me.
Okay.
Like the glasses, love the hair.
Oh, nice action shot on top of a hill.
An action shot.
Oh, the second photo. Right until it.
Oh, cool. Okay, so
That's
likes
really
to
good.
go outdoors, maybe hike.
Yeah. Oh, kitty.
I have to wait for the stream to load.
Free doc scene review.
Aw, cute.
Yeah.
Cute kitty.
Awesome.
That's
And
cute.
Times Square.
The pictures are all very close up. Like a few. Wow, Times Square looks nice.
The only thing I would say, like your three pictures of you are really nice.
Is there no
nice
other
stats by the way
information
too.
stuff? Like, doesn't Tinder usually have like text and stuff of like?
Yeah, there should be a bio. I don't know how to. Do you not have a bio?
I do. I'm not sure why it's not showing up on.
Oh, maybe I need to.
Click.
Oh, maybe I need to authorize all the Tinder JavaScript.
Can you like?
No. Weird.
Here, maybe I can send you guys a picture in Discord.
Okay.
Oh, I got it to work. I got it to work, man.
Nice.
Let's go.
Probably have to log in. I love your pussy, Andrew. Okay.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, I'll be honest though. I don't understand what's the point of the Times Square photo. Like you're not in it, and
Yeah.
it's just like Times Square.
Yeah, that's fair. I just visited there like last summer, so I thought it was cool and show
Okay.
that I would like going places. But maybe I could put something.
Yeah,
in
I
my bio
guess
about it.
it would be cool to have a picture of you at Times Square. Would be nice, you know.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
you're supposed to like all the pictures are kind of supposed to be you for a Tinder profile, or it's like
It's
expected.
cool that you're able to like travel. I guess people would like that for sure. How do you do on Tinder?
I do okay. I have a hard time like I'll talk to people for like a day, and then I just don't know how to progress to the next like level of the conversation to maintain interest. So if you guys have any tips as far as that goes, like even if I'm just looking for friends, like I don't know how to go to the next level and just be like, hey, you want to hang out and do something? Because mainly because of COVID, but people just don't feel like interacting in person anymore.
That is a good question.
I feel like my experience on Tinder is rough. Like comparing Tinder to OkCupid, the people on Tinder genuinely are much less committed to like actually looking for a relationship and meeting people. They like so many people swipe on Tinder for the attention and like just to spend some time. They get like the dopamine rush, and then when they like match with someone, they exchange stuff, and if you don't like blow them out of the water, they're like they don't really care. And I feel like that's just the reality of the app. Where do you live? Do you live in like a big town?
It's a decently sized city, a little bit south of Denver in Colorado.
Okay.
So I'm like within 2-hour driving distance of like a major metropolitan area, but I don't feel like going up to Denver every time. I just want to hang out, meet some new people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I also feel like Tinder, you have to be Like the Tinder meta is a bit more direct than my feeling is than other apps.
I would probably say, yeah. Sorry, I cut you off.
No problem. Well, yeah, like you probably want to be more how to like you probably don't want to spend too much time exchanging with them. Maybe like drop a couple, like if you can make them laugh a couple times, just go straight in for like hey, you want to meet, whatever. And if they say yes, that's cool. If they just like don't respond, then obviously they're not actually interested. And you can maybe like wait a day or two to throw it out again. So some people are just flaky. And then just like give up, I guess. Move on to the next one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. I think I do engage like for too long in a conversation just because.
I think the goal for Tinder is probably to try to get to like meet them, you know? Like get like coffee, not like go to their house, you know, but like go for coffee, go to a place. Like your goal isn't to try to stay in that message. Your
Yeah.
goal is to try to get to meet them because that's where you could actually shine more than in text. Maybe like I would say try to focus on their interests, you know, like what they like, try to get like questions to make them seem like you're engaged or talk about and like yeah, like see if you could like hey, maybe we can meet up for coffee or something. I don't know. That and also tried and true technique, reach out to as many people as you can. You know, swipe right and a lot of people, the more fishes you get in the bucket, maybe you could pull one.
Well, actually,
But yeah.
that one's a bit dangerous because the Tinder algorithm like really some stuff I've read a couple of years ago. It's year old. It's a few years old, so maybe they changed the algorithm since then. But their algorithm is actually similar to how elo systems work in video games, according to the article I
Really?
read. So like when you swipe on right on someone and they don't swipe back, that makes you lose elo. So
That's no way.
it's much better for you to
Trapped, you know, hell.
yeah, it's much better for you to swipe right on people who are more likely to swipe right back on you. Like I personally, there's like we all see the women who recommended who like Instagram models and have like super like the fucking Gucci bags and all this like weird image stuff that I know I know I'm not the kind of man that they're looking for, and I know that they're not the kind of woman I'm looking for, even though they're hot. Like they're literally are not what I'm looking for. So I force myself to swipe left on them, and it's annoying because Tinder recommends them so much because they're like high rank Tinder profiles because every fucking horny dude swipes right on them. But according to what I've read, it's actually better to like be a bit selective in your swiping.
Never mind then. That sucks. That really sucks.
Yeah,
Well,
I
what's-
like never.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I very rarely, if ever, like super like someone because I have no idea if that's if that's actually increases the likelihood of anything. But it's I hoard them.
Why
Yeah,
don't you have you tried like other dating apps or just Tinder?
I have not, just Tinder.
If anything, there's like a new one that I think is pretty popular right now. Is Hinge.
Yeah, I don't know how good Tinder is in like the US, but here in Paris, for example, I would just 100% recommend not to use Tinder. Tinder is like full of inactive profiles. It's not at least here in Paris, it's not a good dating app. Going on Bumble, going on Hinge, going on OkCupid, you'll get much more genuine interactions. You'll meet a lot. You'll swipe with a lot more people who are like actually looking to meet people. But your mileage may vary. I know there are still places in the world, many of them, where Tinder is really active, and you can genuinely meet a lot of people through it. So obviously that's very dependent on how the vibe is where you live.
Nice. Okay, definitely some stuff to consider.
Yeah, like trying out different apps can really work. You like increase your surface area, you know, so
Also,
nothing to
like,
lose.
some Are those the only pictures you have right now, or no?
I have other pictures that aren't just like quality enough to be on my profile, I think.
Oh, pictures with friends can also help. Show that you're like outgoing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as long as they're not the
Or
first picture, so people can like recognize who you are in the picture
yeah,
with friends.
sure. Or, like with your best friend or something, or if you've been in a wedding, like if you are like best man, you could show that you're trustworthy. Things that like show to them that you're not like a psychopath, and that people like you, and that you have groups of friends, that you're not just by yourself, would be good.
Damn.
If you want to go full memes, like people actually do that. They pay professional photographers and go do a photo shoot for their dating profiles. And honestly, I haven't tried it, but I swear to God, when you see a profile with like professional quality photos, it actually really is attractive. Like there's no two ways around it. It's an investment. You may or may not want to do that, but if you do it, if you're like well groomed, well dressed, professional quality photos in a nice setting, it looks good. It will attract people.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that costs though,
I
honestly.
do like the traveling pictures.
Yeah.
Are pretty good. Maybe a picture of you in New York would be good, but I'm not sure. I guess I like the New York picture. Show you travel. Might be better with you in it as well, but I'm not sure if that's important. It might not be. Um,
Yeah, definitely, because you have two good pictures that are like close up of your face, and one like the squatting more dynamic picture. Like, I think definitely if you can find like more pictures of you in different settings that like show off your full body, not necessarily not like naked full body, but like your you and like not just the close-ups. That would feel good for a person looking through your profile. They would like see you in yet another pose and setting.
Okay, cool.
but still, just so you know, your Tinder profile isn't bad. I think it's good, but
Yeah.
so it
Is
just
that
like things to consider.
streams.gg reflected in your glasses in the first photo?
Oh my god, are you CSI?
Yes. Oh fuck.
It probably is, yeah.
It looks like it. I almost can tell like emotes in there. Nice.
But yeah, for like trying to keep a conversation, try to, I guess, show your interest in them might be important. I don't know how you do it. Like, I don't know like what you do in your conversations that they kind of fizzle out. But how do you
Yeah.
like usually approach conversations?
Going back to that, I think if possible, best thing you can do is make them laugh. If you can actually make the other person have a fun time chatting with you, you can. That's amazing. That's way better than like getting to know each other, because we've like once you've spent a couple of weeks on a dating app, especially if you've been liked by many people, you've been through that convo of like, hey, what do you like? Oh yeah, I like Squid Game too. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Like you've had that exchange already 20 times of like, what are your interests? Which doesn't mean it's bad. Obviously, you want to get to know each other, but it's like second tier conversation. It's what you do if you can't really like spice it up. Sorry, go ahead.
Almost not many people can be funny. It's like it can be hard to be funny. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's if possible. If you like think of a pun, no matter how corny it is, if you can think of some like stupid pickup line that plays on their word or something they said in their bio, like anything that inspires you to be a bit original in their bio or in their photos, you got to jump on it. And it's not always going to work. Some people are fucking weird. Like I've had people get triggered and go completely mad at me for trying a dumb joke, but you got to just accept that and take it in stride, because it doesn't fucking matter.
I think engagement isn't bad. Like asking questions and like I mean, yeah, a lot of people do it, but a lot of people aren't really engaged. You'll be like, hey, you like Squid Game, right? And then you say, yeah. And then that's about as far as it goes, you know? Like, if someone had like an interest in like a TV show, you could ask them like, what's their favorite TV show? Like, you know, which ones like do they not like? And if they say something, then you try to continue that conversation. So try to ask questions that will bring out more from them and make them want to talk more about themselves, reveal more, and show like genuine engagement. If they think that you really like talking to them, they will enjoy talking to you too, because people love talking about themselves. I think it's important to try to, yeah, like really engage with what they're saying. Listen to what like they're talking about and try to like follow up, like have some good follow-up questions or like
Yeah.
topics.
With that, I would also say it's also really kind of a lottery. If you send them a message while they are free in their free time, like chilling on their phone, and they respond right away, and you have free time too, you gotta like beat the iron while it's hot. If you can have a real-time conversation with them, then it's so much better than having this asynchronous exchange, because the reality of the asynchronous exchange is they're like, when you start up Tinder, you're swiping like all your likes out, and they'll probably match with someone else. Maybe they're hotter than you, or maybe they'll like be funnier than you, whatever, and their interest will wane. But if you hit them up and they respond right away and they're like there in the convo, you can right away like you can have that exchange right off the bat and then like ask her out. And that's a really powerful interaction as far as dating apps go, to have a real-time convo with them, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that might not be bad. I think that'd be good.
But that's like purely luck based. You need to be at the right moment at the right time, and it's less so that you can manufacture that. You can't. But if it happens and you really like them, then you gotta like be there and jump on the occasion, is what I would say.
I think, yeah, sometimes, and you'll mess up. I mean,
Well,
Probably.
I'll mess up.
the next one that you have could be a bad conversation that dies, but you know, as long as you keep trying, might get better. For sure. Don't be afraid to fail and lose the elo, because you could always climb out of elo hell in the
Yes.
future.
We can all make it out of yellow hell on Tinder.
Nice. I've taken notes, so I appreciate the feedback.
All right,
Just
let
be
us know if it
aware
works.
that this is the Virgin Veranda, that we are very inexperienced with a lot of things. So
Yeah.
anything that you get from here can and may possibly ruin your chances in the future. So take everything we say with a grain of salt. Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We
All right,
are
take
not
it easy, guys.
financial
Thanks.
advisors.
Yeah, we
So-
are not. Yes, true. What he said. Climb out of elo hell or just make an alt account. True.
Sorry,
Tino's
what are you
very
gonna say,
aware of making
Counter?
alt accounts.
Oh, I was just saying thanks for the feedback. I'll be in chat.
All right, cool. Thanks for watching. This wasn't legal Tinder advice.
I
Yeah.
feel-
All right. If anyone else wants to get the same counseling session, you're welcome to. I have a friend and he pays to have shoots, and then he also pays for likes for Insta in the hopes he gets clout. Well, no, that's like a completely different thing. That's like someone trying to be an Insta influencer. I assume they're not doing that to like date. I've heard people do use Insta as a dating app, but that's just like weird. I'm a new man, full body nude shots in Times Square. Good.
I didn't even know it was possible.
Like using Insta as a dating app?
Yeah.
Well, that's
guess-
what they
I
mean by
mean-
like sliding into the DMs. You just like a bunch of people and
yeah. True.
yeah,
And just DM people and see if something happens.
yeah, pretty much. Or like try to get their, I don't know. It's weird. I know people have done, like, people use social media like that sometimes, where they like make friends on social media and then the interactions can grow like somehow.
Mhm.
I don't know. Like I heard people meet
Yeah,
in
sure.
internet chat rooms, and then they like interact and become friends. What the fuck? It's so weird.
Wow, that's so strange. I
Yeah.
can't imagine.
What
Couldn't
weirdos.
be me. Honestly, Discord has helped a lot in like making friends and getting relationships. Discord's probably the best dating app out there.
Oh, have you ever been on the Discord? Oh god, your avatar spooked me there. Have you ever been on the Discord dating servers? Because I heard about them, but I never went on one of them.
No, never. I didn't know. I guess they are, yeah, but I've never been on those. No.
Okay.
It's usually just like by chance I talk to people and something happens, you know? I never like look out for like a date or look
Yeah.
to try to get something.
I just my impression for looking from far off is I feel like they got to be so fucking thirsty, those Discord servers. I can't imagine that they're
Yeah.
like well balanced in the interactions.
Probably
and
not. I feel like, but that's like Tinder too. You know, it's like it's like a Discord version of Tinder. You're just trying to go there, like meet as many people as you can, just have fun or whatever.
Yeah.
Which I guess is not bad, maybe.
Oh, that's also definitely why I wanna I wanted to like we both want to recommend other dating apps actually to Couchard. It's like my experience with OkCupid, a dating app that actually makes you fill out a really long bio, put in a lot of interests, you respond to a lot of questions to like what are your preferences, what are your opinions on different things. It's not a perfect system, but the amount of commitment that goes into making your profile means that when you're interacting with people who also have put in a lot of effort and time into their profile, you know that there's a certain expectation of not just being like random meat market interactions like on Tinder. Like it's Tinder profiles are so like short and vapid. I don't know. But we didn't we didn't rate Couchard's Tinder profile though. And bio, sorry. The bio is pretty important. Like I think women read bios way more often than men in general.
Wait, women read more bios? Maybe.
I
I mean, I think
think
that's important. You don't
yeah.
think guys read bios, or they just look at the body and be like,
I
yes,
think
yes,
a lot of
yes.
guys honestly just auto swipe right or swipe right, but just based off of the photos. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I guess
Ch-
that could probably be true. That's
no bio equals no swipe. Well, the problem with no bio is that maintaining the conversation is going to be really hard.
yeah, because you need something to talk about. You can't just
Yeah.
be like, I like your body.
Yeah. Oh,
That won't
Couchard sent
really
us
go well.
his bio. Let's check it out.
Oh,
Couchard Tinder review part 2. Let's go.
send it to me.
I enjoy
I don't
cleaning.
have it.
Oh, sorry. I need it to you right now. There you go. I enjoy cleaning and organizing, well-written books, and autumn strolls. Former math teacher turned software guy. Reading, music, photography, art, and running. Okay. It honestly is kind of bland. Yeah, there definitely is a meta on Tinder of having like meme bios. It's something I've seen a lot, especially like on Reddit r/Tinder. But there's nothing wrong inherently wrong with your bio. You're giving your interests, which is always something to talk about. You mention like what you do in life, which is pretty important information. It's bland, but it's important. Like not saying your job is bland, but like the whole like what do you do in your life is kind of like a bland conversation, but it's important. It matters. Cleaning beta. I don't know. It's like not bad. It doesn't have like that extra spice. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Like look at his passions. He has music, photography, art, running, reading. Like some of that stuff can be put into your bio. Like a little bit more like share some of your passions. Because that could be a lot. That could
That is
be
true. You could elaborate on
something
them.
that someone could grab on.
Yeah. You could elaborate
sure.
on like what music you're listening to right now, what book you're
Yeah,
reading,
exactly.
or what kind of books you like. Not just like well-written books, you know, because not everyone likes books they think are well-written.
Exactly.
Yeah. What kind of art you're into? Are you into like more traditional classical art? Are you into modern performance memes? Or did you, like, yeah, there you can elaborate a lot on those things depending on what you like.
For sure. I think it's important to like really put what you're interested in there because that's what makes you interesting to other people. I love music. I love talking about music. I like to put the genres I like. I like to say that I play bass. I like to be passionate about what I like because it might draw someone else that like also feels strongly about because then you have something to talk about versus like someone that doesn't really like looks over your bio that's like um, cleaning and organizing. That's not something people are passionate about. Well written books, yeah, I guess you could talk about that, but then you could explain your genres. Like, what genres of books? What are your favorite books that you like? Maybe I don't know. That might be too much for a bio, but there's probably a way to like put a little
Yeah.
bit of spice in there for
The
sure.
scouter need to write an essay. I think you can also can overdo it. Well, true. Tinder is not really a meta
Yeah,
for like
yeah.
long bios. That's true. You want something
No,
that's
it's
high
not for.
impact. Yeah.
Yeah, but you need to put like something, something to grab some attention.
Yeah, why is he opening with cleaning and organizing? He should open with more cool passions or his career. Got to play the game. Maybe I don't hate it because I don't know. I've seen so many people on like OkCupid. One of the questions is, could you date someone who is messy? And that is an important thing. Like some people are
Sure.
okay with messy people, some people aren't. And you're telling right off the bat that you're like you're going to be like a clean as fuck person. Your house is going to be impeccable. That can be sexy for some people, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
But maybe it's like too, I don't know, maybe it is a bit too like normie like, I guess, or I don't know how to describe it. But definitely the best bios I've seen are meme bios.
That could be true.
Because like it
But it
goes
shows
back
you're
to the
funny.
thing. There's an expression in French that's called "femme qui rit à moitié au lit." A woman that's laughing is already half in your bed, like halfway to your bed. If you can make someone laugh, if you can make them have a good time, that matters so much more than anything else. You can always get to know each other and ask yourself plenty of questions afterwards. It's so much more important to make them laugh. Really, like that I can't stress that advice enough. So if you can think of something that shows off your humor, that shows off your a bit of your wild side, and a bit of your personality, then that would be probably much more impactful. But if she's laughing only after you have taken off your clothes, then you still got there, okay?
Yeah, you're already there.
Yeah. Oops.
The saying still works. What is that? What are you looking at?
This is Magic Turtle's bio. Should I link
Send
it
it
to
to
you?
me. Send it to me. Yes, yes, please, please, please. Is there pictures too?
No pictures.
Oh.
This is just the bio. Don't be a weirdo, and I won't report you to the SEC. Born handsome, not rich. Thank God I have the biggest brain on Wall Street. Might move to Puerto Rico. Come with if you want. I'm an internet frog looking for friends, adventure, someone to share with, someone to listen to. My cat's name is Rosie. Thomas Paine is my spirit animal. Chaotic good. Passions: gamer, music, reading, travel, grab a drink.
I think that's good. I think that was a good one.
Yeah.
I like this one.
Pepe poster. Aren't you a turtle? It's definitely like going back to what we were saying. It definitely has a lot more personality. Like you can,
for sure.
and there are people who will not like it. That's the thing. When you show your personality in the bio, you have to understand there are people who will like swipe left off of your bio, but the people who do swipe right, they're actually interested in you and like what you showed off in your bio. So it's a trade-off, but it's a trade-off that's like in your interest long term.
Yeah, for sure. I think like the whole like born handsome not rich. Thank God I don't know. He seems like a funny person. Like definitely
Yeah,
someone that you'd have like interesting talk with for sure. I think it's a good hook. And
definitely.
cat's name is Rosie. I like that.
That's cute. Yeah, I
Love
like it too.
cats. Yeah. Chaotic good. Internet frog. Friends, Pinterest can share with. Aw, I think it's a nice profile pic. I mean, a profile picture. I think it's good for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know if I
could
have
be.
any like.
I guess
Uh,
if you want to nitpick, I would say you could like split it up because it's one big paragraph. You can
mm,
actually have like new lines in Tinder bios, which which works pretty well. And so I would maybe like split it up in separate paragraphs by to like make it more readable. And I don't know what I would remove, but it is a bit long. If we go by the idea that like a Tinder bio has to be short, then
think so?
it's a bit. I don't think it should be shorter. Like that is an absolute problem. But if it was shorter and it had the same impact and the same information, that would be better.
I don't know. I feel like it's attention grabbing. Like I read the first two sentences and I want to read more. You know,
Hmm.
I want to see
Okay,
what
that's
else
good.
is on it. I think it's bad. I think it's not bad. I think it's good.
Okay.
I
What
wouldn't
is
say
that?
it's too.
What is that Tinder profile? That's Magic Cheryl's Tinder profile, Amy.
I give that a solid, 9 out of 10, maybe.
9 out of 10. Oh,
Good one.
damn.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's a really good grade. All right, let's go with that. I think it's good, not too long. All right, then the I don't know. All I would like to see is some new lines. Then
Too high? You think it's too high? Wait, why?
Emmy's like judgmental. Emmy's all right. Emmy, if you got suggestions, give some constructive
Yeah,
advice, or put your bio on the line. Okay.
9 out of 20.
Yeah,
More like
Pope
420.
is just trolling now.
I mean,
Internet
maybe yeah.
Internet frog. Well, at least he's being honest. That's good. Like
Yeah, you could
memeing
find
about
someone who's also like internet focused.
yeah. What the fuck? I can't look at him the same. Oh, because I shaved. Hi, Chow. How are you doing? I don't want someone who won't understand me. Yo, that's absolutely right, Turtle. Like I do that too now with my dating profiles. I'm like completely honest. I like put in my Twitch stream. I say that I'm a full-on nerd, and I'll put it in. I don't
Yeah.
want to end up with at a date, waste my time with someone who's going to be like, what? You spend all your time in front of a computer? What the fuck? Like, I don't want to have that conversation. It's a waste of our time, but like both hers or his and mine.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's important to be like honest about who you are. Try to get someone that you would like. Don't try to hide things.
Mhm.
I don't think it's good.
Is it cringe to post your stats on your Tinder profile? What are your stats? What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I
Uh,
have no idea.
Friendship-related question. How do you find new friends if your communication style with your current friends is one where you talk very infrequently, but are still on great terms and pick up where you left off with ease? I think, like, that depends. Like, if you... First off, if the reason you don't see your friends, you don't communicate with your friends often is because you're like it always has to be them initiating, then that's like something you have to question yourself about. Getting new friends isn't gonna like magically fix that. If it's kind of like you both are just have this like semi long distance, but distance in time rather than space relationship, and it's like understood that that's the way it works, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. As far as making new friends goes, the ways people make new friends is through social circles. So like by meeting your friends and meeting their friends at a party, stuff like that. So that would imply spending more time with them and getting to get like integrated into their social circle more. The next best ways people make friends are in in their own social circles, which means work, school, clubs. Those are the three big ways to make friends. You make friends at work, you make friends at school. Work, school is kind of interchangeable, it's the same thing. Or extracurricular activities. If you go to the gym, if you go to an art class, if you go to like any kind of communal activity, you're gonna meet people there who have the same interests as you. And that's like literally the basis. The same thing for school or work. You have so much so much in common from the second you step in there with everyone else who is there, that it's so much easier to make friends. That's like really important. And last but not least, but this one's the high skill, high risk, high rewards lifestyle. Is just randomly talk to people in social situations like bars, concerts, on the street, in public transportation. A lot of people are gonna hate you for it, but it doesn't matter as long as you're ethical about it. Like if someone doesn't want to talk about you, don't annoy them. Like let it go right away. But you can absolutely meet people just randomly off the street. It actually works.
I have no experience with that, so I will just say, trust Nom Nom Man. I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. For sure.
That's all I can say. Wait, what did Kino respond about the stats? Oh, nothing.
Oh, someone, I guess Emmy brought up that you can't really tell what Magic Turtle's hobbies are too. I guess that's kind of true. Well, unless he's really into like just being online, you know, or like maybe like talking about like different types of intellectual books or philosophy or something. I'm not sure. It'd be good to have like some type of idea of what your passions are, because you have nothing but music or games in it. But it is an interesting bio for sure.
I'd say the one passion that goes through the bio is obviously finance, because he mentions Wall Street.
Yeah, true.
And
it
the other
could just
one,
be like he's into like crypto. Or, like,
yeah.
or stocks
It's not clear that he's into crypto, but it's clear that he's into finance. Now, whether it's like crypto or conventional finance, that's like something you have to like talk to him. You know?
That's what he likes, then that's totally fine for like a passion. If that's what he really enjoys.
Yeah.
But if that's not really something that he's like big into, just something that he enjoys more, I think it'd be important to put that instead, for sure.
And then in passions, I guess he puts gamer, music, reading. And they're there. The passions are there to like ask questions about. I don't hate it.
But it's important to like it might be important to put something that you're like actually like super into that you didn't put in your bio.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Stats like height, weight, if it's something to brag about, is it a red flag to flex net worth? For me, net worth would be 100% a red flag. That would mean that you're really materialistic and superficial. Or like even worse, that you're like fucking incel red pilled and believe that relationships are all transactional. Though that would be like a huge red flag for me. Height, weight, I'm more neutral on that. I fucking hate it. I hate the fact I get triggered by this meta where like we've all seen those posts on Reddit that are super popular because they're like all squad W, where someone posts a convo where the woman's like, hey, what's your height? Because they don't date anyone who's under like 5'9" or something like that. And then the dude's like, okay, I'll tell you my height if you tell me your weight. And then the woman gets like super triggered. I hate that double standard. Like if you want to be superficial like that, then understand that the other person is going to be that way too. But that's what happens anyways. Like I'm sorry, but you can usually tell if someone's overweight from their photos, even when they're trying to hide it. Like the camera angles they'll choose kind of like give it away. Once you've been catfished once or twice, you know what to look for. And I'm speaking from experience about that. And I can elaborate actually. Usually the angle from above, like if there's only photos of the angle from above with the face like turned up, that's the typical angle that hides the fact that they're fat, and there are obviously no full body pics. Yeah, you tell a story by what you don't share to some degree, absolutely. I don't know. Like, and obviously you're gonna judge them on that, whether or not they give you your weight, it doesn't matter. Like, height, you can't necessarily tell it from photos, whereas weight, you can tell if someone's overweight from the photos, whether they try to hide it or not. So, I don't know. Anyways, I put my height in my profile because I know it's to my advantage. I'm a hypocrite about that. As much as I criticize it, and I wish it wasn't a thing, I don't think there should be anything unattractive in like smaller men or taller women or whatever weird like social construct there is around how genders should be as far as hate goes, especially because you don't have no fucking control over it. I hate it, but I do it anyways because I know it's to my advantage. I'm tall. I'm like 6'1", so I'm usually always up there within the whatever standards women mostly have. So I put it on. I put it in my profile because I know it's to my advantage. So you know what? Do what serves you, or what you feel
I don't
okay
think
with.
it's good to hide your height too. Like if you're kind of short and like, I don't think it's a good idea to fake your height. You know, like if you're 5'6" or something, putting like 5'8", you know, to make. I think it does you no good to like be ashamed of like something you can't change. If someone's gonna like not like you for your height, then fuck them. There's a
That
lot
is,
of people that would like. There's a lot of people that
yeah.
will like you for who you are, even if you're 5'5", 5'4". No.
Yeah, but the thing is that I really dislike, and this just goes into a problem with dating apps in general, honestly, is that if you interacted with those people IRL, like pulled off the chat move of just chatting them up, and sure you're small, but you like walk up to them, you're charismatic, you make them laugh, you got that like chemistry, you look into each other's eyes and you smile and they smile back, and like there's that connection. Your hate isn't gonna fucking matter. It isn't gonna matter at all. And I will maintain that all those people who gatekeep based on hate, they can absolutely be seduced by a smaller person. It makes no fucking. It's really not that important. Unless it's a huge difference, but I genuinely doubt that it's that important. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm like too judgmental about it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not well versed. PBQH.
What is that in meters? I'm a meter 85 in height. 185 centimeters, roughly. I remember showing a picture of a fish I caught on my Tinder profile, and the girl asked me if the fish was bigger than my dick. Before I could respond, she unmatched. That was a troll. That was not someone genuinely interested in dating.
Wait, who said that?
Kino.
Oh, that sounds like what Kino would type.
Yeah, that's true as well. Maybe it's Kino being a troll, not whoever he matched. True. Okay, I enjoyed the memes in Twitch chat too about the stats. My int is maxed, strength is a bit low, but I balance that out with dex. Luck is above average. As like, that would be a really cute, dude. That would be a really cute dating profile. Just make it a D&D. They could make it a D&D character sheet. That would be super cute. I would like that. That's actually a great idea. It's super nerdy. It's gonna be hit or miss. Like a lot of people aren't gonna get it, but the people who are gonna like it, it's like you're like in good company with nerds.
Yeah, maybe sometimes it might actually be good to just like, if you say something funny, write that shit down, use it for Tinder. You know.
Yeah. If you think of a good joke, absolutely. Then note it down in your phone and remember to like put it in your bio later. Absolutely.
For sure. Mm-hmm. Yes, true.
From Gehenhu, slight off topic, but I really disagree with the reasoning of you can't change it. It does not matter if you can change something or not. The message behind it will always be the same and hurt in some way. We don't like the way you are. Of course, it's okay not to be attracted to men that are shorter than you, but being mean to someone based on his height is not much different to being mean to someone because of any other unreasonable thing, except with the exception of things that are actually bad, like racism and stuff. I don't think I was saying something to the contrary of that, or was I? But when I said you can't change it, I meant that I take more offense at people having preferences, being judgmental over things that you can't change. But like, you're right. At the end of the day, it's preferences. Obviously, you can't control what you're attracted to either. If you're unattracted to smaller people, and you can't force yourself to be attracted to that.
I'm not saying like, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm not saying like like you should like not feel bad, you know, like you won't get. It obviously will hurt, you know. You like a girl and she doesn't like you because of something you can't change, for sure. There's nothing wrong with like feeling bad about that. But it does you no good like hiding who you are, you know, because that's you, and it's only gonna hurt you more. And it's not good to like develop like a complex over your height.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sorry for the mean things people say. So you can say it.
I remember a panel on Twitch where a girl said, if you're short, go to the gym and become taller. Okay, that's really dumb. But genuinely, if you're not going to gain much, but there are certain like back strengthening exercises that should, if your back isn't really strengthened, they should gain you like a centimeter or two, which isn't much. Really isn't much, but you'll gain a little bit.
Yeah. Well, wait. Would you actually?
According to the exercise books I've read, yeah. Yeah, and
No
having
way.
good form. Yeah, absolutely. Like you're because your vertebrae are compressed, but when your weight is more supported by your muscles, then your vertebra and you like stretch them regularly, you're like in good shape, then your back's going to be like straighter and your vertebrae are going to be more spaced out. So you're actually going to gain a little bit of height.
Huh. I never knew that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Looking cute
I
today.
have
Did you
bad
shave?
posture.
I did shave. Sorry.
I shave.
Did you shave, Melon?
Yes, I'm sure. Look
Where?
how clean and sparkling
I'm sorry.
I
What's your shaving routine, Melon?
I go to the shower, shave.
Mm-hmm.
That's my routine.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask that, right? Do you shave your pussy?
What? Why would you ask this?
I'm sorry, you don't have to answer.
I'm not answering this question.
Okay, that's okay. Look, I don't shave my pubes, okay? I'm just farming the feels weird, the weird faces. Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Cringe Manon.
I don't
Add it
expect
again.
anything less, to be honest.
If you're 5'11", it might be tactical to just say you're 6 foot because nobody's gonna bust out a measuring tape. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. Like I don't know. If someone's at like fucking 1 inch or close, whether they accept you or not, that's I don't know. It's weird. I do want to shave my legs, by the way, Melon.
Yeah, you should. And put on that skirt.
Yeah, I really do.
Chat would love it. Chat would absolutely love it.
You think they would love it? That would be
Yeah,
cool.
and also like shaved legs feel good. They feel so good.
Really? They do? I've never
Yeah,
shaved
they
my
really,
legs.
really do. Try it. You totally should.
How to pronounce vertebra? Uh-oh. Why is this video
Tripping on a rug at home on New Year's Day and fracturing my first vertebrae.
Vertebrae.
Or the discs, the
Oh,
vertebrae,
vertebrae.
as we speak. So food matters.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I really think there's a woman in
what
Rhode.
Texas said.
Sorry. Sorry, Emmy was correcting my pronunciation. The first time you shave your legs and go under a blanket, you'll never go back. Really?
It just feels so nice.
Really?
Try it. Yeah, try
Okay.
it.
It's just so much work. Can I
It's
use
not
the same?
that much work. It's not.
Can I use the same razor and cream that I use to shave my face?
Sure, go ahead.
Because I'm gonna be too lazy to like get like special women's whatever, pay the women's tax or the rose tax, whatever it's called.
Yeah. Give in to temptation.
Given the
Exactly.
temptation. Is okay. A quick question: Is it hot to see? Do you find men who are completely shaved, like full body shave, attractive?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I don't see a problem with it.
But like more attractive than if they had the body hair or not? I'm curious. Oh, Emmy likes femboys, so yes, okay.
I would say, yeah, I think like probably like no hair is good. I think femboys are pretty cute. I would say. I think I think no hair looks really nice. I don't see any problem with it. You know, I mean, hair isn't like a problem at all either. But yeah,
A lot of bodybuilders shave their upper body. Yeah, I started noticing that. Like whenever you see the bodybuilders with their like six packs and all that stuff, it's like, wait a second, you have no fucking hair on your torso. That's not a usual men's face. What is the audio in the background? It's driving me nuts. It's from Melons.
wait, what?
I don't know. Apparently, there's Goap's been hearing some background noise, but
Oh, sorry.
that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind. And you probably could like set up a noise gate or something because it's like low
I
background
do
noise.
have noise suppression for Discord.
Oh yeah, but
I'm not sure
like
what
a noise gate, so it cuts off when the sound is under a certain threshold.
Oh, sure.
But I don't know if Discord has a noise gate option, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it kind of does. Input sensitivity.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
with the input sensitivity, sure, you could turn it off.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because you're on not on push to talk, but on voice
Yeah.
activation. Yeah, then if you increase the sensitivity, yeah, because the mic's activating at like I don't know, eyeballing it, I would say like maybe put the input sensitivity to like minus 30 dB or something like that.
Emmy says she doesn't notice anything.
She's deaf.
I don't
Okay.
know. Sounds like moaning in the background. There is no moaning. Okay.
Uma. All right. Where are we at? We're all over the place.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. We talked about friendships. We taled about Chelsea. Seriously, sounds like moaning. Look, let Melon have her
Pretty
background
gross.
orgy. Stop judging her for it.
Seriously, sounds like moaning. Are you? No way.
Also,
Sounds
hi.
like some kid in the background.
Hello, Fate. Welcome. Put a gag on her. Not hers. I mean, with the kinky solutions. It sounds like crows. It sounds like birds. All right. Anyways, does anyone else want to call in, talk about relationships, talk about your Tinder profile or whatever other dating site profile? What else can we discuss? Maybe you could talk about how to handle jealous feelings. We did talk about that a bit earlier, but can I call for legal advice? No. As Melon told you about her man in the moon. Wait, what?
Excuse me?
Why are you putting men in the moon, Melon? What's wrong with
Man
you?
in the moon? Oh, okay. I forgot about that. That is an old meme. I wish I had like a recording. I would show some clips of that. That was a good time.
Oh yeah, I missed that message earlier from Exploded Knees. Can I just say how easy it is if you do sports to start talking to other people? Well, that goes back to what I was saying about clubs. Like, and he was saying earlier that like he goes out running and he can talk to other runners very easily when he's out running, and that's how he meets new people. That's just like so based. Like you go out, you run with other people, you have that in common, and you talk. It's doesn't get easier than that. You can talk about the running. You can talk about your daily lives. What are you running from? My problems. Yeah, you can. You probably shouldn't be like full negative doomer pill. That's not necessarily very attractive with random people. It's much more attractive online to be like doomer pill than it is in real life.
That's probably true. Yeah. I'm too doomer pilled, I think.
Really?
It might be.
Some people don't mind it. I don't know. I just at the end of the day, I personally just don't. I've just noticed that I'm more attracted to someone who's
can be used like
yo, Heat Gamer, thanks for the follow.
Suffocate and pull apart my enemies.
I'm always going to be more attracted to someone who's full on like energetic and happy than someone who struggles to find joy in life and in what they do. Because that energy transfers. That energy just like
Yeah, it does. For sure.
makes you happy. Like if someone makes you happy just being around them, then you're gonna like them.
Yeah. It is like a mood killer for sure. It's like they're always down talking about how sad they are.
Oh no, you sound so sad when you say that.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no,
You were like-
my energy is being sucked dry.
Yeah. Who's giving you the suck, Melon? What's happening?
Energy vampires.
Yeah. Positivity gets you friends, yeah. Okay, I'll throw one. Great advice on how to meet people, but those kinds of interactions going anywhere is so rare without someone doing the awkward next step, almost like in dating and asking to meet up, do something else that's not the thing you met over. Yeah, you definitely, it definitely at some point you want to like take the next step if you actually want to meet. I actually have a semi-interesting story about jealousy. Oh, you wanna hop on Discord and tell us the story? Would that be cool and stuff? Or do you want to type it out and have us read it? Your call.
Who's it?
Nusanov apparently has a story about jealousy.
Oh. Interesting.
Either way works. Let me see if you're keep an eye on Discord in case you pop up into general chat. Just say poggers and PogChamp IRL on a date all the time. Yes, that is very sexy. I like the club/activity advice because you'll be able to anticipate seeing the person again. That is true, actually. That lets you take a more long-term approach as well. I didn't think about that, but you're absolutely correct. Like you can meet someone, you meet someone once, you talk a bit with them, but there's no pressure to set up anything. You just enjoy a short interaction, then you go back to your activity, and the next time you see them again, and they can like build up on that. Absolutely. When you come, if you don't say pog. When you come, I always ask her to show her pog face. Stop. Do not come. Do not come.
Don't come.
There's definitely someone moaning in someone's background. Let them moan! Jesus. Melon, why are people so judgmental of your moaners?
It's moaning. What do you mean? I want to hear it. I want to know what it sounds like. I'm being gaslit right now.
Yeah, you are. All right, Nusnov, you know the drill. You gotta hop into the Neyman Discord, and I'll drag you in from general chat. My pickup line is, "Hey baby, can I make your bussy or pussy pog?" Well, if it works for you. I usually prefer less direct approaches, like actually talking to them before being full-on sexual, but... The most direct I've ever been, it was at a time when I was kind of doomer-pilled about the dating apps. I decided that every single conversation I'm going to have on a dating app, I'm going to open with, "Do you want to meet?" Just like stop wasting time.
That's strong.
Do you want to meet? And obviously a lot of people like don't want to meet right off the bat. Here's the Discord. But wait, what the fuck? The bot's not working. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna.
I have to go in like 15 minutes. But
oh shit.
hold
Okay,
on.
let's do Nusnov's call, and then we'll wrap it up, I guess. Then is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah, that works.
Why are we talking about sex? I literally can't relate, because it's the version of Veranda. We talk about the stuff we don't know anything about. Yeah, what was I saying?
Is there any moaning?
There's.
In the background
It's not
right now?
moaning. It's more like someone's talking in the background. There's like a bit of a
Who's
voice.
talking?
Hello, Nusnov. Ozchamp.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't have my Discord audio set up, so
Oh,
just give me a
okay.
second.
No one is talking. You're gaslighting her. I don't hear shit.
And I have absolutely no idea what to do.
Hey,
Oh,
Nusnov, what's up? It's like
Hi.
crows and
I think I'm just going to listen to
someone-
the stream audio and just tell my story, because it,
Okay.
it's a pretty short story.
All right. Yeah, just go ahead. Tell the story. It's all good.
Okay, so this happened in high school. There was 2 or 3 girls. I'll just say 3 girls. And they were they all kind of had a crush on me. And there was this moment early in one of the semesters. There was a British immigrant who had come to our school and didn't really know how to interact with people, and 2 of the other girls convinced her to write a love poem for me so they could kind of get her out of the picture. And they also convinced her to cut off her hair and put it in the love letter. And it was one of those events which was just completely like sad to witness, because I got this love letter in the hallway, and I was in a group of like one of those circles of people, and I opened this love letter, and it's just a sort of a clump of hair falls out. And I just wanted to bring that up because
Wow.
I don't know. I just think that things like jealousy can cause a lot of harm, because this person ended up leaving high school afterwards, and she actually committed suicide.
Oh no.
In part due to the way that I reacted to this.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
And it was just a really sad moment. I thought I would bring that up because we're talking about jealousy and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is really sad. Yeah.
Anyways, that's kind of the extent of the story. Yeah, kind of awkward, I guess, but
No.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Yeah.
You feel.
Definitely don't blame yourself. Like.
yeah.
that's-
And I kind of do blame myself. I was not the nicest person in high school. There was a number of cases where this happened, where a girl would approach me and like I just completely rejected.
Yeah, but like the situation was
So,
described, the
um,
with the where the girl
I
was.
felt that like doing things like apologizing, but oh, sorry, you were saying something. I'm
Oh
on
no,
delay like crazy, so I
no,
can't really hear.
I didn't want to cut you off. It's just there was like a space. I just wanted to insist the situation you described where she had two supposed friends, but it's pretty obvious they were actually just bullying her and keeping her around to bully her. Her suicide is on the bullies. Like you rejecting someone before they kill themselves sucks. It's a horrible feeling, and I think everyone can understand why you would blame yourself, but she was being bullied. It's on the fucking bullies' fault. They're the people who like treated her like shit and made her feel bad for like giving you a love letter and it not working out and like trying to sabotage how it went and all that stuff. They are the shitty people in the story, not you. I just really wanted to insist on that.
Yeah. I don't think like maybe you think
Yeah,
like if I
yeah, for sure.
do you
Thanks for
do you
emphasizing that. Yeah.
do you feel like you wanted to like if you dated her or liked her it'd be different? Is that what you feel, or is it something else?
Um, I'm not really sure how to answer that.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. I was just wondering.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, I don't have a good answer for you.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's okay. I'm sorry that happened though. And it is, and what Nuna said is true. I don't think it's your fault.
Yeah, she was being bullied, and
Yeah,
that's
no, that's okay. I just,
Yeah.
yeah, I wanted to share it because we're talking about jealousy, and I think it was sort of motivated by jealousy.
Could be, for sure.
yeah, it's stereotypical, but in my experience, bullies have really shitty lives. So definitely, like very often, jealousy is involved there, in who they don't just choose to bully weak people, but they choose to bully weak people who have something better than themselves going on in their lives.
I don't think anything. I don't think like yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, yeah, sorry to end it on a kind of a sad note.
No, it's
I'm
fine.
glad you shared.
You also
Sorry, I didn't.
You also weren't done with the story, right? We like cut you off. You were gonna say something more. If you want to finish it, that's fine too.
Well, yeah, I guess I could finish. So, I guess part of the reason why I felt like I was somewhat to blame for this is that it happened multiple times. Like there was a few different girls who would approach me, and I was kind of like a goofball in high school, I guess. Kind of like, uh, there was one time when somebody asked me to the prom in sort of the gymnasium in front of a number of people, and I just kind of turned around and walked back to my group of friends because I didn't really know what to say. And it was like there was a lot of events like this happening. And so when this finally like I guess when this one thing happened, then that was sort of like a but yeah, that's the story. I mean, there wasn't too much more to that story.
I don't think you should blame yourself for how you act. Especially in high school, it's really hard to choose the right responses to certain situations. And even if it can be like certain, like negative or something, like it's very easy to just like not know what to say, react, say something wrong, or like, I don't know. It's very easy when you're young, for sure. I don't think you should hold like, or blame yourself for what happened, for sure.
I relate a lot to what you're describing. I've done that too. Like girls that I liked in like middle school or high school, That didn't happen often, but it happened like once or twice where a girl would confess her love to me, and I would reject her. And I didn't reject her because I didn't like her. I rejected her because I had those like fucked up young kid ideas of like honestly, the first time it happened, I rejected her because I thought that there were like some other girls who would bully me in the class, and I thought that that was all a ploy to bully me harder. That she would like, that if I said yes, then she would like make fun of me. But so I said no, and then that made her cry, and that made the other girls bully me harder because I had hurt their friend or whatever. But all that to say, kids are fucking dumb, and when we were kids, we were fucking dumb. And there's like nothing wrong with that. Like it's hard. I don't know. I feel like a big part of becoming an adult is learning to, well, actually make decisions about yourself, whether you like someone or not, whether you want to like give someone a chance or not, whether you want to hang out with them or not. And it's normal that when you look back in high school and in mid school, that those decisions, when you had to make those decisions, you didn't necessarily make them for the right reasons. That's fine. That's how you learn, by making mistakes, you know.
Yeah. Nom Nom Man couldn't have said it better. I couldn't have said it better than Nom Nom Man.
Yep, for sure. Okay, well.
All right, thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hope
thanks for having me on. I'm gonna head out now.
You're pretty cool, Mr. Knob.
Yeah, you're pretty cool, and you're an Invader V viewer, so you have a special place in my heart. Okay.
I like typing to you in chat. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Alright. What a sad story. Poor girl.
Yeah.
That sucks. And poor Nusanov. Like.
Yeah, I feel bad.
Yeah.
For both. Hey,
I have a close friend who killed himself in high school, and his ex had rejected him the same day where he killed himself. I wasn't close to her, but like I know that it was devastating for her. It really sucks to be in that position.
Yeah. Damn. I'm sorry you had to deal with something like that too.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we're gonna wrap it up.
Mm-hmm. I thank you for having me again.
Thank you for being here. Are we gonna do next week? Because we said we're gonna try to do this more regularly.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'll let you know if anything comes up, but so far it seems okay.
Awesome. Same time?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Same time, yeah. That works for me, for sure.
All right, great. All right, so you guys heard the next Veranda in 1 week on Friday. We're gonna do them regularly until like our schedules change or whatever. But yeah, it's gonna be a regular thing. Finally, we have a schedule. Isn't that incredible? Are you proud of us, Daddy? All right.
Everything's working out.
Is the same duration fine for you? Like 2 hours?
An hour 30 or 2 hours works for me. Sometimes it'll be an hour 30 because like I have like something to do like around 4. So I need time to get ready. But
of course.
Yeah, I think that works. Or like an hour 15. It just depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
If
just
like
let
my
me know
day is free, 2 hours is good.
Okay, just let me know in advance then how long will be good for you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for having me. This was fun.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Bye bye. Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck you.
All right. That was awesome. Wait a second. The sound. The sound wasn't coming from Melon. The sound was coming from me. Oh no, I had a stupid Twitter video running in the background. No. Oh no! I'm so sorry, Melon. I actually gaslit you. It was this stupid fucking video. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Melon. I'm such a fucking idiot. Oh god, it even said it was plain in the top left. Jesus Christ, I'm so dumb. Oh god, I actually deserve your hate. Raspberry Pi time. No, we're not. Mel's mowing girlfriend equals cats in tree. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. I actually feel ashamed. Fucking professional streamer, man. Making the stupidest mistakes, dude. All right. No Raspberry Pi time stuff, because honestly, I'm just not gonna. I'm just waiting to receive a proper Raspberry Pi instead of doing the like. Instead of doing like the other memes, meaning like struggling to make it work on this one, I just bought a different one, and on which I can download a binary and it's gonna work 100%. I only had a similar thing where a friend of mine was freaking out because she kept hearing a sound at like 1% from her laptop. Dug around for 30 minutes and found this as a Twitter video open in a convo mega long ago. Imagine my face when I found the little guy. Oh my god, this song's so cute. It's 10 hours long too. It's the 10-hour-long version. At 1%, I can imagine that. Imagine though, like there's this little guy hanging out in a tab, like you got 150 tabs open, and this little doggo is hiding out inside there, just like all happy. It's cute. I like it. All right, we're gonna be React streamers now. That's what we're gonna do. I want to play this this interview.
Hello, Lily Wachowski here.
Wachowski, that's how you say it. Okay.
I'm glad that people are talking about the movies, the Matrix movies, with a trans narrative. I love that how meaningful those films are to trans people, and the way that they come up to me and say, these movies saved my life because. So I think this is important because the reason why I wanted to talk about this video and play it is because I talked with I had this conversation with some friends of mine who are like reactionary and buy into like some dumb like anti-trans memes, and I had this discussion where they're like, oh, now the Wachowskis are saying that that it's about trans people. Another childhood memory ruined. I remember like that specific sentence. Another childhood memory ruined. And I look at this interview. I don't hear her talking about a childhood memory ruined, right? I'm not hallucinating this, right? She's not talking about a problem with a childhood memory ruined. She's just saying that she's happy that it has meaning for trans people. She's not rewriting the meaning of the story. She's not retconning it. That's what I'm trying to say. She's not retconning it. She's literally just saying she's happy that trans people find meaning, and so that the theme of transformation that happens in the Matrix touches them and and they identify with it, right? When you talk about transformation, specifically in the world of science fiction, which is just about imagination, it's like, and world building, and like the idea of the seemingly impossible becoming possible, I think is like, that's why it speaks to them so much. And I'm grateful that I can be a part, throwing them a rope to help them along their journey.
Like, this is such a positive outlook on it, and like concerning the way people feel concerned about the retconning, the SJW-ification of their childhood memories and whatever. Like, she's fully respectful. She's doing it in a respectful way to how other people interpreted and like cis people interpreted it and consumed it. The NFT of it is out. Okay, cool. Awesome. I'll promote it right after. I think the Streamlabs bot is dead. I'll need to like restart it, and then I'll add the command and everything. It's also not crazy to think that she subconsciously included trans themes into the Matrix, considering she herself is a transgender and was very likely struggling with those thoughts and feelings herself around the time that they wrote the movie. Absolutely, it's something this is like a spoiler, but it's something she says in this interview later on. She literally says that she believes that she probably had the her transness leak into the movie, but in an unconscious way, because back then she wasn't aware of being transgender. It's something she realized about herself later, when the Matrix had already been written and was already out. So, but she definitely believes that it definitely played a role in how the Matrix was written in like more of an unconscious way.
I'm glad that it has gotten out that, that was the original intention, but the world wasn't quite ready at a corporate level. The corporate world wasn't ready for it. So when you make movies and it's this public art form, I think any kind of art that you put out into the universe, there's a letting go process, because it's entering into like public dialogue. I like that there's like an evolution process that we as human beings engage in art in a non-linear way, that we can always like talk about something in new ways and in new light. We had, the Matrix stuff was all like about the desire for transformation, but it was all coming from a closeted point of view. And so
yeah, that's what she's talking about the closeted point of view.
Who was like a character who would be, a man in the real world, and then a woman in the Matrix. And, that's both where where our headspaces were.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, the reason Switch isn't that way is because of the producers. They didn't think the world was ready. It was quite ready for that. Let me just try this.
I don't know how present my transness was in the background of my brain as we were writing it, but it all came from the same sort of fire that I'm talking about.
Streamlabs is working.
Because trans people exist in this, especially for me and Lana, we were existing in this space where the words didn't exist, so we were always living in a world of imagination. It's why I gravitated towards science fiction and fantasy and, played Dungeons and Dragons. It was all about creating worlds. And so I think it freed us up as filmmakers, because we were able to imagine stuff at that time that you didn't necessarily see on screen, or even the idea of how can we exist in as many genres as possible. One of our things that we really enjoyed doing was sort of genre bending, where you would have stuff that felt like kung fu movies and like anime and westerns. And then we always loved this scene that Ned Beatty would do in this movie Network, where he would talk about the way the world was, and it was always from this corporate hierarchical overlord structure. And so I think in our transness, we are always trying to, like, in queerness, like, incorporate as many things as possible. It's just like trying to visualize within, you know, a much larger, infinite scope of the imagination.
So see, this is not... She's not retconning your childhood memories. She's giving a genuine, heartfelt connection to between transness and the themes of transformation that in the Matrix, which are... that's like an objective observation. You can't be objectively looking at the Matrix and not see transformation. The transformation from Mr. Anderson to Neo, the transformation from between meat space and when you go into the Matrix. There are so many different levels of transformations happening to every single character within the Matrix. The transformation of the Matrix itself, Agent Smith transforms as well. He becomes this weird virus thing. Spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen it. And why does this video have 3K dislikes? I don't want to be full on SJW, but why 3K dislikes on this? Are people actually fucking... Did you verify your age? No, not yet, sorry. The why is simple. I know. The why is because people are fucking transphobic. People are like reactionaries. They're mad at trans people. Once again, they're like think they're ruining their childhood memories of the Matrix. It's sad. It honestly makes me sad to see this. Genuinely. This book inspired The Matrix, Neuromancer. I've read Neuromancer. It's a really good book. It's hard to get into. Neuromancer is hard to get into because it's one of those sci-fi books that uses a lot of specific language to the world that William Gibson has designed. And you need to read a bit before things start to make sense, before the meaning of the words starts becoming transparent from the context. It takes a bit of reading to get into it. But it's a really good book. The Matrix is a great Marxist allegory too, obviously. Is it a Marxist allegory? It's definitely anti-corporate. It's definitely anti-corporate. Obviously, like, Mr. Anderson is a wage slave in a corporate prison. The way it's filmed definitely shows that he's imprisoned there, he's stuck there, and the only solution he finds is to literally risk his life climbing on the outside to get away. And he ends up not getting away. He's also, the prison is also in his mind. He ends up giving up and getting caught by the agents. That's a really powerful story as far as that is concerned. Absolutely. But is it Marxist? I don't know. It's anti-corporate, but I don't know if it's Marxist. Can you elaborate if you think of other like themes in the Matrix that you see as Marxist? I'm curious. There's the obvious reason, but there's also the perspective that people think that because something is about one thing, it's the only thing. Like it somehow overrides their experience. There will be a small amount of people that want to apply that logic that both can exist at the same time. That is true. Yeah, that is fair. Like a lot of people don't feel like the Matrix can be simultaneously about trans people and simultaneously about their own transformations and about cool scenes of Neo beating people up. Absolutely. And it's hard for people to accept that things are multiple things at the same time. And that is not necessarily just them being like dumb fuck reactionaries. Sometimes I feel like reactionaries is a silly term because it implies they actually fully understand or read what they reacted to, and most of the time they just see one word or concept they hate and they flip out. But that counts as being reactionary in my opinion, because you're, well, etymologically, maybe not in the strict sense of being a reactionary, but etymologically, you're reacting, you have a knee-jerk reaction to something. You like see, trans, I don't like, I click dislike. That is being reactionary. Capitalism is the Matrix, Neymanen. Sure. I can see that, sure. Like it's this corporate world, it's this world where humans are being used as slaves in a system that they adhere to for their comfort. It's like capitalism and consumerism. Yeah, that's fair. That's actually fair. That's actually fair. And it's true that the power structures in the in Zion and in meat space. Meat space is a term from Neuromancer, if I recall correctly, by the way. To distinguish between virtual space and meat space. False consciousness. Yeah, I get what you mean, Lead Gamer. Yeah, I think I agree. Neuromancer is a great book. Neuromancer is considered the book that that defined cyberpunk in many ways. And it really is. Many of the central themes that you find in all future cyberpunk writings and media, you can mostly trace back to Neuromancer. Maybe to some like older sci-fi stories, but Neuromancer is like the quintessential crystallization of all those memes. It is the shadows on the cave wall. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely the Plato, like a Plato's cavern allegory with the Matrix. And that is why Neo manages to leave the Matrix, because he was one of the enlightened people who recognizes the illusions for what they are. I 100% agree. I'll wait for the movie, books, Sleepstony, yeah. Whatever the fuck that emote is. Yeah, absolutely. But I really like the Lily Wachowski's interview about it. I feel, to me, she comes off as genuine, as passionate, as grateful that she managed to give a meaningful story to both cis and trans people. She doesn't come off as judgmental of cis people. She doesn't come off as gatekeepy of cis people, and she just comes off as grateful and happy. And like I see this interview as being so positive and wholesome. Can we watch it again? Sure, I can play it again. But I'll talk over
Lily
it.
Wachowski
I'll play it
here.
again mostly for the duck on the volcano. It's fucking really distracting.
I'm
and
glad
cute.
that people are talking about
is
the
that her
movies,
painting? That is her
the
painting. Look
Matrix
at all the
movies,
brushes.
With a trans narrative.
She has more ducks.
The,
she really likes ducks. That's cute.
How meaningful
Tell
those
Gehyun
films
Hyuk
are to
we say
trans
hi.
people, and the way that they come
Gehyun
up to
Hyuk,
me
Leaf
and
Gamer,
say,
saying hi to you.
these movies saved my life.
That's her. That's
because
Resident Sleeper,
when you
also
talk
known as
about
Adler or
transformation,
Adler Pro on Twitch.
specifically in the world of science fiction, which is just about imagination, it's like, and world building, and like the idea of the seemingly impossible becoming possible, I think is like, that's why it speaks to them so much. And I'm grateful that I can be a part, throwing them a rope to help them along their journey.
She literally uses the word grateful.
I'm glad that it has gotten out that, that was the original intention, but the world wasn't quite ready at a corporate level. The corporate world wasn't ready for it. So when you make movies and it's this public art form, I think any kind of art that you put out into the universe, there's a letting go process.
Ducks where?
Because it's entering into like public dialogue. I like that there's like an evolution process.
Like a duck here,
that,
a duck here. I bet you there's more ducks like behind her or stuff.
Engage in art in a non-linear way, that we can always like talk about something in new ways and in new light.
See, she's not erasing a cis person's understanding of the movie. She's saying that you can also talk about it in a new way, in a new light. And she's grateful for it's so positive, it's so wholesome. I have so much respect for her. Like beyond how amazing of a writer and a creative person she is, just her like human, just as a human being here, she comes off as really nice. I like it.
We had, the Matrix stuff was all like about the desire for transformation, but it was all coming from a closeted point of view. And so we had the character of Switch, who was like a character who would be, a man in the real world, and then a woman in the Matrix. And, that's both were where our headspaces were. I don't know how present my transness was in the background of my brain as we were writing it, but it all came from the same sort of fire that I'm talking about. And because trans people exist in this, especially for me and Lana, we were existing in this space where the words didn't exist, so we were always living in a world of imagination. It's why I gravitated towards science fiction and fantasy and, played Dungeons and Dragons. It was all about creating worlds. And so I think it freed us up as filmmakers because we were able to imagine stuff at that time that you didn't necessarily see on screen. Or even the idea of how can we exist in as many genres as possible. One of our things that we really enjoyed doing was sort of genre bending, where you would have stuff that felt like kung fu movies and anime and
genre bending, more like gender bending.
And then
get it?
We always loved this scene that Ned Beatty would do in this movie Network, where he would talk about the way the world was, and it was always from this corporate hierarchical overlord structure. And so I think in our transness we were always trying to in queerness incorporate as many things as possible. It's just trying to visualize within a much larger, infinite scope of the imagination.
There you go. Yeah, it's like when I experience a song for the first time and I either mishear lyrics or take something away from it, then find out it was about a particular thing, sometimes massively different to what was intended. And that does not erase the fact that I felt that way originally, but definitely for some people, they likely feel they've been robbed of that, as dumb as that notion is. That is true. A lot of people have this notion that for example, that the original artist's intention trumps everything else, for example, which I disagree with personally. I don't think in art that there is such a thing as precedence in the meaning of a story. There's importance in the meaning of a story. I would definitely consider a story, an original artist's intention, important, absolutely. But I would not be overly concerned about it being different from an individual person's interpretation or even contradictory. It's no big deal. Your understanding of a piece of art is always valid, honestly. It might not be the artist's, but it always will be valid. Okay, I want to check out Macron's meme. Sorry, it's going to be in French. I'll do my best to translate. Let's see if I can watch it. Oh wait, was that? Oh no, that's on Tuesday. Oh shit, that's in a couple days. Oh no. That's not right now. Wait, where's the date for this? 5th. Oh no, that's in a couple days. All right, so I don't. We're not gonna watch Macron. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. I'm hoping we aren't going into lockdown again. That would suck. How's world stats? I think it's Worldometer that has coronavirus updates. Oh, I should have just clicked that directly. Let's check how France is doing. Apparently France is not doing too hot. Let me cancel you. Stop. Coronavirus updates. I want a country. I want a specific country. Search France. Oof. Yeah, not looking too good. Total case. Oh no, that's total cases. Okay. What we need is daily new cases. All right, that's not terrible. I mean, it's going back up, which is the problem. It's going back up. That definitely is a problem, but closed cases, yeah. Fake news, those are underreported, 4 times that. What? The pandemic's true death toll. Underreporting of deaths. Okay, well, whatever. This is not deaths, anyways. I mean, daily deaths are really low. That's good. But yeah, I guess new cases have been spiking up in the past few days. I hope that doesn't justify another lockdown. Not in like if a lockdown is needed, then the lockdown is needed. I'm not gonna like. I'm not gonna go full on like anti-vax and everything. Lockdowns are effective at stopping the spread, but Glasgow is gonna be a shit show after COP26, possibly. Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. Ooh, let me order some food. I'm sorry, but I think that's gonna be the meme right now. What should we order for food? What are you guys thinking? I had some Five Guys this afternoon, so probably not gonna go for a burger. I got the milkshake. I love the Five Guys milkshake, honestly. Fucking dude, I'm salivating just thinking about it. Vanilla Oreo coffee. It's simple. It's kind of basic bitch milkshake, but basic is good. Keep it simple. God, I have some dumb TikTok song stuck in my brain. Help me! Free me from this prison. So the idea has been with TikTok. Exploded Knees apparently has ideas for like shorts. Oh, that's something I should do actually. I could like go through my clips. If anyone's done like meme clips of me on Twitch and stuff, I can like directly transfer them over to TikTok. I'll need to look into doing that after the stream. That could be a good meme. For sure. All right, what are we eating? I still haven't chosen. I could go for some Thai food. That's like easy and tasty. Pad Thai? What you guys thinking? Pad Thai? Yeah, Pad Thai. It's pretty cheap too. Let's go for the chicken Pad Thai. Yeah, let's go. We're rolling. Actually, I'm saying it's cheap, but it's not cheap enough to have no delivery fee. I'll order it from somewhere else. I'm sorry. This is amazing content. I know. But it's Gucci. What should we check out? Pandemic's true death toll. I guess we're gonna check out the pandemic's true death toll. Babyface name man, and what's up? What's up, Andrew? How are you doing? Yeah, I shaved today. I love it so much, dude. Having like a clean shaven face, it's so nice. I decided to cosplay as a 20-year-old. You need to learn the Hassan strat, walk away from stream while playing meme video. Yeah, I know. I need to like play a meme video, literally. Check Romania COVID situation? Sure. Let's check out Romania. How are you guys doing? Country. I could just type it right into the URL. Romania. Oh shit. Daily new cases. Uh-oh. You guys are spiking hard. Are you going in lockdown because of that? Like you should be, and it's curving down, so I assume you're in some form of lockdown to have it spike back down. This is really bad. Ruh-roh. Spaghetti-o. Damn, that sucks. That's actually a bigger spike than the two other ones. It's not really lockdown. Well, it's effective apparently. At least partially effective, because it's trending downwards now. So you must have done something for it to trend downwards, right? Alright, let's find a video to play while I order food. What can we go for? Oh yeah, a new video, by the way. New YouTube video. Go check it out. I got a new video on my channel. It's drama. What is Destiny thinking? My honest opinion on Destiny's NFT sponsorship drama. You can exclamation dot Destiny NFT in my Twitch chat and go check out. It's fresh memes from yesterday. Me reacting to the Destiny NFT bullshit. Drama is good for content, right? Go check it out. All right, what could we watch here? I need to subscribe to like YouTube channels of content that I can I'm actually interested to hear what you said about that. Okay, I shouldn't say it like that with passive flame. It's fine. Well, go check out the video. Give me that view, Nusanov. Give me the likes. Give me the comments. Give me that engagement. Interact with it. I love it. I gotta, pump me up in the algorithms and shit. The Minister of Education doesn't like online school. Whoa, I can understand that. There seems to be proof that online school is very far from ideal, for sure. Oh, the making of the Matrix. Since we were talking about the Matrix, that could be a really cool video. Want to check out the making of the Matrix? I think that would be a pretty cool video. I think that could be pretty poggers. Is it like... Oh, it's the actual making of documentary from the original movie release. Okay, I don't know if I'll be able to stream that, but let's play it. I might have to interrupt it for copyright memes. All 3 pixels of this video.
In another time, in another place, with unbelievable visual and special effects.
The Matrix is a science fiction film, but it's also an action-adventure film. You see things that are fantastic. And you say, well, wait a second, that's impossible.
Freeze it. When they explained to me the kind of movie that they were trying to make, I got really fired up about it, because nobody's made this kind of movie before.
Synthesizing evolution, acting in the construct, giving flesh to a cartoon, soul to a machine.
The movie takes place somewhere in the distant future. It is a time when computers rule the world.
In case you didn't know about the Matrix.
People who believe they're real, but actually they're not. They're living inside a computer program, and there are a number of other people within that who are trying to liberate those people from their captivities.
It's about the idea of we take everything for granted.
And other times it feels like it's about hope and love and belief.
It's about robots versus kung fu.
It's about robots versus kung fu.
Crazy
nice one.
action.
Sydney's a beautiful town, I gotta tell you. I've never seen nothing quite like it.
Are you playing any Valorant today?
5 months in Australia.
Probably. I was thinking of playing Age of Empires 4 as far as gaming goes.
Filming on a location in Sydney is actually a pleasure. We're in a great city that's got a lot to offer, and
You don't
a
have
very
pad thai.
professional
Oh
crew.
no.
Well, here we are in Sydney in a beautiful new facility. This stage is
How can
literally
you not
brand
have
new with the
pad thai
first
at a
movie
Thai
in the
restaurant?
stage. And we moved in
Oh,
here
there
to
you go.
build these sets. The paint was wet on the walls. I mean, it literally, do not touch the walls, they're wet.
Powder all backlit.
I've been missing. I miss Valorant, honestly, though. I've been thinking about Valorant.
Is it okay if I kind of come forward?
It's always a difficult thing to ask anybody where do you get your ideas from. Nobody knows. They just sort of happen.
I've been thinking about Valorant
Friend of
this
ours
past few days, so
asked
maybe I
us to
should
come
just
up
play a
with
game.
concept for a comic book. We like kung fu movies.
We like Japanimation.
We like,
John Woo
Philip K.
movies.
Dick and books that are, science fiction that is about the sort of nature of reality.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo. This is the world as it exists today.
What's interesting about the whole idea of cyberpunk,
It's crazy how they
it's a
transform.
great way to create a sense of alienation and disconnection and alternate worlds being caught in sort of these quasi-dream, quasi-conscious states.
Or you want me up like this? That's the one. That's the look.
I first met Larry and Andy when I read Assassin, and it really was an incredible script. It was a very dark, edgy piece of material, and I really was impressed with that style. And they showed me this animated Japanese cartoon, and they said, we want to do that for real. And, and that was an incredible idea to me. I mean, to actually see that animation come to life, and believe me, essentially it has.
We've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson.
Animated Japanese
One
cartoon
life, you're
Minecraft me.
Thomas A. Anderson, program writer for a respectable software company. The other life is lived in computers, where you go by the hacker alias.
I think it's interesting though, after watching Lily Wachowski's interview, to see them talk about it in the sanitized pre-transformation interview and context.
The question is, what is the Matrix? My
Because
character
I'm trying to listen to what has been said and mentioned in the past 5 minutes that connects to what Lily Wachowski was talking about. I guess a world that you're alienated in. The alienation is a word that I got hung up upon that they mentioned earlier. Let's listen for more clues into how it ties into the trans interpretation of the Matrix.
Sense of his life.
At last. My character is called Morpheus, and Morpheus is a person who lives in the real world, and he's the leader of this band of people looking for the one.
The one.
You felt it your entire life, that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind.
He is this
That sentence.
fevered.
I can't help but imagine, you know that there's something wrong with the world. You feel like a splinter in your mind. Obviously, I've said multiple times, I don't feel like I have gender dysphoria. I don't have gender dysphoria, but I can't help. But the way I imagine it, that has to resonate so strongly with trans people who have dysphoria. Absolutely countered. I can't help but imagine that resonates with them. That's one of those really strong assertions in the movie that has to connect to people like that in those situations, and non-trans people as well. Anyone who feels alienated, whether it's in their own body or in society, that sentence will resonate so strongly with them. It's such a powerful way of saying it.
missionary guy. He's a zealot. We think there's something dangerous about people who believe they have the truth, and they do sort of act blindly.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
How did they film? How did they film the
There's a
fucking?
couple references to Alice in Wonderland in the movie. I think that is a.
Oh yeah, my French teacher had us study this movie in class in high school in conjunction with Alice in Wonderland. Actually, we had to read Alice in Wonderland, and we also analyzed The Matrix in parallel because of the obvious references and links between the two. That was I thought it was really cool to have a literature class, classic like high school literature class where you actually get into talking about The Matrix, a bit of pop culture, and she obviously recognized how important of a movie it is, culturally speaking. Even though it's pop culture, she respected it, and that's awesome in a teacher to see that they recognize that.
She comes into this world, and there are all this craziness, and people just give her things and say, eat this, drink this, and everything affects her and changes her, and nothing makes sense, nothing's logical. It's the way you have to do it, and we tried to do that with the beginning of the film.
The thing that I love about Trinity is that I'm portraying someone who's really, really strong and who has a real mission and a real purpose.
Can you fly that thing?
Not yet.
Operator.
Tank, I need a pilot program for a B-212 helicopter.
She's a warrior, yet I don't think that she's lost being a woman.
Lieutenant. Oh, shit. Agent Smith is the law enforcement, and he's a seemingly invincible machine who develops these...
But I guess this also goes back to what Lead Gamer was saying earlier about The Matrix being... what Lead Gamer perceived in The Matrix as being Marxist. I don't know if it's as much Marxist as this more modern interpretation of socialism being anti-institutional, this more like anarchist approach, ACAB, etc. The fact that the agents, the law enforcement, the institution, the powers that be is always the enemy in the Matrix is a really powerful theme as well in there, and is a very anarchist approach to good and evil. Definitely anarchist more than Matrix as far as that goes. I feel like. Well, there is maybe an anti-governmental finality. There is an anti-governmental finality in Marxism. It goes through the state of a state, so I don't feel like it's ingenuous to make that association. Listen, if it's somewhat against the status quo, people are going to call it Marxist. Yeah, but I'm trying to analyze like specifically why he said that, and I do see several points of where that kind of works. At least here, I see the anti-state, anti-institutional aspect coinciding with anarchist feelings. And originally, anarchy is an offshoot of communism. Like anarcho-communism was the original anarchy until the word anarchy got kind of taken over by libertarians, and now you have like anarcho-capitalists being libertarians. But historically, anarchy as a word belonged more to the communist side of that horseshoe. Definitely, I've had it in the past where you have some sort of dissociation or detachment, for lack of a better term, where you look at yourself in the mirror and it doesn't feel like you're the person in it. Not in terms of appearance per se. There's still days where I'm paranoid of a Truman Show or a similar scenario being a real thing. Yeah, that's definitely the feeling that that the Matrix conveys. Absolutely, of not really being yourself, not really belonging where you are in the world. And I think we've all felt that, yeah. We can all identify to that, whether we're trans or cis or whatever situation we have in our world, in our existence, yeah.
Frailties.
There was an accident. Goddamn car accident. Cypher was a disciple. A strong
Alienation
disciple
is a
of
powerful
Morpheus.
theme.
But now, I've had second thoughts. Did he tell you why he did it?
It sucks that this
Why you
documentary is
here?
basically just like spoiling the whole movie. I was hoping it would be more about the making of, like instead of just quotes of different people, like how did they do the special effects, stuff like that. But that's fine.
So you're here to
The
save
scene where Neo is in the car and he tries to get out, and they say, "Look down that road. You know where that leads Neo." Yeah.
You go from the
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking about Larry and Andy together as a pair, as a team of writers, I liken them to the brothers.
It
Grimm.
feels weird.
I have to
It feels weird also that listening to this that they're not like the Wachowski sisters aren't being dead named in here, because obviously it was filmed back before they transitioned. So those were their names back then. But it feels weird hearing their dead names and like that being the state of this documentary. But that's fine. It's nothing wrong. It's just is what it is. I have a similar feeling, but it's because I have such an extremely shallow personality. I don't know if it really matters that I'm a person. You're being way too depreciative of yourself, Nusanov. That's not a healthy way of looking at you. Well, that's not a healthy way of telling you that either. But like when I see someone say that about themselves, I feel like they're actively harming themselves with their thoughts. That's what I feel reading you say that about yourself, Nusanov. I guess that's a healthy way of telling you what that makes me feel.
imagine that that's what the brothers Grimm were like.
Oh, God. Somebody's going to be here.
They work very well together.
I'm working
They're
on
very
that.
wonderful
I'm glad to hear that.
So you do get a dialogue happening that is normally just within the one director's head. So it's normally one director talking to themselves, working out a problem, and
I'm also working on getting a more interesting personality. See, I used to think that way too. Like if I can maybe give a piece of advice, maybe you're in the same situation as I was, maybe not. Maybe you feel completely different, and that's fine. And my advice does not apply to you. That can absolutely be something. I used to be have a very subdued personality because I didn't know what I wanted. I've always been someone who wanted other people to like me, and because of wanting other people to like me, I would not let myself be myself. I would constantly try to be what I thought other people wanted me to be. So I was caught up in a cycle where I lost sight of who I really wanted to be in life, because I was constantly trying to be who I thought other people wanted me to be, to the point where I forgot who I was supposed to be. I didn't know who I wanted to be. And that made me feel like I had no personality, because I never was myself. If that resonates with you, if that applies to you, then please take my advice at heart. Learn to listen to yourself. Learn to listen less to this voice that is the super ego in like Freudian psychology, the image that you make of other people within yourself. Try to give less strength to that, and try to find your own ego. Try to find who it is that you want to be in your life, who it is that makes you happy with yourself, that self-image that you have of how you should be ideally. And once you have that self-image, hold on to it. Hold on to those feelings that it gives you. Hold on to those thoughts that it gives you, because those are the real you. Those are the real you, and that is what will inform you on who you want to be, on what decisions you want to make in your life. And trust me, that will change you. That will absolutely transform you, as it did for me. If you suffer from the same thing that I suffered from. If not, then my advice doesn't apply to you, obviously. Don't take advice from anyone with that haircut. Hey, my haircut is fine, okay? But it seems like what I said applied to you, so I'm glad if it can help you. Thanks for the advice. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, think about it. Maybe it applies to you. Maybe it doesn't. But if it applies to you, then it can really think about whether to rephrase it, whether you are listening your inner voice of who you want to be, or whether you lost sight of your inner voice of who you want to be, whatever the reasons. Like for me, the reasons were trying too hard to be liked by other people. Maybe you've lost sight of your inner voice for other reasons. Those might be other reasons. But whatever those reasons are, I think the most important step is getting back in touch with yourself, with who you want to be, who you really are within yourself. There you go. Good luck.
With Larry and Andy, you'll see the dialogue going on.
Just like real guys, and there's none of that kind of Hollywood thing is not evident at all.
So which one became Lily and which one became Lana?
They wear shorts, they wear baseball hats, they watch basketball games, they love movies, they love, they get so excited. There's nothing greater
Not
than
that I know
doing a
anything
scene
about them,
for
so it
them
doesn't really matter.
and for them to get excited.
One day I will no longer just be a computer nerd. I will be a superhero.
They seek and search for clarity. They're very thoughtful, and yet
I like how Keanu Reeves, in that little shot there behind the scenes, he has he has so much more personality than the shorter of the two is Lana, I think. Okay.
Unusual that directors are so sure of what they want. They write the script, they know exactly what they want, they know exactly what angle they want to see it at, what the actor should say, how he should turn, when he takes the breath in his speech. I mean, they know it exactly.
That's so important in a director, knowing, being opinionated. Going back to what we were talking about, knowing who you want to be, who you yourself want to be. As an artist, it's so important to know what you want the world around you to be, how you want to transform the world within your art form.
They wanted to see certain, punches and kicks and flips.
You need to be true to your vision, to your ambition, when you're an artist, when you're creating something, regardless of being an artist or not.
Japanese angles and perspectives in it.
Very important.
Dodge this.
They worked with people that they knew from the comic.
It's true that a lot of the angles and shots are so innovative in The Matrix. What they're showing here.
First Warner Brothers story meeting, and
cinematographically, it's.
They said, okay.
Oh, this one's iconic. It's so beautiful.
Cool.
The pills and the reflections in the glasses.
Just take us through it once.
Well, I started buying things like books, art, tech, etc. I find that once I get a physical object in my possession and hang it up, I start to really identify with the way it makes me feel, and that might help me grow my personality. Okay, that's good. What's especially good and positive in that, Nusanov, is that you see it not from a consumerist point of view, like buying things to fill the void within yourself, but you see it as adding things to who you are, to your self-identity. As long as you don't become dependent on external things, as they become just our tools that help you identify yourself, then I think that's healthy. That sounds healthy, at least.
Let's do something a little more fun.
Also, I'm making up projects for myself. Like my grandpa got me an awesome astronomy book, and I'll do little things for each chapter I read. That's awesome. Yeah, doing things that make you happy is definitely an important part in building yourself up as a person. It's something I don't do enough personally, or I struggle doing it. I struggle doing things that make me happy. Imagine you're never gonna be beaten up by Trinity. Feels bad, man. Trinity's never gonna be your dommy mommy and slap you around. I even live.
We wanted to do the action differently, and one of the things that we love about Hong Kong action is the way that they shoot fight scenes with long takes and wider angles. But they also do this wire work, which is, it's very fluid, and people, fly around and jump incredibly. It's very balletic, and everybody has a superhuman and supernatural grace. We wanted to bring that kind of wire work to our movie.
You don't have to go up so high like you're reaching for. More out. This looks better. Yeah.
When I first became involved, Larry and Andy were a little frustrated because their dream was to work with this guy that had done Fist of Legend. And through contacts in Hong Kong, we tracked The guy then turned out to be Wu Ping.
Wu Ping rocks. He's one of the best. We love his movies.
Oh yeah, this is Lily Wachowski's profile pic on Twitter. I remember now. She really loves her ducks. It's cute.
He said, I really don't know how they got my number and about me. All that he knew is he was in Beijing making a movie. He got a call from Hong Kong saying that the two brothers were really interested in talking to him. He said, I'm very busy, I don't have the time. And then the call came again. He read the script and he thought that script was a very brilliant script. So he decided that he should do it.
One of the incredible experiences on this movie, and unlike any other movie I've done, is that our 4 leads spent 3 to 4 months training with Wu Ping and his Hong Kong stunt team.
I only check something.
These
I
aren't
think my food's
athletes, they're actors. You know, when you want someone to paint your house, you hire a painter, not an actor who makes believe he's a painter. They really had to learn a fighting style that they never had learned before. It was a tremendous hardship, but it is evident on the film when you see it that that's Lawrence and that's Carrie-Anne and that is Keanu in those scenes doing that stuff, and it's astounding.
Perfect timing. I open up the door, he's right behind us, about to like ring.
Trained all the way through till March of '98. That was on like an everyday basis.
1, 2, 3, come on!
It was a very involving, exhausting process, which I initially thought we were going to be doing Kung Fu for maybe 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. And it ended up being months and months of training.
How am I doing on this fine day? I'm doing good.
In the challenge.
You missed the Virgin Veranda, by the way.
We can make these people look as though they know.
We're gonna be doing it every Friday now with Melon.
We all sort of have our own person that is sort of our teacher. And my teacher's name is Ma Dai. He really held my hand in the beginning and was very hard on me at the same time.
Oh, heck. It's alright.
Chu is Keanu's
We'll be able to show catch next week. Do you save the VODs on your Twitch? Yes, I save VODs on my Twitch and on my YouTube.
He speaks better English than the rest of the guys.
Both on YouTube and on Twitch. You can check out my VODs. If you don't mind, I'd prefer it if you watch them on YouTube, because that's better for my discovery. YouTube link, please. In a second, you can, if you hop in my Twitch chat and do exclamation.yt, you'll get the link to my YouTube. Or I can link you in a second, but I'm preparing my pad thai right now, so I can't type. I love the sounds they're making with the fake gun.
What they were asking me to do. I was going every day and getting on the wires and being lifted up, just to get the feeling of being lifted up on the wire, and then, you know, practicing sort of getting
let me know if you found the YouTube, otherwise I'll link it to it.
Going along the padded wall, and then them taking the pad off, and me being terrified. Like, I couldn't do the wire that day, the day they took the pads off the wall.
Nep linked you.
Because I was so afraid.
He's very inventive and organic the way he works, and
I have to clean my hands now and go get some chopsticks.
You must have your own style, but you also have to have
purple link.
You know, and good kung fu.
Initially, I think Wu Ping and the Wire team, they took us on and thought we were useless, which we were, hopeless at kung fu, but they slowly realized after a couple of weeks that maybe we were going to be able to get to a level where we'd be halfway decent.
Got my chopsticks, got my food, just gotta mix it up. It's looking good. I got some vegetarian pad thai with tofu.
It was really intense, but it was a lot
God, I
of
love
fun.
pad thai.
And again, it's the kind of thing that you very rarely get an opportunity to do something like this. I mean, I feel incredibly blessed to have worked with Wu Ping and his team.
Okay, so what do you need?
I spilled some hot sauce on my jeans.
Lots of guns.
Lots of guns.
to pass out to everybody a rubber handgun, just so when I go over the nomenclature and what the weapons parts are, you guys understand what they are. You can physically have something. And these are 100%
Imagine teaching.
safe.
Turn!
What's his... Ah, fuck, I forgot the name.
Kill!
Everybody pick up your weapon and hold it with 2 hands and put it out in front of you. Almost everybody has a great position.
Who's the gun expert in the new movies from with Keanu Reeves? I fucking forgot his name. The one whose dog dies.
The way they're always done.
Just a couple rounds.
God, I ruined the joke already. Wick. Oh yeah, John Wick. Imagine teaching John Wick what parts of the guns. Okay, there you go. That was the joke I tried to make.
I tried to make it kind of funny.
Would you please remove any metallic items you're carrying? Keys, loose change?
Keanu was so cool. He is. He seems to be such a nice person too. Like in the interactions they're showing on set.
The design of the film that Larry and Andy achieved in storyboarding the film. They're executed by and built and designed by Owen Patterson, who's our production designer.
You know, this film is sort of full of many, many details. An art department is trying to create an environment which is really just an illusion.
This is my ship, the Nebuchadnezzar. This is the main deck.
And we're trying to use like contemporary technology in a sort of slightly retro fashion, and something that looks a little bit different to your archetype sort of spaceship. We've sort of fallen back a great deal onto, and utilised, as Larry and Andy wanted us to do, a lot of Jeff Darrow's drawings, which were the original conceptual thing. But we're trying to sort of promote that idea of a reality that isn't real. You'll look at it and go, oh, it's a real place, but there are these illusions sort of within it.
This is some good ass pad thai. Hells yeah.
I think there's some of the most beautiful and spectacular stunt.
Let's make a cup of tea.
I've ever been involved
Go with it. Oh shit, no. Never mind, I'm not making a cup of tea. Because I don't have any more non-caffeinated tea.
Whoa. There's style and visual effects in these action sequences that has not ever been seen before.
Bullet time. Registered trademark.
You got juice.
Enter the gate.
I'm gonna juice myself up.
The gate of force.
Let's get the wind cue right. Yeah. Nobody's around. He's around. So you might want to spin around and face the subject at hand. In this particular rig,
nice special effects.
There are 120 cameras and 2 motion picture cameras set up. Bullet time is something that was conceived for The Matrix specifically. But I think it's the byproduct of the directors observing technology, and then they ask the right question at the right time.
That's the money cam at the end, that last one where the bullet is basically going to come over your head.
I could shoot the same exact stunt several times over. I can also do things like I can go forwards in time, but then I could also choose to stop the camera abruptly, start moving backwards against itself while the action continues.
Bullet time was actually invented by a Budweiser commercial. Oh yeah, the commercial techniques are insane. Like special effects in commercials, they're crazy.
And all the
definitely a lot of innovation in that field.
Works backwards from there.
When it comes to this kind of stuff.
These guys
like no cap.
Have a lot of specific notions about the worlds that they're creating.
I didn't know about bullet time
they're
though.
Pretty over the top in terms of what they want.
That just doesn't surprise me.
Break the rules that you wouldn't normally do. We're changing speeds left, right, and center. We're going to slow motion to high speed, jump cutting, crossing the line. Everything's going in there.
To achieve what seems like a fairly simple thing to do, to fly a helicopter down the front of a building, shoot a window out, and rescue someone by jumping out the window, it seems, as we'll see it in the film,
I thought he even played the commercial a couple weeks ago. I don't think so.
It's been shot in 2 different buildings.
I don't remember. That was
big set.
Maybe I did.
figure out how to make that scene work. We wanted the glass to explode.
The link isn't purple though. That was a Smirnoff commercial. Not a Budweiser, but it's the same difference. Oh, so it was just at the beginning, the bullet time effect. Right here. It's not a 360-degree one, but it's really good. Who is this commercial advertising to? I have no fucking clue. It's so weird. It's definitely so weird. Practice over nom nomin time? What? I was just telling you that Smirnoff is like cool. That's what this commercial is. It's like trying to make you associate being cool and like a secret agent with Smirnoff. Now this is purely CGI effects. Do you really think this shot is CGI? That's... Nah, I think this is genuinely like... Not that many cameras, but this is a few cameras in an arc. No, the layer doesn't matter. This is not about the layering, Turnit. Of course he's on a green screen. This is about the fact that he's that it's a bullet time. It's the same technique that they were showing here with the camera circle. Wait. Ah, fuck. Here with the camera circle, except on a much lower, much smaller angle, of course. They're not doing the 360 thing that they did in Matrix. Like that's the point of the comparison, not that it's not CGI. Why is it that sometimes it lets me change video quality, other times it's just 1080p 60? Because Twitch only uses the Twitch doesn't always give the option to transcode my stream. They're 2D cutouts with parallax and cheap perspective trapezoidal animation. You really think that in '96 it was cheaper to do what you described than the practical effect with the cameras? Because they do use a lot of practical effects in commercials. Fuck Twitch. Yeah, fuck Twitch. Well, the problem, Tessellate, is that I'm not affiliated and I'm not partnered. If I was partnered, I would be guaranteed transcoding server. And if I was affiliated, I would be prioritized for a transcoding server over non-affiliated streamers. Problem is, I'm neither, so it's never guaranteed that I'm get transcoding or not. Which, well, it is what it is. I eventually I'll make it, you know, but yeah, not for now. I don't know that in '96 it's cheaper to have a bunch of CGI work, like the perspective trapezoidal animation and whatnot, rather than I guess here this is like trapezoidal animation, so I guess they're doing it anyways. Like this is obviously that, but what about this? Because as poor quality as the video is, I feel like I see the perspective move on this guy's cutout. I feel like I see the shadows. Like the shadows are the same, but I feel like I really see the angle of the camera move. You know what I mean? Which is why I feel like they actually used an implementation of this practical effect in the filming of this short sequence. But I might be wrong. Yeah, like maybe you're right. Maybe they just hacked it together with CGI. The shadows move. Yeah, his background shadow moves. His background shadow moves. Play it at 0.25, sure. That's a good idea. So like here, you see his shadow move across the background. The door shadow too. I think your discovery improves more organic Twitch viewers later on in the North American day, like 3 p.m. Eastern time and 6 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, sure. Wub. Oh, use comma and dot for frames. Oh yeah. All right. I don't have a dot on my. Oh, maybe here. Ah, fucking Twitch. Not Twitch. A fucking YouTube player. There's literally no key binding for me to move forward on a French keyboard. Like frame by frame. That's just sad. So like this shadow's moving. Which could be just the effect of him being cut out on a green screen. It could just be because he's on a green screen. This background shadow moving. When I was talking about shadows not moving, I was thinking about this. Look at the shadows on him. The shadows on him are impeccable. It doesn't matter.
To achieve what
That's
seems
what you
like
get for
a
being French,
fairly
yes.
simple thing to do, to fly a helicopter down the front of a building, shoot a window out, and rescue someone by jumping out the window. It seems, as we'll see it in the film, a seamless object. But in fact, it's been shot in 2 different buildings. It's been shot on a big set.
Figure out how to make that scene work. We wanted the glass to explode in sort of an ever-expanding circle.
The making of the Smirnoff commercial, 1996. Yeah, we need that video. That's what we need to
figure out how to make the glass do that. What glass to use. It probably took 3 months of heavy-duty research.
Such a rare experience for a group of actors in film, maybe in theater, but in film to have been working together. We'll almost have been working together for a year by the end of this.
So it's been it's great kind of melding of heart and soul and spirit and action.
Nowhere in nature. And working in a film of this magnitude has been an enormous eye-opener for me. It's kind of chased away a few demons for me, and it's educated me a little bit more. And just working on a film with this sort of budget and on this sort of scale has been a great experience.
And I really think that this is the first film of the next century, of the millennia, the year Y2K, or they're calling it. It is monumental. I think it is. It's groundbreaking. I think it's something people have never seen before, and it's going to take people's breath away. And I think that there are going to be a lot of films that are going to kind of be disciples of this
Yeah.
movie, and I think Andy and Larry are going to start a
Literally
new
true.
visual style that will
There's
be
movies
very,
before The Matrix and movies after The Matrix.
well known,
Literally changed the game. Everything after 2010's movies have been rather blah. I disagree. There's plenty of amazing movies since 2010. You can only say that if you're either not curious and like looking into high quality cinema, and that, and also you don't appreciate any like pop stuff. Then yeah, sure, but like that's on you. Like if you simultaneously don't like pop stuff and pop culture, and you don't actually go look for cool indie stuff, then like you can't blame that on cinema. Here's that politics meme from yesterday. If you wanted to react, age verification because YouTube is hiding the truth. Fuck. Okay, we can try the age verification. It'll take some time. I only watched Real Kino. Well, good luck with that. But in that case, there's plenty of Real Kino. There's plenty of amazing international movies since 2010 that are absolute, like, mind-blowing things. Avatar tried to change the game in 2010, but didn't foster the cult following. It also was, honestly, Avatar was just not that good. I thought Avatar was pretty fucking boring. Genuinely. It's a meme? Oh, okay. There's some niche stuff which is good, but mainstream, name another Matrix. Name another Matrix? No, I'm not talking about another fucking Matrix. Name 252 films. Bet you can't. Got him. Seriously. Seriously. Yeah, Denis Villeneuve already. Like, fucking Battle Royale 2077 was amazing. The Worm movie was great. Everything from what's his name, the guy who made Incendie, Battle Royale 2077, you know what I'm talking about. BR 2047, Blade Runner, that's the one. Lots of yeah, there was Battle Royale was from 2000. Got him. Oh, you watch film? Name Zizek's opinion on Murmur of the Heart. Yeah. Name Zizek's opinion on Murmur of the Heart. I can name it. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to verify my age with a credit card. Let's go. Let's get scammed. Let's get fucking credit card scammed right away. On stream, live. Card number. Try to guess the number from the keystrokes you can hear. Shrek's is Matrix chair. Fight me. That's, but almost unironically, Pixar/DreamWorks was another absolute revolution of the. Pixar/DreamWorks was absolutely a revolution in movie making. Absolutely. But like unironically, The Matrix really just isn't that good. Sorry to say it. We can agree to disagree. I'm not gonna get mad at you for that.
Okay, so
There's nothing wrong with that. But I do disagree. I think The Matrix was an amazing movie. There are, like, the thing is, both on a technical, like, objective aspect, the special effects and the cinematography is amazing. The photography, etc. Those are, like, objective, measurable things. Technique. The technique deployed in The Matrix was incredible. But that isn't what makes you like or dislike a movie. Well, it helps like a movie when it's used properly. But it's something. The first Matrix is great. The next two are right. Yeah, I'm exclusively talking about the first Matrix. I didn't really enjoy the next two either, personally. I didn't like them. But the first one is really fucking good. But some of the best movies I've seen in my in recent years. Let me see. Oh, A Prophet is 2009. It's not after 2010. But it's a really good movie. Incendie is 2010. There's this Polish movie that I streamed on streams once that we watched together. Like, I think only Sign actually watched it. No one else was watching then. But it was really, really good. About the... Let me find the title. It's a recent one. Corpus Christi was the name, I think. Yeah, 2019 film. Corpus Christi, Boże Ciało in Polish. Amazing Polish cinema. Really, really beautiful. Amazing movie. Highly recommend. If you haven't seen it, you should see it. It's beautiful. I don't know if I'll be able to play this Magic Turtle. I'm a little bit afraid because John Oliver is copyrighted on YouTube. I'll get like live content ID DMCA'd. But I'll try. I might just have to interrupt the video.
Last week tonight on HBO dedicated an entire episode to Venezuela in the week leading up to its election. Now, this is really no big deal because basically
mute audio
every
for YouTube?
major
No.
media and news outlet ran their own stories talking about how terrible of a place Venezuela was and how much of a failure its government was leading up to the election.
So content ID doesn't say... how am I supposed to watch the video if I mute the audio? Oh, mute the audio for YouTube. I can't do that. I don't have control over that. I don't have that granular control over the audio channels and stuff. I do remember it actually. I didn't see it beginning to end. I remember the end scene specifically. Yeah, the end scene is so good. The traveling shot where the guy's like stunned in the fight. It's a very special scene for sure. Like no wonder you remember it. It's very memorable. Drive 2011, The Master 2012, Hair 2013, Birdman. Oh yeah, I forgot about Birdman 2014, Mad Max 2015. Holy shit, Mad Max was amazing too. Get Out 2017, Parasite 2019. Drive is niche, Hair is niche. Oh, shut up, Kino. You're actually trolling. Drive is niche. Drive is niche. You're actually trolling. You're not like you're not arguing in good faith. If you're saying Drive is niche. Actually, a small making of writing, but nothing on the effects. He actually is though. He literally is trolling. Like you shouldn't engage.
So this really was nothing different than any other media outlet was doing, but because John Oliver is considered such a big progressive voice that reaches millions of progressive-minded people, I thought it was important to...
What came to your mind to come live in France? Honestly, nothing, because my parents moved here when I was 5 years old, so I wasn't really at that age where I was actually thinking about where I want to live and like long-lasting life choices like that. It was more like my parents made the decision for me. And now that I live here, you know, I like it here. It's a nice country to live in. I like France. That's all I can say. But I didn't really, nothing really came to mind when I was 5 years old, and my parents told me, hey, we're moving to France.
Address the many
What do you think about Le Z? What are you talking about? Are you talking about Zemmour? Oh. He's borderline fascist? He's a far-right populist who rides the ambient anti-immigration and Islamophobic tensions within French society to success. That's literally all he is. Like, I've seen interviews of him asking him about policy, about other stuff than immigration. He literally only exists to talk about immigration. But because immigration is the zeitgeist, that's what works. And a journalist, not even a politician. Absolutely. He's not a real journalist. He's a pundit. He's a fucking pundit. It's as if Zemmour being a political candidate is as if fucking, what's his name? Like someone like Tim Pool or Lauren Southern, or a better analogy would maybe be someone like Nick Fuentes was a fucking if someone like Nick Fuentes became a presidential candidate. That's what Zemmour is. I see the politics viewers have arrived. Yes. My favorite politics viewer. Hey, this time, sorry, what jacket? I love the politics section. Okay, I love the viewers I'm getting, but very often the track record until now has been mostly Nick Fuentes is Islamophobic. I would assume he isn't Islamophobic as much as he is ethno-nationalist. So obviously he hates brown people because he wants to create a white ethno-state. That is what he believes is the best solution for running a country. So he's different from Zemmour. Zemmour doesn't come out talking about a white ethno-state. He wouldn't be able to in French society, in French discourse. I know him from Jewish jokes he made. Yeah, he's made some cringe, like, anti-Semitic jokes, yeah. Where are you from, Wet Jacket? You seem like, the way you respond, do you like know a lot about the French political scene? Are you from France? Oh yeah, you're from France too. Okay, I see. Comment ça va? Tu viens de... T'es d'où en France? To the non-French viewers. 87, ok. Le Limousin, si. Ça mange bien au Limousin. Alright, to my non-French viewers, I asked him where he's from in France. Lol, t'es d'où? J'habite à Paris. Je suis à Paris, là. Dans le 13e. Alright, let's go back to the video. La classe? Ouais, c'est cool. Mais c'est cher. C'est chiant parce que c'est cher. Mais bon. Pour l'instant, je m'en sors.
Problems and distortions in this report that so many people have been talking about. In fact, I've heard this episode referenced more than any other news story about Venezuela and its government, both before and after the election. So let's
my
get started.
advanced intelligence can be used like a
Yo, merci pour le follow, Wet Jacket.
My enemy's arguments.
C'est super sympa.
What is happening in Venezuela is not just extremely important, it is absolutely worth paying attention to, because this is not just a story about socialism. There are plenty of socialist countries that look nothing like Venezuela. It's a story about epic mismanagement.
Right off the bat, he kind of says what he's going to show in this entire episode, is that the story of Venezuela is just a story of epic mismanagement by the Maduro government. So he's setting out from the beginning what he wants you to think in this piece and what he's going to prove.
So epic that a nation of 31 million people with the largest oil reserve...
Are you still listening? Because I have a problem with commenting this video. Is that I don't know enough about what happened in Venezuela. I legit don't know. I haven't done enough research to like place myself on this, because it's pretty obvious that the West has like propaganda bias against the socialist Venezuelan government. But also, it's pretty obvious that very likely Maduro did mismanage stuff. So I don't really know. There's probably truth in both versions. Oh no, sorry. And the other like really socialist reading is that the CIA sabotaged Venezuela, and like with like and that there also were like that the US sabotaged Venezuela. That's the like leftist point of view, and the other point of view is that Maduro mismanaged it and it was a failure of socialism. maybe there's truth in both stories. Maybe only one story is true. I don't fucking know. I never researched it properly. A video on the opposition from a lefty. Okay. But we already... Oh, it's bad empanada. Bad faith anada. Bad empanada has a bad reputation as far as like presenting good faith arguments. Should China attempt to overthrow the US presidency because the US is mismanaged? Is sort of where I come at it from. Yeah, for sure. I have trouble being charitable to Bad Empanada because of stuff I've seen turn it, but I'll give him a chance. On Twitter, he's a meme. Yes, from what I've seen, he's a meme in his videos too. He's like he links sources that don't say what he says they say. Like weird pundit type shit, cringe pundit type shit, I should say rather. Is this one of those videos where we pretend John Oliver is totally bad faith and we should never listen to him again? I love when leftists say that online. Apparently, yeah, it's gonna be one of those videos. And also, what bothers me, Trinit, is like this video is obviously gonna be pro Venezuela because it's a debunking of John Oliver criticizing Maduro. So this is already gonna be like this is probably gonna be the same thing as Bad Empanada's video. I want to see the other side. Like I honestly, I just want to do my own research. I don't consider watching videos usually doing research. I like reading stuff. I struggle to look at this and be like, this is not gonna give me watching this video and then watching an anti-Venezuelan, like anti-socialist video is not gonna give me a balanced understanding of what's happened in Venezuela. I'm just gonna get two very biased pictures of what happened. So it's a waste of time, Nodders. I kind of feel like it kind of is. I'm sorry. Like it's not a waste of time if I actually have researched the subject. I think you're not giving Empire Files enough credit. Maybe, probably not. Probably not. I'm just assuming he's like really biased on one side of the discussion without even having watched the video, and I don't know who he is. So I'm definitely not giving him enough credit if you believe he's this a well-researched video, etc., etc. But I'm also not giving myself credit. I don't feel that comfortable watching a highly contentious issue, and a video that claims to like explain it entirely without knowing enough to contextualize what I'm looking at. It makes me uncomfortable. I'll watch it anyways. How long is the Bad Empanada, by the way, video? 30 minutes. And we can go through both. It's fine.
In the world have been forced
I'll try to just like turn my critical thinking on to overdrive or something, or like research stuff live.
Social media ablaze for the past few days, encouraging protesters to fill jars and bags with human feces. This is one of our last options, says this masked man. We are calling it poo-poo top cocktails.
Yes, poo-poo top cocktails. That is funny because, you know, it's poop. It is also desperate people resorting to a
I returned it. I don't need to have an opinion just from watching this, but I am watching something that pushes an opinion on me. And I'm making you guys watch something that pushes an opinion. So that is something to consider, but sure.
Measure.
So he says there that this is desperate people referring to desperate measures. We're going to get in a little later into the reality of that protest movement. But one of the things he says here is it's desperate people resorting to desperate measures. What he fails to mention is that the most desperate people in Venezuela, meaning the people that are among the poorest people and the ones that are suffering most from food shortages and levels of poverty and things like that, those are the sectors that predominantly support the government. And while the sectors that predominantly oppose the government, you know, those desperate people resorting to desperate measures are from the upper and upper middle classes in Venezuelan society. And this is reflected across the board.
No, this is fair from Empire Files. My understanding of the demographics is that, indeed, Maduro's government has huge populist support, you could even say. And so the protests will be more of the demographics that aren't touched by populist politics. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the people can be made to support a government that doesn't act in their interests. This doesn't there's this assumption in what Empire Files is saying here that means that Maduro is acting in the poor people's interest, which is not necessarily true. Populism can be successful with poor people without acting in their interest. At that point, it's about propaganda. I'm not saying that's what's happening in Venezuela, but just saying that what Empire Files is stating here doesn't imply what he's implying it implies.
From voter turnout to where the protests are held and things of that nature. And so a characterization that these are the desperate people is they're desperate for other reasons.
To be fair, compared to what he's saying, what he's actually saying is that they're not desperate people. Okay, that's fair enough. My bad. If that's all he's saying, then that's fine.
President Nicolas Maduro, seen here absolutely going to town on a nana, is almost certainly going to win despite having the support of only around a fifth of the population.
This is a perfect example of how John Oliver is twisting facts in this episode. He uses this quote from Reuters to show Maduro has low support. I was curious to see what words were missing from this abbreviated quote, so I went to the source. It turns out the quote isn't saying that he has low support, but that in fact, despite criticisms, he nevertheless has the core support of 1/5 of the population. Core support meaning die-hard, firm supporters that are campaigning for him, active in politics, etc. That's pretty impressive and doesn't include the millions of Maduro voters who aren't considered, quote, core support. Of course, many more than 1/5 of the voting population came out to vote for Maduro on May 20th. The line is immediately followed by a quote from a Venezuelan saying while he acknowledges that mistakes have been made, he'll still be voting for Maduro to prevent the opposition from turning back the clock on their social games. Pretty disingenuous, John.
Damn. That, I have to admit, that is disingenuous from John Oliver or his writers. How dare Maduro eat a banana? Yes. No, that is absolutely fair. I'd like to see what polls Reuters is working off of. I'd like to see like what was the actual popular support. Because even on Reuters, that's a really weird way of phrasing. It's not a weird way of phrasing it, but yeah, definitely misrepresenting the facts for sure. Good call, Empire Files.
To understand anything about present-day Venezuela, you really have to start with Maduro's predecessor, Hugo Chavez, shown here looking understandably smug about the fact that he's got a bird in a hat on his shoulder.
John Oliver is right to know that we have to look at the Chavez era to understand what's going on today, but really to understand what's going on in Venezuela, you obviously don't have to start with Chavez, you have to start with the period before Chavez. Venezuela is a victim of what's been called 500 years of social disaster. It was in 1499, the era of colonialism began when it was invaded by the Spanish Empire. And Venezuela, like every other colonized country in the world, suffered genocide and was transformed into a monocrop slave state to be devoured by foreign powers, while the people of the country went deeper and deeper into poverty and misery and death. That legacy of underdevelopment still plagues every formerly colonized country in the world, trying to emerge in today's economy and having to overcome that legacy of having one export, not having any infrastructure, and things of that nature. So that says a lot about where Venezuela is today. And then when neoliberal reforms hit the countries in the 80s, it devastated them just like it did every other country that was hit with these predatory neoliberal reforms. Poverty was close to 50%. Infant mortality was a shocking 20 per 1,000 births, and there was widespread illiteracy, among other problems. In 1989, the country was in total economic collapse, far greater than anything we see in Venezuela today. And when people rose up in protest, they were massacred by the right-wing government, which imposed martial law and murdered an estimated 4,000 civilians in just a matter of days. And it's out of that movement, this great rebellion and anger in Venezuelan society, that Chavez emerged as a leader, whose democratic election began one of the most profound transformations of a poor country seen anywhere in the world. And Chavez rising up out of this movement, out of this period of great hardship and great rebellion in the country, it wasn't just Chavez that emerged. It was a massive socialist movement that emerged, that mobilized a clear majority of people on a path away from extreme inequality, away from exploitation, and towards national sovereignty and charting their own path. So we can't understand Venezuela today without understanding what is in the very recent memory of Venezuelans.
Chavez was massively popular in Venezuela, beloved for both his generous social programs and his larger-than-life personality.
Every Sunday, he staged marathon TV broadcasts that sometimes ran up to 8 hours on his show, Allo Presidente. The show featured special guests, dance numbers, and prize giveaways.
So even though John Oliver says we can't understand Venezuela today without understanding Chavez, he doesn't tell us anything about Chavez except that he was quirky on television and had dance numbers and interviewed Fidel Castro on his show and things like that. So really kind of mocking him from the outset without actually teaching the viewer anything about this period he says is so important to understand Venezuela today.
Now, Chavez could act the way that he did because Venezuela was oil rich, and over the course of his presidency, he took more and more state control over their national oil company, enabling him to fund programs benefiting the poor. And when that company protested some of the changes that he was making, he responded by using his TV show to address its executives directly.
Despido. I'm firing the following people. Mr. Juan Fernandez, you are fired from Petroleum of Venezuela. Eddie Ramirez, thank you very much. You are fired.
All he says about this happening is that when they protested, he fired them on TV. Well, what were they protesting? They were protesting the democratic election of Hugo Chavez, and the way that they were protesting is that they shut down oil production in the country. So when you have over 95% of income into the country from oil, shutting down the oil industry is a pretty major act of protest. You're shutting down the entire country and the entire economy. And what was their demand in the protest? Their demand was that Chavez, democratically elected leader, step down from office. So yeah, he fired those people, he took back the oil industry, and then used the wealth from the oil industry. Instead of going into those pockets of those very rich billionaire oil executives, he then used them to revolutionize the country in ways that we'll get into.
Now to be fair to Chavez,
okay,
many of his social programs were initially effective. During his tenure, the poverty rate was nearly halved. And to this day, many Venezuelans revere Chavez to a dramatic degree.
Okay, so I appreciate here that John Oliver says he wants to be fair to Chavez and acknowledges that many things did work, including reducing poverty in half. But let's really be fair to Chavez, and let's not just mention the one major thing you were forced to mention. So just a quick overview. Not only was poverty reduced by half, but extreme poverty fell from 17% to under 7%. Pensions for the elderly went from under 400,000 to over 2 million. Malnutrition, of course, talked about a lot today, fell from 21% to 2%. Unemployment fell from 17% to under 6% and cut the huge infant mortality rate in half. Children in school went from 6 million to 13 million, and illiteracy was totally eradicated. Just to be fair.
The late president's eyes are painted on public buildings as if watching over the revolution. This man even tattooing the eyes onto his forehead.
Nice. That's the image. The eyes of our supreme commander, Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias. The eyes that see the world, the whole world.
Now that is dedication right there.
The only Chavista you will see in this entire 20-plus minute episode is the guy with Chavez's eyes tattooed on his head. That's the entire representation they're showing of the movement behind Chavez and the people that support him, not about who they are today, how massive the movement of supporting him still is today, or anything about them and what their politics are. The fact that they're progressives, that they're socialists, that they're fighting for equality, for more democracy. The vast majority of Venezuelans love and revere Chavez, and this is reflected literally everywhere in the country. But you won't hear from them in this episode. I witnessed tens of thousands of people marching in pro-government actions, young activists leading progressive organizing campaigns, women in the poorest areas brilliantly vowing to defend their revolution against U.S. attacks, but you will not hear from any of them in this episode. And it's very revealing that this show does not want to show these Chavistas, who are clearly a huge part of the population and who constitute the country's most significant political force. It's all going to be reduced down to the craziest looking person they could find to make fun of, and using that to represent the massive social force that was inspired by Chavez and is, still fighting for his legacy today.
And the thing is, some of Chavez's programs could have been sustainable if he pursued a sound economic policy and run a tight ship. But not only did he stop saving oil revenues in a rainy day fund, he also oversaw a government that Transparency International found to be the most corrupt country in Latin America.
These programs could have been disdained if he ran a tight ship. And he cites Transparency International. Transparency International is an organization who has most of its funding coming from Western governments and big business. For example, one of the biggest donors is the British government, contributing over £1 million in 2007 alone. And its other major donors include the US government, of course, very hostile to the Venezuelan government. And guess who else? Shell and ExxonMobil, the oil companies that really want to have Venezuela's oil. And guess where the data came from in this report? It wasn't just that it was an organization funded by the enemies of Chavez and Maduro. The data in this report was actually compiled by an anti-Chavez activist who was actually part of the 2002 coup against Chavez. So not one to trust and use as a basis of your argument here, John.
As long as the price of oil went up forever and Chavez never died, the cracks could...
I don't disagree. This feels pretty cringe, TBH. Now, I know how badly I want to care. I don't disagree with the idea that obviously the data is biased and it has to be taken with a big grain of salt. But I don't like this idea that you can always know an organization's intentions from where their funding is coming from. It's so important to understand how the organization itself is organized, how leaders are selected, what its objectives are, etc., how it operates. Like, I care much more about the fact that the data came from a political opponent of Chavez who was ready to form a coup to go against the democratic process to overthrow Chavez. I'm much more interested in that part of throwing doubt on the data than the whole financing thing. But even there, the slight thing that bothers me is that doesn't necessarily mean that that is wrong. Someone can be extremely biased and still be right in denouncing corruption in the government. So I'm also taking what he's saying with a grain of salt here. I'm not cringing, but I'm thinking.
Would have been papered over. Unfortunately, in 2014, the price of oil plummeted from over $100 a barrel to just $50 a barrel, just 1 year after Chavez plummeted from being alive to being very much dead. And here is where Maduro, the big banana fan, comes in.
But he says a lot of things here that need addressing. He's saying that Chavez's programs, which, he can't deny were very good for Venezuela, he said they could only be sustained if the price of oil went up forever, as if they based everything in their economy completely on just counting on the fact that the price of oil was going to go up forever. They've known from the beginning that there needed to be a departure from oil. They had the first task of building up the oil industry and solving the urgent problems of poverty, and then using it to diversify the economy, build up other sectors of industry, to not be a monocrop system. And this is something that was expressed from the very outset of the Bolivarian Revolution, is that they can't be simply reliant on oil, that they have to diversify the economy. So the other thing Soliver says here is that the rise in standard of living and expansion of social programs could only happen if the price of oil went up forever and if Chavez stayed alive. But the thing is that since Chavez's death and since the price of oil has plummeted, the social programs have advanced and the social programs have been maintained. For example, since Chavez's death and since the plummeting of oil prices, free quality healthcare has expanded to more of the country, making it available to people in historically left behind and impoverished areas, in particular indigenous areas in the Amazons and so forth, causing the United Nations Program for Development to place Venezuela among the countries with the highest human development index in the world and surpassing most Latin American countries. Since Chavez's death and under Maduro, they reached the goal of building over 2 million new quality housing units for the poor. This is a massive feat in a very short period of time, and it's still moving forward, building about 500,000 new homes a year. And now today, Venezuela has the second lowest rate of homelessness in all of Latin America. Despite economic difficulties, 20,000 children's schools received new computers and made Venezuela rank 6th in the world in terms of enrollment in primary education, with the highest literacy rate in all of Latin America. In fact, not only have they sustained and expanded these programs, but they've done it to a great degree. So for example, oil revenue has decreased by 87%. It has still increased social investment. Socially invested resources in relation to income has gone from 39% to 74%.
It's easy to see why Maduro has pissed people off, because he has managed Venezuela's economic crisis in the worst possible way. He's doubled down on many of Chavez's most unsound policies, like unrealistic currency and price controls, while attempting to make up for missing revenue by simply creating more money. And as a result, inflation has exploded. And inflation is just one of many reasons why many Venezuelans are struggling to find or even afford basic necessities like medicine or food. And those shortages have had some terrible consequences.
Well, if that's just one of many reasons, what are the other reasons? He doesn't list any of them. Well, here's a big one. An economic war that's undeniably being waged from within the country, from the biggest corporations, and from outside superpowers that have the ability to, sanction the country, prevent it from getting loans, increasing the price of its foreign debt, and things like that. You'd think that would be worth mentioning. So we've covered these factors really extensively in our reports on the Empire Files. I encourage people to watch those for way more in-depth analysis of the problems of Venezuela's economy. But here's some important facts to know regarding inflation and regarding food shortages. So regarding inflation, 70% of the country's inflation is due to the rate of exchange with the US dollar. This value of Venezuela's currency is arbitrarily determined by outside superpowers, mainly from Miami and Bogota. But perhaps the biggest cause of inflation is what's called extraction smuggling, where big capitalists, those who have the ability to have large sums of cash, actually smuggle cash out of the country over the border into Colombia and other places and exchange them there. This reduces the amount of cash in the country and raises inflation. In addition to smuggling out cash to cause inflation, there's a huge amount of extraction smuggling of food products. In fact, 40% of products in the country are estimated to leave the country through extraction smuggling. And of course, these are things that are known to be tactics of big business owners in the country, opposition politicians, and the US government to intentionally cause inflation. But of course,
I want a source on that, but that's fascinating. Venezuela currency extraction smuggling. How did he call it exactly?
Smuggling out cash to cause inflation. Those who have the ability, mainly from Miami and Bogota, with the US dollar. This value of Venezuela's currency is arbitrarily determined
Extraction
by
smuggling. Okay. Extraction smuggling. Okay. Where are they thought? Fuel extraction. Should an initial 15-day test prove successful, the new system, which looks to cut the hands off fuel extraction smuggling, will be applied across the country in phases. Oh, so there's fuel extraction smuggling. I want to see the cash extraction smuggling. A shortage of cash causing inflation sounds weird to me. Yeah, that also doesn't really make sense. For me either. Like, usually inflation is caused by there being cash printed. I'm struggling to understand the logic, but first off, I want to see if there's extraction smuggling of cash. How much truth is there? Okay, this is a Quora discussion, so fuck that. How much truth is there to the claims of extraction smuggling in Venezuela with regards to food and currency? Barry Ware, a former self-employed consultant, says lots of truth, like 100% truth. For many in Venezuela, it's the only way to survive. That doesn't make sense. What the fuck do you mean? Extraction smuggling is a well-known established fact, especially to Colombia. It is not new. It has been around forever. Gasoline in Colombia is sold at international prices. Until recently, it was practically free. Hence, smuggling of gasoline was unavoidable. Given the current difficult circumstances prevailing in Venezuela, it has been substantially reduced to lower levels. Food does not need to be smuggled so much to that country, given that over the years, 4 to 6 million Colombians entered, mostly non-legally, to Venezuela. They have been given all the social benefits of Venezuelan citizens, citizenship, health, housing, etc. Colombia has even passed currency laws to attack and benefit from currency exchanges between the two countries. Hello, I'm a Venezuelan, so I've been watching the news of my country, and the people living here know the real face of the government. Hey, Catherine, how are you doing? I'm having a good night, nice night. We're investigating the Venezuelan crisis, basically. I guess that's what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing right now. I want to see. I want to read more about the cash extraction smuggling. That's really fascinating to me. Let's add cash as a keyword here. How banks helped Venezuela's oligarchs extract billions. Cash crunch. Maduro insists that bankers are smuggling cash across the border. Okay, so this is the official party line of the Venezuelan government to explain the inflation. It's this cash smuggling thing. Sweet, I know very little about myself. Did the government just sell oil and keep it for themselves out of the country? Clearly not, honestly. Very clearly, the government sold oil and used it to fund social programs. Earlier in the video, this content creator was explaining that they cut the poverty in half, extreme poverty down from 17% to 7%. Children in education went up from 6 million to 13 million, etc., etc. Like all that money went into social programs. I don't know how much corruption there was, but it seems like a lot of the money went where it was supposed to go. That's the impression I get out of looking at the progress the country made. But I'm more curious about the latest claim in that video that we're watching is that inflation that has been the blame here in the West, in Western media, I'm sure you've heard that version of events. The blame has been laid on Maduro's at Maduro's feet, saying that he mismanaged the economy. That as an economy that is very state-run, by the state owning the oil industry, and the oil industry being the main source of wealth in the country, that they mismanaged things. Now, what I'm hearing is that there has been extraction smuggling going on, which did a lot of damage to the economy. So I want to kind of fact check it, because what we're looking at here, leftist debunks John Oliver's Venezuela episode. This is obviously a very biased video. This is absolutely a very biased video against the Western version of events of Maduro and socialism fucked up in Venezuela. This video defends Maduro and claims that it's Western interests that sabotaged the Venezuelan economy. So I'm trying to like see through the bias. What is he talking about that's real, what's not, etc. That's surprisingly nice to hear. It is good, and it's good for Venezuelans, even though they're in a shitty situation now. Okay, the chambonadas of the Venezuelan opposition. No Colombian government has helped the Venezuelan opposition sectors so much, but the unrestricted support of Ivan Duque does not seem to be reciprocated. Operation Gideon, the Monomeros case, among others. What the fuck? I don't know what that is. Nicolas Maduro will go down in history as the worst president of Venezuela for Colombia and Colombians. Despite being the son of a Colombian woman, the head of the Venezuelan regime was the promoter of a xenophobic discourse against our compatriots in Venezuela between 2014 and 2015, who blamed extraction smuggling for the economic crisis and argued that the growth of the violence was the modus operandi of the Colombian paramilitaries. It's interesting that he calls it a regime when it's a democratically elected government. I've never seen the word regime used to describe a democratically elected president. Oil is not their main source of GDP. Venezuela's economy is less state-owned than China. Oil is their main source of foreign currency. Yeah, sure. Maybe it's not the main source of GDP. I don't know about it. I don't care enough to like Google it. But if it's the main source of foreign currency, then it obviously matters a lot in the value of the currency, right? Foreign exchange rates are super important. That's my point still stands. I appreciate the in clarifying that. I'd believe it. I know the USA has a history of intervening in South America. Yeah, the USA has a history of shitting on South America, absolutely. Human Rights Watch story on illegal gold mines smuggling gold out of Venezuela. Having a hard time finding cash-specific smuggling reporting. Yeah, I'll read those couple articles I seen, and I'll read what you just linked me. So this guy is obviously anti-Maduro. But what's the interesting takeout here is that how would illegally mining gold and sending it out cause inflation? I don't know. It would obviously damage the economy to have resources illegally mined and smuggled out. But I wouldn't see that causing inflation necessarily. Unless you would, I don't know. Yeah, I need to see like the whole argument there. We talked about it with Turnit as well. Like we don't see how smuggling cash out of a country can cause inflation. It's there's a few steps missing in the logic there. As president, Maduro has disqualified, insulted, and accused the authorities and representatives of the Colombian state. But before that, as chancellor, he destroyed all the existing diplomatic institutions between the two countries. The commissions and mechanisms existing between the two states were dismantled during their passage through the Yellow House, headquarters of the Venezuelan Foreign Ministry. Today, the relationship between Venezuela and Colombia is at its worst. Without diplomatic relations, without consular relations, without communication channels between Bogota and Caracas, and reduced to megaphone diplomacy between Presidents Duque and Maduro. Okay. How banks helped Venezuela's oligarchs extract millions. ICJJ.org. What are we looking at here? What's your bias, buddy? Oh, ICIJ, sorry. International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. Oh, I think I like this organization. I think I've read articles from them quite a few times. Yeah, I think I like those guys. Let me just double check. Our team. Oh, this is like actually the people who work for them. Never mind. Media partners. Let's look at the media partners. Oh, it works with leading news organizations. Never mind. Okay, that's fine. Let's trust it. I think this is going to be a good article of journalism in any case. Like I've read stuff about the investigative journalist consortium. It's pretty trustworthy from what I can tell. The FinCEN files show public money pouring out of the collapsing country. On a rusty gas stove in Selena Ramirez's apartment, a small flame was glowing. Ramirez, 69, shares the apartment with her daughter and 11-year-old grandson. It is on the ground floor of a government housing complex in San Francisco de Yare, a city in Venezuela about 40 miles south of Caracas. The building's outer walls are stenciled with the watchful eyes of the late Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. Nice, 69. Ramirez keeps her stove's back burner lit for hours when she does her household chores. I leave it on because matches are very expensive, Ramirez said. We can't go buying them all the time. Jesus Christ, imagine matches being more expensive than the gas you're burning by leaving the gas stove on. That's crazy. Venezuela is suffering one of the world's gravest humanitarian crises. Inflation is out of control, and the country's oil industry, which once fueled the economy, is in shambles. 1 in 3 Venezuelans is not getting enough to eat, and about 5 million Venezuelans, more than 1 in 6, have fled the country. Wealthy businessmen with close ties to the governments of Chavez and his successor, Nicolas Maduro, have fueled the disaster. These tycoons are known as oligarchs. An ironic reference to South American independence hero Simón Bolívar, who Chavez invoked as the inspiration for his political movement. Oh shit, this is anti-Maduro. Their wealth derives in large part from government contracts, often to provide services for the poor. A cache of secret bank reports, obtained by BuzzFeed News and shared with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, shows how oligarchs moved vast sums of dollars in public money out of Venezuela, including money intended for housing and other basic services. Outright corruption, damn. That's bad, even as the country's economy was collapsing. The cache, known as the FinCEN files, includes more than 2,100 suspicious activity reports filed by banks to a U.S. Treasury Department agency known as the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Alejandro Ceballos Jimenez, a construction mogul with cozy government connections, secretly routed at least $116 million from public housing contracts to recipients, including offshore companies and bank accounts belonging to family members, the documents show. The contracts were for the construction of Ramirez's housing complex, part of a grand plan to construct millions of affordable homes for ordinary Venezuelans. You just need an empty beak lighter to start your stove for free, though. Actually, true, yeah. The spark from the beak lighter would be enough. Or something to make a spark. Ceballos owns a mansion in the Venezuelan capital of Caracas and an 8-bedroom home in the suburbs of Miami, near a racetrack where his horses compete weekly for tens of thousands of dollars in prizes. Ceballos is one of at least 7 Venezuelan tycoons whose financial dealings with the Chavez and Maduro administrations are revealed in the FinCEN Files documents. These businessmen, known for their love of Rolexes and racehorses, mostly live outside Venezuela, favoring Florida, Madrid, and the Dominican resort of Punta Cana. The documents also reveal the pivotal role played by banks in Europe and the United States in facilitating the flow of money from Venezuela, despite blatant red flags signaling financial improprieties. Smaller lenders, which include the Swiss banks CBH Compagnie Bancaire Helvétique and the Julius Baer Group, helped wealthy Venezuelans spirit cash out of the country, setting up offshore accounts that hid the origins of their money, the records and other documents show. Banco Espírito Santo, headquartered in Portugal before it was broken up by regulators, moved more than $100 million out of Venezuela for the Ceballos family before US and Portuguese authorities began investigating it for laundering money. Venezuela's national oil company and an anti-poverty campaign called the Misión Che Guevara Wait, let me rename my my stream, so we're going deep on the Venezuela memes. What were we at? The Misión Che Guevara, an anti-poverty program called the Misión Che Guevara, were among the state agencies that paid Ceballos companies huge sums, routed through a shell company in London. Alright, this is outright corruption. Not gonna lie, this is not a good look for the Venezuelan government, or well, neither nor for the banks. Like, the blame is first on the oligarchs, obviously, but yeah. Major global banks also played a part. JP Morgan Chase, based in New York, and Standard Chartered, headquartered in London, stealing the people's money in Che's name. Yeah. Headquartered in London, processed questionable transactions while serving as correspondent banks, an intermediary role in which multinational banks plug smaller lenders into the global financial system. Yikes. Overall, banks reported more than $4.8 billion between 2009 and 2017 in suspicious transactions with links to Venezuela, an ICIJ analysis found. Nearly 70% of that amount involved public money and had a Venezuelan government entity, such as the Ministry of Finance or the state oil company, as a party. That is what people don't connect, said Zaire Mundare, who served as a top anti-corruption prosecutor in Venezuela until he was exiled in 2017, and now advises opposition leader Juan Guaido. All the things that Venezuelans don't have are from the money that went abroad. Los Enchufados. In a gated community outside Miami, Ceballos' home dominates the corner of Jockey Circle and Steeplechase Drive. Horses nibble on lush green lawns of homes across the street. About a half-hour drive from the property is the Gulfstream Park racetrack in Hallandale Beach, Florida. The racetrack is where horses from Ceballos' racing stable compete each week for purses of up to $75,000. At its entrance, a 110-foot-tall Pegasus stands astride a vanquished dragon, the second tallest statue in the continental United States behind the Statue of Liberty. For Ceballos, the thrill of winning a horse race is one of life's greatest pleasures. It is like giving a kiss to a beautiful woman, he said in a 2016 interview published on his personal website. Ceballos' fortune comes from his family construction business, which has been operating in Venezuela for decades. The business was founded in 1978 by his mother, Mora Betty Jimenez de Ceballos, or Ceballos, I still don't know how to pronounce it, I'm sorry. And many of its operations were consolidated in 2000 under its current flagship company, Inversiones Alfamac, Grupo 7C, the parent company of the family's businesses, takes its name from Maura and her 6 children, 7 members of the Ceballos family. Under the Chavez government, the Ceballos family won dozens of contracts to build schools, water treatment plants, and other projects, including the renovation of a major sports arena, the Poliedro de Caracas. There isn't a state in Venezuela that over these 37 years Alfamac hasn't worked in, Alejandro Ceballos boasted in a 2016 interview. Ceballos has been dogged by allegations of corruption. He was investigated by Venezuela's opposition-controlled National Assembly for alleged participation in several schemes to steal public resources. In one instance, he was suspected of helping to divert $500 million from a state-owned aluminum and gold producer. In another, he allegedly collaborated in the improper sale of public lands in a tourism zone called Acapulco, Venezuela. The investigations, which Ceballos denounced on a company website as unfounded accusations promoted by unwholesome interests, were eventually dropped. The Ceballos family maintained its close ties to the Venezuelan ruling elite during Maduro's rule. In 2016, Venezuela signed an agreement with Gold Reserve, a Canadian gold mining company. After an official ceremony attended by Maduro, a celebration was held at the Ceballos 4-story mansion in the posh neighborhood of Alto Hatillo in Caracas. A former employee of the Ceballos family told ICIJ's partners at Armando.info, a Venezuelan investigative news website. Inversiones Alfamac acquired a stake in Gold Reserve and provided support services to a precious metal mining operation in the southeastern state of Bolivar. Among Venezuelans, government-allied moguls like Ceballos are also known as enchufados, or plugged in. Many consider them to be profiteers, exploiting a country that Transparency International ranked it this year as one of the 5 most corrupt in the world. Yeah, this is the Transparency International report that this guy, Empire Files, pretty flippantly discounts. Can anyone explain Neyman to me? No, that's unexplainable. Antonio Travieso, 55, a food vendor in the Chacao market. The dude in the video isn't Empire Files, it's a network. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so this is one of the guys that works in the Empire Files network. Never mind. Why is he shaved, Manon? Well, it's Shave Manon today. What do you mean? Babyface Manon, exactly. Just to clarify. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the clarification. It's all good. Antonio Travieso, 55, a food vendor in the Chacao market in Caracas, said business ventures by the enchufados don't offer any benefits to Venezuela or its people. It's business that will bring easy money from cheating with no concern about the consequences, he told Armando.info. Okay, so I want to nuance this a little bit. Construction companies are the main way of sucking away public funds in every single country in the world. It's how Trump made his money. This is not specific to corrupt South American socialist governments. In fact, what this article is showing is that it's the contractor who was embezzling funds. Now, the government, there is fishy stuff happening here. The fact that it takes the opposition party to start breathing down his neck, the charges end up being dropped because they're politically inconvenient, obviously. The fact that the government keeps working with him, and the fact that there's undeniable proof of the embezzlement in the financial files that were explained in the introduction of this article, it looks bad. It looks really bad that the government didn't catch on the embezzlement. That is kind of that was Maduro's and Chavez's and Maduro's responsibility to not let business person embezzle public money so easily. there's a lot of blame to be placed on the banks as well. International banks are supposed to know better than to help oligarchs embezzle money. There are supposed to be financial regulations in place to control this. They obviously were blatantly ignored. There are a lot of failures in this whole story. Failure of the Venezuelan government, failure in pure morals from the oligarchs, and failures from the banks that just seek to profit from big sums of money moving around. You mean despotic autocrats in failed countries are corrupt after all? They aren't. See, Chavez had a bit of an autocratic tendency. He did make what was it? He did call for a referendum to ask if he should be able to run more terms or to become like a president for life. I don't recall exactly what the referendum was. One of the two. But when the people voted no, that he shouldn't be able to become more than a democratic president, he respected that. And I respect the fact that he respected that. I have to concede that to him. I think saying that they're autocrats, saying that they're despotic, is bad faith. Saying that they're corrupt seems to be pretty apt, for sure. But we're talking about democratically elected. Government officials. We're not talking about despots. So I'm nitpicking, but it's an important distinction. And that's the whole point of my story, is that in our democratically, you're definitely nitpicking. Well, the thing is, that's why I talked about Trump. Our non-despotic, non-autocratic governments constantly have funds being embezzled away, public funds being moved away from public interests by oligarchs. That's literally how people like Trump made their fortune, and Trump is not unique in that. There are many people like that in France. There are many people like that in the U.S. Exactly, people like Caballo. What was his name again? Ceballos. I've heard the word regime also used for Orban, by the way. Well, because Orban is actually operating with autocratic tendencies. Orban is actually dismantling freedom of the press and democracy in his country. So as well as violently repressing opposition. So I think regime is much more appropriate for Orban than it is for someone like Maduro or Chavez. Of course he's not. It's something all over the world that happens in every single country on Earth. Okay, yeah, that was the nuance I was trying to bring here. Because people, it's not a target against you, Soap. It's more a general rant, because there is this narrative that socialist countries are magically like a million times more corrupt than our countries, when our countries have this exact same kind of corruption that is being denounced in this article to very similar extents, as far as I can tell. Very relevant, lol. Okay, I'm not going on a 1 hour segue into a citations needed podcast. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's I'm sure it's a good podcast, considering it's called Thought Terminating Enemy Epithets. I'm sure it's relevant to our discussion of like not calling those people autocratic and whatever, but no, my disagreement has nothing to do with the most socialism shit that righty people say. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's why I wanted to insist on the fact that this happens in our non-socialist governments. And once again, the Venezuelan government was democratically elected. Where this is not a despot. I absolutely do not agree with that qualification. If it only becomes despotic once the military is violently repressing opposition, once they're restricting freedom of the press, once they're destroying the power balance, the separation of power in a democracy, etc., attacking the democratic processes, then it becomes autocratic. Then it becomes despotic, which maybe they are, but I've never heard of Maduro doing that. But maybe he did do that. I'm refraining from judging. All right, let's go on. But yeah, it's a business that will bring, that's why I went on this rant. It's business that will bring easy money from cheating with no concern about the consequences. This is literally what happens. This is what happens. One of the biggest French firms, Vinci, made its money out of public money like this. Not going to defend the guy, but I haven't been familiar with Orban violent repressing. Okay, I might be confusing with Orban with... oh, no, I'm confusing Orban with Lushenko. Sorry. It's Lushenko who was violently repressing, right? Lushenko, violence protests. Am I... Lukashenko. Sorry, Lukashenko. Yeah, sorry, I confused Orban and Lukashenko. Lukashenko is definitely autocratic and despotic. That's, sorry, Lukashenko, not Orban. And Orban is, but Orban is has dismantled freedom of the press. Orban is also doing, taking autocratic steps. So the repression of the protests is not as violent, as far as I know, as Lukashenko's. He's not like bringing out the military to shoot at people and Guantanamo them and whatever. But it's still a bad look for Orban. It's fair enough to call him despotic, I think. Mostly because of the freedom of the press stuff and this like attacking democracy. This meme is pretty good.
Every single person on the internet, okay, that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker. That's it. That's all it is. Every one of them.
But now that I think about it a little more clearly, is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? I think I heard that in a video game once. And you know, I did earn this fair and square. I mean, I'm advocating for an important cause, doing important things, and that makes me an important person. And important people need important resources so they can continue doing important things and advocating for important causes. What do you want? That I should starve? You want me to starve, don't you?
Meow.
Meow. Alright, that's really good. Speaking of which, hey, you can check out my latest YouTube video, by the way, where I criticize Destiny exactly for the NFT thing. Look, what latest video? What is Destiny thinking? My honest opinion on Destiny's NFT sponsorship drama. You can go into my Twitch chat, !Destiny NFT. Go check out my latest video. I don't like the original animation. Okay. Well, this one was pretty funny. The meme about it. And you can go check out my commentary on what happened. Now you have to get him to react to it. I'm not gonna. Oh, maybe someday. I don't know. When are you gonna debate Destiny? I don't know. Maybe someday. Probably never, because I'm a small-time, nobody streamer. Well, the guy reporting our corruption happens to be exiled. Yep, I saw that. All right, but if you want the Destiny stuff, go watch my latest video. Shit talk him on Twitter. Oh yeah, I should just share my YouTube video and tag him on Twitter. Oh no, he's gonna fucking shit on me though. Just happens to be, yeah. You're actually not small enough to get on Lauren Southern's stream soon. Maybe, yeah. Anyways, maybe that's my way in. First I fight Lauren Southern. It's like the fighting game meme, you know, in Street Fighter. You gotta fight people one by one. First I have to face Lauren Southern. Then I'll face like Irrelevant. Then I'll face Dylan Burns, and finally, I guess Vosh after Dylan Burns. And the final boss will be Destiny. Imagine that. Save her, don't fight her. I don't know, I feel like he wants to touch this topic for self-preservation. He actually memed on it on his Twitter. Let me pull up my Twitter feed. Wait, let me pull up my Twitter feed outside of the stream to make sure it's safe. Yeah, okay, it's safe. So, What's his thing? Omniliberal, right? Yeah. Oh fuck! There's like a million copycats accounts. Okay, fuck me. Oh, there you go. The Omniliberal. Oh no, he's on the Rittenhouse thing again. Oh, cringe. Oh yeah, he fucking shared a meme about it. Look at this. He actually he's not gonna. I doubt he's gonna address it seriously, but he's actually memeing about it. And then you unlock the secret level and it's Elysium. True. Oh, speaking of which, I need to debate Elysium about Iraq. I need to make Elysium see the truth that Iraq is not the glowing example of American imperialism being a success. It really is not. It really is not. I got banned yesterday for NFT memes. Yeah, I heard he was banning people who would meme on the NFT stuff. Trending for you, Death Note and Breaking Bad. Yeah, wow, cool. That meme doesn't make him look good. Is it just me? I don't think it makes him look good either. I like the meme, but it's not the look that he thinks it is, for sure. I don't know. I don't get Destiny. How does one see Iraq as a success? By being as delusional as Elysium is. No, okay, Elysium's argument is, okay, Elysium is unaware of how Iraq's funds were embezzled and stolen from the Iraqi people. He's unaware of the failure of American reconstruction of Iraq, how all of the public projects subcontracted to American subcontractors like Halliburton, etc., were actually big embezzlement schemes that produced almost nothing of value for the Iraqi people and simply funneled money away to the US. He's unaware of that. And on the flip side, what he is aware of is that the Iraqi government is relatively stable compared to the Afghani government, that the Iraqi government still exists and seems to have democratic elections. So if you ignore the first two things I said and only are aware of the last thing I said, which is the democracy, it kind of looks like a success, sure. But what I want to make him aware of is that America literally embezzled and stole almost all of the money that belonged and was deserved by the Iraqi people. Iraq was a fucking libertarian experiment. I don't know if I would call it that. Embezzling funds is part of democracy, success. The defense is it's the only good war. At least that's the lie military bros tell themselves about Iraq. I guess they say that about the first Iraq war. Yeah, except that the first Iraq war was also based on false testimonies in front of the UN, just like the second Iraq war. It's a shit show. I see. So not too bad, but not great either. I would say not great at all. I mean, I don't see the Iraqi government as being extremely stable either, long term either. And I hope it will be. But I'm really extremely offended by the gross mismanagement and embezzlement of Iraqi funds. That it is absolutely disgusting. You look 17 years old without the beard. Yeah, I know. I was joking at the start of the stream that this stream I'm cosplaying as a 20-year-old. Also, is it a crime to knowingly lie to the UN? I don't know. I don't know if you can call that a crime in a pure legal sense. It obviously is unethical. But yeah. What is this website? Blowback.show. But I'm pretty sure it's not a crime, yeah. After a critically acclaimed retelling of the Iraq War, Season 2 of Blowback presents the unlikely story of the Cuban Revolution. America's Cold War crusade brings the world to a nuclear-tipped showdown. Oh, those are podcasts about the Iraq War in the Season 1, and the second season is about Cuba. Okay. So much for subtleties, Link is better. What? Yeah, but it's a wrongly informed opinion rather than a completely ignorant opinion, so I can almost respect it. Oh yeah, sure. I agree with you, King. Like I don't hate Elysium for having that opinion. It's a podcast where the first season is about Iraq. Yeah, I saw that. The UN itself would have to take issue with the lies and punish them somehow if they decide to, which is never going to happen. What are your thoughts about the latest indictment coming out of the Durham investigation? I'm not familiar. I don't know if I know what the Durham investigation is. Iraq War. Yeah, I guess they say that about the first Iraq War. Yeah, except that the first Iraq War was also. I guess they say that about the first Iraq War. Yeah, except that the first. How is that Elysium +1? What the fuck, Kino? That's not even a coherent clip. What are you talking about? Okay, the Durham investigation. Let's check what it is. Durham investigation. I'm like all over the place here. What is this? Durham probe. Analyst lied to the FBI about Trump-Russia dossier. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not a good look. A Russia analyst who contributed key research to the so-called Steele dossier that detailed alleged ties between ex-President Donald Trump and Russia during the 2016 election was arrested Thursday as part of a probe by special counsel John Durham. Igor Danchenko, the analyst, was charged in a grand jury indictment with 5 counts of making false statements to FBI agents during several interviews with agents in 2017 about his work providing information to former British spy Christopher Steele for the dossier. Steele's controversial dossier on Trump became the basis for the application of an FBI warrant to tap the phone of former Trump campaign advisor Carter Page a month before Election Day in 2016. Steele's inquiry was funded by the firm Fusion GPS, which itself had been hired by the Democratic National Committee to conduct opposition research on the then Republican candidate Trump. Danchenko, 43, is the third person criminally charged in Durham's investigation, which is focused on the origins of the federal probe into the Trump campaign's suspected coordination with Russian agents to influence the outcome of the 2016 race for the White House. The Department of Justice said that Danchenko, a Russian national who lives in Virginia, was taken into custody Thursday morning. Jesus Christ. Zoomer's first WMD, Russiagate edition. Yeah. American politics are always so depressing. This is fucking terrible. That it happened. I mean, it's good that the truth came out, I guess, but Jesus Christ. I bet you a whole lot of QAnon people are feeling vindicated now. Fucking mainstream media. This is CNBC. Fucking mainstream media acknowledging that the Russiagate stuff was fake. Fascinating. The storm is coming. Yeah. K-Kona, brother. The indictment charges that Danchenko lied when he told FBI agents he had never communicated with a public relations executive who was active in Democratic politics about allegations in Steele's reports, when in fact Danchenko had sourced at least one of those allegations to the executive. That public relations executive is not identified by name in the indictment, but a lawyer for him confirmed to CNBC that he is Charles Dolan Jr., who most recently has worked at K Global in Washington. Dolan has worked on issues related to Russia. Dolan also served as state chairman of the Virginia presidential campaigns of President Bill Clinton in 1992 and 1996, and is a former executive director of the Democratic Governors Association. An online biography shows he also was on the U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy at the State Department. Chuck understands and appreciates your interest, Dolan's lawyer Ralph Martin told CNBC. I can confirm that he is PR Executive 1 in the indictment. As he is a witness in an ongoing case, it would not be appropriate for Chuck to comment further on the allegations in this indictment at this time. Danchenko also is accused of falsely telling agents that he received an anonymous phone call in July 2016 from a person he believed to be the then president of the Russian-American Chamber of Commerce about information that later was described by Steele as a conspiracy of cooperation between Trump's campaign and Russian officials. The information purportedly conveyed by the anonymous caller included the allegation that there were communications ongoing between the Trump campaign and Russian officials, and that the caller had indicated the Kremlin might be of help in getting Trump elected, Durham's office said in a press release. So was the Russia stuff true and he just lied about being paid by Dems, or did he lie about Russian stuff too? At this point that we're watching, it seems like he lied about the Russia stuff as well. He lied about the Steele dossier, yeah. We're gonna finish reading it, and then make our own opinion. We finish reading things before we make our opinion, okay? We are responsible article readers here. NFT sponsor when? I don't know. Someday maybe. You don't have a clip of me saying that all NFTs are pyramid schemes, okay? So I'm ethically allowed to take an NFT sponsor, unlike a certain other streamer, okay? No biggie. Okay, back to the article. Durham lied about the communications and collusion stuff. Here, the conspiracy of cooperation. Oh, well, he lied about the anonymous phone call. The indictment says that Danchenko never received such a phone call or such information from that person, and that he never arranged to meet that person in New York, as he has claimed to FBI agents. The indictment charges that Danchenko's lies had a major impact on the FBI's investigation of the Trump campaign. It notes that the FBI's applications for warrants related to Page heavily relied on Steele's reports to Fusion GPS, which were based on information Danchenko had collected. The FBI ultimately was not able to confirm or corroborate most of their substantive allegations, the indictment says. Some of Danchenko's alleged lies deprived FBI agents and analysts of probative information that would have helped them vet the reliability of the reports they received, the indictment says. Christopher Schaffbuch, a lawyer who represented Danchenko in a 2017 civil case, would not confirm or deny that he was currently Danchenko's lawyer. In September, Durham obtained an indictment against then Perkins Coie law firm partner Michael Sussman. Pretty sus, huh? For allegedly lying to the FBI when he offered a tip in 2016 about the possible secret electronic channel between Trump's company and a Russian bank. Sussman has denied the allegation. In January, a former FBI lawyer, Kevin Kleinsmith, was sentenced to probation for having falsified a claim that was used to maintain surveillance of Page. Trump and his allies have strongly criticized the Steele dossier, which contains unsubstantiated and refuted claims. They have argued that the entire original federal probe into Trump's ties to Russia and the possible obstruction of justice by Trump for seeking to undercut the inquiry was groundless and tainted by political motivations because of the Steele dossier. The investigation by former special counsel Robert Mueller found that there was an aggressive effort by Russian agents to use social media and computer hacking to help Trump's bid to win the presidency over Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton. But Mueller said he did not find enough evidence to charge Trump campaign affiliates with conspiring with the Russians in that effort. Mueller also did not charge Trump with any wrongdoing, but his final report pointedly did not exonerate the then president. If we had had confidence that the president clearly did not commit a crime, we would have said so, Mueller told reporters in 2019. Mueller did file more than 100 criminal charges against 3 Russian companies and nearly 36 individuals, including half a dozen former Trump advisors, among them former Trump campaign chief Paul Manafort. Durham was tasked with investigating the roots of the Trump-Russia probe during the Trump administration. Trump himself had repeatedly called the Mueller probe a witch hunt, but he has also repeatedly expressed frustration with Durham's investigation, which to date has not resulted in criminal charges that seriously undercut the findings of Mueller's probe. Why is this even being brought up again? Because the main source of the Steele report, this Durham guy, is now being indicted for allegedly lying in the report, for fabricating. Apparently he might have fabricated the testimonies of Trump having direct contact with the Russian government. Which, in that case, that does not discount the fact that Russia used online disinformation campaigns and like bot farms to support Trump's campaign. There is clear evidence that he did, though. My understanding is that there is not clear evidence that he did collude with Russian interests. Obtained independently and admitted by Trump's own people. Can you link me that? I genuinely don't remember seeing that. No, I remember the Mueller probe not arriving at like definitive indictment. And now Durham is being indicted, so I don't know. Eagle Beacon Twitch is saying, what the Durham investigation is revealing is that the FBI probe into Russian collusion was nothing more than a smear campaign orchestrated by Clinton operatives who successfully weaponized the FBI by feeding them false information. Well, I don't know if you can go as far as saying that it's Clinton operatives. I don't know what the fuck you're on about when you're talking about Clinton operatives. But it is true that apparently Durham was being hired by someone who had worked for the Clintons, like if that's what you want to say. But I think a less like crazy conspiracy theory way of presenting this is that the Democratic National Committee had hired people to run anti-Republican, anti-Trump investigation, and that Durham, either by himself or at the orders of someone that is not clear yet, allegedly fabricated evidence to sick the FBI against Trump. This shit was started by Republicans and then continued by Democrats associated with Hillary. Yeah, that's not what I was asking. What I was like, my understanding is that Russia did act in Trump's interest. The bot farms, the troll farms are real things.
Be used like an octopus.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Eagle Beak.
And pull apart my enemy's arguments.
The Russian support of Trump stuff is absolutely real. Like that is definitive. But what this report is explaining is that is this not what you're talking about? The Mueller report is here, and here are all the known contacts between the campaign and Russian government-linked people or entities. The report concluded that even though Russia sought to advance its interests by interfering in the 2016 election, which the Trump campaign believed they would benefit from, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. Like that was my impression. The investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. That he did get help from Russian activities, but that they did not collude or conspire. And you're saying his campaign met with known Russian intelligence operatives, but his people used sufficient insulation between both parties to coordinate. And what's now turning out, when is the next version of Veranda? Next week. It's going to be every Friday evening, unless it's cancelled. Every Friday. Okay, November 2015, Trump's personal attorney, Michael Cohen, reaches out to Russian weightlifter Dmitry Klokov in an attempt to secure a deal with Russian President Vladimir Putin to build a Trump Tower in Moscow. I'm going to read this. People literally went to jail for this. I don't understand what you mean. In December 2018, Cohen pleaded guilty in the special counsel probe for lying about the timing during which the Trump Organization pursued the Trump Tower deal to the House Intelligence Committee in his 2017 congressional testimony. Mueller's sentencing memo said that in or around November 2015, Cohen received the contact information for and spoke with a Russian national who claimed to be a trusted person in the Russian Federation who could offer the campaign political synergy and synergy on a government level, with the Russian national believed to be Klokov. That's pretty definitive. I'm sorry, Eaglebeak, that's like pretty definitive. Papadopoulos, Ivanka, Jared, Cohen, a bunch of other people in his campaign and orbit went to prison. Ivanka and Jared didn't, obviously. I know what you're talking about. I know that people went to prison, but I didn't know like what exactly happened. Okay, this is interesting. So Durham lied. So there were lies, but there was actual like investigations arriving in collusion here. I do remember the Mueller probe being very curious in that the conclusion is there not being collusion, but then they actually have implications and arrests on a bunch of people. This weird paradox happened with the Mueller probe that I remember. I'm sorry, I didn't like go into detail on it, so I'm sorry if I'm like not sure what I'm talking about, etc. What's Version Veranda? It's the hottest new podcast out there, starring everyone's favorite streamer, Melanade, and Neyman as well. Absolutely. It's with a friend of mine, Melon. We talk about relationships. Emotions, Coomer stuff. Exactly. Relationships, emotions, and Coomer stuff. That is the Virgin Veranda. January 2016, Cohen reaches out to Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov, asking about the Trump Tower deal. Now, the weird thing to me, less bothered by that and much more bothered by your friend constantly being a dishonest shitbag who bad-faces every person who says something he doesn't like. Gonna go play CSGO, bye-bye. Wait, who are you talking about? Who shit-talked you, So? Also, good luck in CSGO. Me? I missed that then. Why are you shit-talking So, Turnit? Probably Turnit. Yeah. I guess what's Turnit? Turnit never even tagged you. Like, I'm scrolling up. Anyway, okay, I don't want to get into drama. Whatever. Good luck in CSGO. I said he should stop watching Maddow. Okay. Okay, whatever. SGGers, lol. Lol. Weren't most of the people arrested for lying to the FBI? Yeah, this is an interesting thing. Like, Cohen gets arrested not for meeting with people to talk about the Trump Tower. That's an important distinction as well. That's a pretty important nuance here. He was arrested for lying about the timing during which the Trump organization pursued the Trump Tower deal to the House Intelligence Committee in his 2017 congressional testimony. So that's interesting. The Kremlin has since confirmed that they received Cohen's email but did not reply. Cohen then called Peskov's assistant on or around January 20th, describing to her his position at the Trump Organization and how the Kremlin could help arrange the Trump Tower deal. Cohen requested assistance in moving the project forward, both in securing land to build the proposed tower and financing the construction. Prosecutors say. The Trump Tower deal is coming under renewed scrutiny in light of a recent bombshell BuzzFeed News report claiming that Trump personally directed Cohen to lie about the deal in his September 2017 testimony before the Senate Intelligence Committee. Okay, see, the problem is, on the one hand, if you want to be really charitable with the Trump, with Trump, you have to concede that it's normal in a business dealing, in a big real estate business dealing, for building a Trump Tower. It's normal to be in close contact with government officials, if you want to be really charitable about it. That being said, it's also an obvious avenue for corruption. Like a service rendered for a service rendered. Here, help me set up a Trump Tower in your country, and then we have an excuse to talk to each other. Maybe you help me a bit with the election, and I help you a bit with the power I get if I win. That is a very plausible hypothetical scenario. But what I'm saying is there needs to be more proof than people meeting to discuss a Trump Tower project, because that's what would normally happen regardless. That is why those people are not being indicted for no Trump Tower was approved. Well, yeah, I haven't heard of it being approved, but it's interesting that those people relate to what I just said. It's interesting that those people are being indicted for lying to the Senate committee and to the FBI, not for actually having been involved in direct corruption, because, well, they can't pin them on corruption. What they could pin them on was lies. Which could be either way. Like, either they covered their tracks, or there wasn't corruption. and they just fucked up when they gave their testimonies. Honestly, both things are entirely plausible. All right, Papadopoulos. Trump campaign foreign policy advisor George Papadopoulos first meets with Joseph Mifsud in Italy in March 14, 2016. Papadopoulos, 29, joined the Trump campaign as an unpaid advisor in March 2016. But from his low-level position, Papadopoulos took on an outsized role in trying to facilitate communications and set up meetings between the Trump campaign and Russia. One of his main contacts was Joseph Mifsud, the director of the London Academy of Diplomacy, a for-profit college program that was later shut down. Mifsud boasted of having substantial connections to Russian officials, according to court documents. Oh, also something really important to point out. Here is that none of the indictments that we're looking at here have anything to do with the Durham probe. Durham giving a false testimony does not put into question anything that we're looking at here right now, which is also something to take into account. It very well is plausible that Durham lied and that it was politically motivated, but that there actually were all those interactions, all those other lies that led to real indictments, justified indictments, and that may or may not be covering actual corruption and foreign influence. We don't really know for now, do we? In absolute terms, at least. Mifsud boasted of having substantial connections. Despite having scant credentials or expertise on Russia, Mifsud became active in elite Russian political circles after one of his interns, a 24-year-old Russian woman, introduced him to several high-level diplomats and scholars, the New York Times reported. Mifsud even gained admission into the prestigious Valdai Discussion Club, a group of foreign policy scholars who host an annual meeting with Putin. Damn. Damn, Daniel. March 24th, 2016, Papadopoulos, Mifsud, and a Russian woman meet in London to discuss setting up a meeting between the Trump campaign and Russia. Okay, now we're getting out of the Trump Tower memes. Now we're talking about actual political interaction. Trump campaign, not Trump Tower business, meeting with government officials. This is more concrete. 10 days after Papadopoulos and Mifsud first made contact in Italy, the two met again, this time with a Russian woman who Papadopoulos described as Putin's niece in an email to Trump campaign co-chairman Sam Clovis. The woman, later identified as Olga Polonskaya, has no relation to Putin. In April, Papadopoulos and Polonskaya exchanged several emails discussing the possibility of the Trump campaign making a foreign policy trip to Russia. We are all very excited by the possibility of a good relationship with Mr. Trump. The Russian Federation would love to welcome him once his candidature would be officially announced, Polonskaya wrote in one email. In October 2017, Papadopoulos pleaded guilty to making false statements to the FBI regarding his contacts with Russian-linked people and became a cooperating witness in the Mueller probe. Okay. Once again, indicted for lying, not for the actual exchanges. April 2016, Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort shares polling data with Konstantin Kilimnik, a Russian-Ukrainian political operative. God, fuck, this is long. I just realized how long this is. Konstantin Kilimnik, a political operative and former member of Russian intelligence, has been a longtime associate of Manafort, who worked for several years in Ukraine and Eastern Europe as a political consultant and financier. According to court filings submitted by Manafort's lawyers, Manafort shared campaign polling data with Kilimnik. The New York Times reported the data was then passed on to Ukrainian oligarchs Sergei Yovoshkin and Rinat Akhmetov, who reportedly owed Manafort money. Okay. Interesting. Okay, basically, we can skip going through the whole list. What's important here, just to go back to what we were originally looking at, the Durham probe, what's important here is that the Durham probe seems really important. It completely dismantles the importance of the Steele report, but it does not attack it does not seem to dismantle anything that was uncovered by the Mueller probe. So not quite an exoneration of an erasure of the entire Russiagate story. It's simple, Neyman. The Donald lost, but also somehow made a fortune laundering Russian crime money through bankers, I'm assuming you're saying. Bonkers business schemes. No, sorry. Bonkers business schemes. The Russian government helped him to win. His close campaign aides met with Russian officials, but there was no definitive evidence of collusion. Yeah. That is one way of putting it, yeah. Okay, this wasn't the original subject. We were supposed to talk about Venezuela, by the way. So I'm gonna keep this for a rainy day, if you don't mind. I'm like actually going over the Mueller probe. It's true that I'm sorely uninformed about the specifics of the Mueller probe. It's something I wasn't really interested in politics, in American politics specifically during that time, so I kind of ignored the Mueller probe, and I should go over it in detail if I'm going to talk about this stuff for sure. Why did I shave? Because I wanted to. Why do you think I would shave? Also, I really look, dude. It feels so good. It feels so good to be able to like touch your baby face. You look like you're 5. Oh yeah, I'm cosplaying as a 20-year-old. Isn't that obvious? I'm cosplaying as a teenager. I'm gonna start up my TikTok account. Okay, I need to look like a fucking teenager to do my TikToks. Wait, isn't Manafort the guy that was accused by his daughter for forcing his wife into performing sexual acts? I don't think so. I don't know what you're talking about. I miss Beard Manon. Well, you're gonna get him back pretty soon. Beards grow back pretty fast. I have not shaved off my beard in so long I kind of forgot what's under it. I have to cosplay as a teenager every day because I can't grow facial hair. I'm finally back. Welcome back, Broccoli. We're still in politics memes, though. I'm sorry. You probably like Tybee for another time. It's official. Russiagate is this generation's WMD. The Iraq War faceplant damaged the reputation of the press. Russiagate just destroyed it. I don't know. It's more nuanced though than like the Mueller report is more nuanced. I need to go through the entirety, but what I've seen until now is that the Mueller report is far more nuanced than just no indictment or full-on Russian collusion. And by nuance, I mean unclear. Rosberg is just doing their job as a China op, true. Probably should shave it off during the pandemic since the masks make it the perfect opportunity. Yeah, that is true. Wearing a mask and a beard is fucking cancer. Matthew C. Tybee. Oh, he's called Matthew. That's based already. Is an American author, journalist, and podcaster. He's a contributing editor for Rolling Stone, blah, 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 co-host of Useful Idiots. Okay, cool duder. He began as a freelance reporter working in the former Soviet Union, including a period in Uzbekistan, where he was deported for criticizing President Islam Karimov. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I'll check this out when we go back into the Russiagate memes turn it. Because I should like do a deep dive on them for sure, but I'm not ready for that. It's not that I'm not ready for that. It's that we're already doing a deep dive into Venezuela. Come on, stop distracting me. All right, let's finish this article. Where were we at? So we were in the middle of Venezuelan embezzlement and corruption, looting the wealth of a nation, exactly. Ceballos did not respond to investigative journalists' requests for an interview or answer the detailed questions submitted in writing in August. In an email to an ICIJ reporter, he cited difficulties accessing documents due to Venezuela's COVID-19 quarantine. He did not respond to later emails offering to extend the deadline for a response. In light of the following, I confirm the impossibility of meeting your requests in the time specified, and I confirm the consideration that is due to journalists for their courage, valiance, and ethics, provided that their work has respect for the truth as its true north, Ceballos wrote. Much of the money that left Venezuela has vanished from public sight. FinCEN files documents offer a rare view into where some of it went, and the banks that helped send it on its path. The insight comes from the banks themselves. A bank is required to send a suspicious activity report to FinCEN if it knows, suspects, or has reason to suspect that a transaction moving through the US involves criminal money or has no apparent business purpose. These reports do not constitute criminal accusations, but they provide the financial system's strongest line of defense against corrupt politicians, drug kingpins, and ordinary criminals laundering ill-gotten gains. Lenders are supposed to actively seek out and report transactions that raise red flags for potential financial crime. But we all know that means nothing to a bank. Oh, we didn't know. Yeah, like the banks are one of the big failing pieces in this whole story. That was what I was saying earlier before we got into Russiagate. Banks absolutely failed us in this whole fucking story. They are at least they filed their reports. At least they filed the reports. But the reports, what did the reports do? Did anyone stop the embezzlement of the money? Did anyone stop it being laundered? No. It fucking did nothing. If only the banks were good. Also, I don't know who said this is the journalist WMD moment. That was Turnit. Well, it was Tybee, but Turnit was the one sharing his article. But you cannot blame journalists on that when you're asking them to verify reports that come from our government that say WMDs were real. Not to mention in a whole span of like a month from Paolo's speech to the invasion vote. Yeah, absolutely. Like there was no way of fact checking it for sure. At least not to my knowledge. Banks, except like just outright denying, saying the government was acting in bad faith. Yes, you can. Well, well, no. Like you need proof. The problem is that by default, you kind of have to just assume that you should not trust the U.S. government. Well, that's dumb. There are plenty of things that the U.S. government doesn't lie about. Like, I'm sorry, Turner, but like now that's just that's just terribly biased. You obviously you should be fact checking the U.S. government, especially on important claims. But you can't by default when you report on the things as they happen. Well, you report them as the government reports them. By default, you should not trust U.S. warmongering. No, you're biased. Okay, I'm not engaging with that. Nope. I can't. Tyrannid, like you're talking. Oh, you literally want media when reporting on their own government to assume that everything that the government says is a lie. That's what you want. That's what you want the public discourse to be. Like, governments shouldn't lie to people. I agree with that, but the US has earned that treatment, TBH. I understand why you and Turnit are saying that. Wait, he's right, partly. I literally want media to not just be a loudspeaker for the US State Department. And I agree with you. The media, the journalists should actually investigate claims by the US government. But if the US government makes such incredible claims, and like Ovoden is pointing out, they don't have the time to investigate them, it's hard to fault the media if they were actually trying to investigate them. If they are just being loudspeakers, then I fully agree with your criticism. But I don't agree with the full-on like reductionist approach either. Honestly, like the extreme idea that like you should just by default think the government is lying. That's rough, dude. If the US government makes such incredible claims, maybe that says something. Not necessarily. It's based on history instead of ideals. I mean, the US does have a history of lying to get into war in recent times. I would like to say that at the present time, people should stop trusting the US government blankly when it comes to warmongering. I don't know so much about past lies, Magic Turtle. That's why all I can think of is okay, Whittle's linked some quotes here, but I don't know from what article. Just listen to me, I'll tell you the truth always. There was strong internal dissent among other Times reporters regarding publication of the inflammatory, unsourced accusations. However, and that the military from her wiki, from Judith Miller's wiki. God, we're never getting back to Venezuela, are we? Judith Miller is a journalist and commentator known for her coverage of Iraq's weapons of mass destruction program, both before and after the 2003 invasion, which was later discovered to have been based on inaccurate information from the intelligence community. The New York Times determined that several stories she wrote about Iraq were inaccurate, and she was forced to resign from the paper in 2005. Blah, blah. The Iraq War. At the New York Times, Miller wrote on security issues, particularly about Iraq and weapons of mass destruction. Many of these stories later turned out to have been based upon faulty information. One of her stories that was not disproved reported that inspectors in Iraq saw nothing to prompt a war. On September 8, 2002, Miller and her Times colleague, Michael R. Gordon, reported the interception of aluminum tubes bound for Iraq. Her front-page story quoted unnamed American officials and American intelligence experts who said that the tubes were intended to be used to enrich nuclear material, and cited unnamed Bush administration officials who claimed that, in recent months, Iraq had stepped up its quest for nuclear weapons and had embarked on a worldwide hunt for materials to make an atomic bomb. Miller added that Mr. Hussein's dogged insistence on pursuing his nuclear ambitions, along with what defectors described in interviews as Iraq's push to improve and expand Baghdad's chemical and biological arsenals, have brought Iraq and the United States to the brink of war. Shortly after Miller's article was published, Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell, and Donald Rumsfeld appeared on television and pointed to Miller's story in support of their position. Miller later said of the controversy, "My job isn't to assess the government's information and be an independent intelligence analyst myself. My job is to tell readers of the New York Times what the government thought about Iraq's arsenal." Interesting. So the government points to her as source of truth, and then she points to the government as her source of truth. There's a bit of a circular reasoning going on here. There was strong internal dissent amongst other Times reporters regarding publication of the inflammatory, unsourced accusations, however, and that the military were allowed to censor it before it appeared. A week after it appeared, one Times insider called Miller's piece wacky assed and complained there were real questions about it and why it was on page 1. On May 26, 2003, Howard Kurtz of the Washington Post reported on a Miller internal email sent to John Burns, the Times Baghdad bureau chief. In it, she admitted her source regarding the alleged WMDs, according to Seymour Hersh. Oh, Seymour Hersh, him again. Cool. Aye, Seymour Hersh, my guy, yeah. Writing for The New Yorker, was none other than Ahmed Chalabi's Iraqi National Congress, which claims Pentagon officials passed on to Miller despite the CIA disagreeing with its content. In it, she admitted her source regarding the alleged WMDs, according to Seymour Hersh, was none other than Ahmed Chalabi's. Okay. Isn't that just my job is to be a mouthpiece for the government? Yeah, she's literally saying her job is to be a mouthpiece for the government. Like, I'm not saying he's 100% right, but certainly there's at least one good example of a journalist you can probably blame for WMD lies being propagated to the public is all. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Though I think I'm being harsh on Turin because I hate the fucking I hate this fucking idea that that like everything is a lie, but I have to grant this. It is a systemic problem. This is also not just one journalist. The warmongering propaganda machine is like the military-industrial complex. All those terms you can hear about. Those are real things. So it's just I found contention in the idea that. But this also brings a better understanding of what happened, because my understanding was that like Colin Powell showed up with a little bottle of piss and was like, this is the proof that they have WMDs in the UN. But what this is explaining is that there were ongoing articles starting in September 8th, 2002, even earlier perhaps, building up this narrative of a WMD seeking Iraq. Which is much more, please listen to the podcast. No, I'm not. I'm literally not. I don't want to listen to a podcast right now. I'm not. I'm already fucking distracted from the Venezuela thing that I was talking about, because you keep fucking taking me on tangents, okay? You want to take me on tangents? Take me on shorter tangents. I'm not listening to a 1 hour long podcast right now when I haven't even fucking finished the video I was watching. And it's not against you, but it's like, I need to stick to one subject. Like, I want some coherency in this show I'm running. I want to discuss it after, not now. Okay. It's one of Jon Stewart's best interviews, by the way, the one with Judith Miller. It's like 20 minutes long, and he grills her on her reporting pretty well. Curious, Destiny wouldn't watch the Lauren video, and Neyman want to listen to the podcast. True. Big true. No, okay, so it's interesting with Judith Miller that she is part of an ongoing narrative over a year or longer of what is of those WMDs in Iraq. Okay, good one, Roser. Anyways, Kieran, what I want to say, I grant you that there is a systemic problem with journalists being mouthpieces of the government. I 100% agree with you on that. I disagree with the idea that what you're calling being... I disagree with that being based on history instead of ideals. It's literally being based on ideals to this idea that the government is always lying. That is ideological as well. You decide what you talk about on your stream, Smile. Katvin, you're new here, aren't you? Neyman never gets to do what he wants. True. Okay. Can we fucking move on? Like... I'm so fucking tired. Great vid, you deserve more views. Oh shit. Someone commented on a YouTube video. Okay, I'm tired of the tangents. Let's stick to this article. Okay? We're talking about Venezuela. Fuck your WMDs. Oh yeah, because we got distracted by the stupid ass WMDs because of the sorry, that was just my alt. Okay. Because stunlock Neyman into playing AoE 4, that would be great. Because someone asked about the... Oh yeah, because Ovodin, you asked about the WMD stuff. You cannot blame WMDs when you're asking them to verify reports that come from our government that say WMDs are real. But yeah, it seems it's more complicated than just the government declaring WMDs are real. Like, journalists actually played an active part in creating that narrative, what we saw with Judith Miller. So, yeah. Want some more distraction related to Venezuela? What is the fuck is this? The Antique Teeth, a film of Saulino Barandi's to Venezuela. This is a music video.
Kasdieną plaukus man rauna žmona, kažko jai maža, kažko negana, paskolos smaugia ir klykia vaikai, o kai pagalvoji, tai buvo laikai. O buvo vesternai, o degė krūtinė, o buvo ir meilė pati pirmutinė. Buvo antroji, o ypač trečia, oi neištversi, jau bėgsiu iš čia. Bėgsiu į nuostabę tolimą šalį, tenai pamatysiu vėl žalią berželį. Kojas įmerksiu į vandenį gėlą, nuostabę šalį į Venezuelą, kur širdžiai taip miela. Ištrūks mano siela, prapraskančią vėlą į Venezuelą.
Yeah, this is really good. Wes Anderson vibes, yeah.
Ir marimba Venezueloje Meškelis krokodilai kimba Venezueloje Tik Salmodovarą atidarysiu cepelinų ir balandėlių barą Venezueloje Saugoma gamta čia kiekviena mergina Žino kaip išsaugoti krūtinę, putlę šokoladinę ir liek Natalija Čia jum ne Olandija, čia jum ne Italija, čia Venezuela Versai kaip Ferrera, nebijok čia Lenkų nėra Belarusų nėra, Latvių nėra, Estų nėra Rusų yra čiučiut, Saša ir Valera Venezueloje Nieks nesuras slovesnį TV3 pagalba netrikampį žiedas Nes į Venezueloje Kiekvienas saugoma, ši kiekviena pakyrų siela laimės sau suras Už lango kaulus vėl aužo žiema, o mano širdį tik šalis tolima. Ja vakar per travel prieš miegą mačiau, o Dieve padėki pabėgti greičiau. Aš bėgsiu į nuostabę tolimą šalį, tenai pamatysiu vėl žalią berželį. Kojas įmerksiu į vandenį gėlą, nuostabę šalį Venezuelą. Bėgsiu į nuostabę tolimą šalį, tenai pamatysiu vėl žalią berželį. Kojas įmerksiu į vandenį gėlą, nuostabę šalį Venezuelą, kur širdžiai taip miela. Ištrūks mano siela.
And it's more related to Venezuela than everything we've talked about in the past hour. So I'm enjoying it. Apache linked to me, nice. It's Russian though. Well, it's Lithuanian, not Russian. Ah, this is cool. Now, back to the article. Are we cool? We cool now? I'm cool. Okay, the FinCEN files documents show banks often filed reports only in response to bad press about clients. And sometimes... Wait, what? So a bank is required to send a suspicious activity report to FinCEN if it knows, suspects, or has reason to suspect that a transaction moving through the US involves criminal money, etc., etc., etc. Leaders are supposed to actively seek out and report transactions that raise red flags for potential financial crime. Instead, the FinCEN files documents show banks often filed reports only in response to bad press about clients, and sometimes as they faced inquiries into their own actions. The Miami branch of Banco Espírito Santo, a Portuguese lender admonished by the US government in 2005 for opening secret accounts for Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet, processed more than $262 million in transactions linked to Ceballos. Then, belatedly, it tried to verify the legitimacy of the Ceballos transfers, but could not. Payments to family members appeared excessive, documents intended to corroborate transfers raised numerous concerns, and several transactions with entities tied to money laundering schemes appeared artificial in nature, according to reports the bank sent to US regulators in 2013 and 2014. Later, in 2014, the Wall Street Journal reported that US authorities were investigating Espírito Santo's Miami branch for suspected money laundering linked to Venezuela. After Espírito Santo was broken up by Portuguese authorities, the Miami branch was rebranded as Brickell Bank, then acquired in 2019 by Banesco USA. Banesco USA said the unit currently has no directors or management held over from previous owners and that it has a robust program in place to combat money laundering. Banks contacted for this story cited client privacy and the confidential nature of suspicious activity reports in explaining why they couldn't address detailed questions about transactions. Wait, sorry, my brain shut down while reading this. Banks contacted for this story cited client privacy and the confidential nature of suspicious activity reports and explained why they couldn't address detailed questions about transactions. Oh, yeah, because... Okay, yeah. Because they're trying to interview the banks, obviously. CBH denied any involvement in laundering money linked to Venezuela. The Julius Baer Group said it regretted its past shortcomings and that it had recently taken sweeping measures to strengthen its controls against money laundering. Banks that have been tied to suspicious dealings related to Venezuela have faced varying responses from regulators. Some, like CBH, have faced little scrutiny. Oh, really? A Swiss bank facing little scrutiny concerning embezzling foreign money? How curious. How surprising. Truly a historically unique event. My, oh my, I never expected that. The Swiss government banned Julius Baer from large and complex acquisitions and appointed an independent auditor to monitor its activities. Espírito Santo was shut down by regulators in connection with money laundering investigations. But the punishments came only after they already helped move billions of dollars out of Venezuela. Overseers of the global financial system proved helpless to contain the torrent of money that flowed from Venezuelan public coffers to private bank accounts from Geneva to Miami, ICIJ found. Bankers were completely embedded in the scheme of looting the wealth of a nation, said Martin Rodil, founder and CEO of Inter-American Solutions, a consultancy that advises the U.S. Treasury Department on Venezuela sanctions. Without the banks, this would not have happened. The Gran Misión Vivienda, a plan to build 2 million homes for the poor and working class, was one of President Chávez's most ambitious undertakings. The housing problem cannot be solved from within the capitalist system, Chávez thundered during the program's nationally broadcast inauguration ceremony in April 2011. Here we are going to solve it with socialism and more socialism. The following year, Venezuela awarded a $126 million contract to an Italian energy company, Energicol S.p.A., to build 1,540 low-income apartments for the project in San Francisco de Yare. The town was a political stronghold of Chávez, known for an annual religious festival called the Dancing Devils of Yare, in which worshippers disguised as demons danced through the streets. The deal called for the Venezuelan government to trade the Italian company Coke, a coal-related fuel, in exchange for building the homes. The Italians, however, did not have either the technical capacity or the experience to build the homes a Venezuelan government investigation later found. Energy Coal subcontracted the job to Sarleaf Limited, a London-based company controlled by Ceballos and his relatives. Swiss lawyers served as frontmen for Sarleaf to conceal the Ceballos family's ownership, according to a report that Espirito Santo later filed with the U.S. Treasury Department. The offshore company was created for security purposes, to protect the Ceballos family from being exposed in Venezuela, the bank wrote. Between April 2013 and January 2014, Venezuelan government agencies paid Sarleaf more than $146 million, Espirito Santo reports say. Among the agencies that worked with Sarleaf were the state oil company and an anti-poverty program called the Misión Che Guevara. Okay, this is really interesting because earlier I was suspecting that how can so much money be embezzled away from governmental interests without the government noticing? And here, what we are seeing is an actual conspiracy between by those Venezuelan oligarch people to embezzle the funds through partnering with foreign banks in order to hide the money trails from Venezuelan government officials. This is an actual embezzlement conspiracy. And the fact that they seek to hide it from the Venezuelan government actually portrays the Venezuelan government in a good light. You have to understand this. If the Venezuelan government was as corrupt as some people would imply because of the embezzlement, Ceballos would not need to hide his embezzlement. He could do it in plain sight because he would be in direct corrupt relations with key government officials. The fact that he's hiding it, in my opinion, is rather a piece of evidence that would go towards at least partially exonerating the Venezuelan government from this. Now let's read more, get a better picture of it. Internal power struggle. Maybe it's also that there are different factions within the government. Sure, some factions are corrupt and some aren't. So if he gets spotted by the non-corrupt factions, his embezzlement plan falls apart. Maybe that's what's happening. But in any case, it does mean that there is at least a part of the government that is untouched by his corruption. The fact that he seeks to hide it. I think that's pretty clear. Sarleaf then distributed tens of millions of dollars to companies and bank accounts belonging to members of the Ceballos family, Espirito Santo reported. Ceballos' son, Alejandro Andres Ceballos, appears to have been the biggest beneficiary. He collected $22 million through a bank account set up to manage his savings, investments, and personal expenses, and another $22 million through a company in Panama that provides import-export facilitation services of products in the construction industry. Alejandro Andres Ceballos did not respond, probably Ceballos, not Ceballos, sorry, did not respond to questions that ICIJ sent to his company Proyectos y Construcciones 1128 and to Inversiones Alfamac. Espirito Santo found that some transfers were in line with the purpose of the accounts used for the family's construction businesses. For example, $24 million was sent to Inversiones Alfamac. But the bank raised concerns about more than $6 million that the businesses sent to family members' personal accounts, just days after receiving the money from the Venezuelan government via Sarleaf. The pattern of payments and the significant portion or margin sent to the family members appears to be excessive, wrote Espirito Santo in a February 2014 report. After receiving invoices and contracts provided by Sarleaf to corroborate another batch of transfers, Espirito Santo concluded they were probably artificial in nature, meaning fake transactions connected to money laundering or tax avoidance. In 2015, the Venezuelan government investigated the housing project. Its probe found irregularities in its financing and concluded that Sarleaf had overcharged for its work. Residents began moving into the complex in late 2015. Tenants told ICIJ's partners at Armando.info. Selena Ramirez's apartment is complete but sparsely furnished, with a handful of chairs, a table, a refrigerator, and a sewing machine. Tap water is available only a few hours each day. By the entrance, a small sign invites passersby to sign up for sewing lessons. I'm a seamstress. I know how to make shoes, Ramirez said with a smile. Many of her neighbors are fleeing Venezuela and its ruined economy. They leave behind empty apartments that look as if they had been ransacked, Ramirez said. The Ceballos family had tapped into a rich vein of income from the Venezuelan government. But to enjoy that money far from the crisis gripping Venezuela and acquiring assets like property and racehorses in South Florida, the family needed help. The family had to be able to move dollars, which were in scarce supply in Venezuela due to runaway inflation and strict controls on foreign currency. Espirito Santo Bank, then Portugal's second largest lender, and its branch in Miami, stood ready to assist. Ricardo Espirito Santo Salgado, the bank's longtime chief executive, had cultivated close relationships with government officials and wealthy families in developing countries as part of an aggressive growth strategy. In 2012, Espirito Santo set up a business checking account for Sarleaf, the offshore company secretly controlled by the Ceballos family. The bank processed more than $262 million in payments linked to Sarleaf, as well as transactions associated with tycoons Isabel dos Santos of Angola and Dmytro Firtash of Ukraine, Vincent Files documents show. Dos Santos and Firtash face criminal charges of corruption in Angola and the US, respectively. Other banks involved in those transactions reported them to FinCEN as possibly linked to corruption. In 2014, Espirito Santo came crashing down. Portuguese authorities shut the troubled lender and moved its healthy assets into a new bank, Novo Banco, that was controlled by Portugal's central bank. Salgado was arrested and briefly detained. In July of this year, prosecutors charged him with money laundering, bribery, embezzlement, and tax fraud. The Swiss bank CBH has also been repeatedly linked to Venezuelans accused of corruption. Among its most prominent clients was Alejandro Betancourt, who was only 29 when he founded Derwick Associates, an energy firm that snagged billions of dollars in no-bid contracts to fix Venezuela's failing power grid. Betancourt and his well-connected young partners became known as the Bolichicos, the little oligarchs. In 2018, the U.S. Justice Department charged a senior Derwick executive, Francisco Convit Grucheaga, and seven others in an alleged $1.2 billion bribery and money laundering scheme. Betancourt was cited in the criminal complaint as an unnamed co-conspirator, the Miami Herald later reported. Despite Betancourt's efforts to shut down the case, which included hiring President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudolph Giuliani, to lobby the Justice Department on his behalf, prosecutors kept digging. In February, Switzerland's highest court ordered CBH and other Swiss banks to release Betancourt's record to U.S. prosecutors. A 2019 Bloomberg News investigation found that CBH served Venezuelan clients on both sides of money transfers and allowed them to use the bank's Geneva headquarters as their address of record, special privileges that helped them avoid regulatory scrutiny. Rudy lol. Yeah, I find it particularly ironic to see Rudy Giuliani pop up in this article, of course. But of course, Rudy Giuliani is helping protect some like rando Venezuelan corrupt-ass oligarch who's been embezzling hundreds of millions of dollars from a country in distress. That of course Giuliani does that, you know? It's just in his character. He's built different, you know? CBH denied involvement. Oh, sorry, I skipped the paragraph. Another Swiss bank used by top executives at Derwick was the Julius Baer Group. Betancourt and Convit were personal clients of Julius Baer's former managing director and vice chairman, Matthias Krull. In October 2018, Krull was sentenced to 10 years in prison for his role in the $1.2 billion money laundering scheme. CBH denied involvement in corruption linked to Venezuela and disputed Bloomberg's reporting. The bank fully divested from Venezuela in 2013, CBH's head of legal Christopher Robinson told ICIJ's partners at the Miami Herald. CBH does not and has never engaged in, facilitated, or condoned money laundering, corruption, embezzlement, or any other unlawful acts or unlawful banking transactions, Robinson said. The Julius Baer Group said that Krull committed his crimes outside the scope of his official duties for the bank, and that it had exited the Venezuelan market in 2018. The bank said it has taken comprehensive measures to improve its oversight during the last 3 years. We regret the shortcomings identified in our business with Latin American clients, the Julius Baer Group told ICIJ in a statement. It's a bit ugly that they're like all presenting excuses and whatnot after it's all happened, after the money's gone. It's a bit easy. It's kind of too easy to do that. I don't know what you guys think. I feel like there's a bit of a cop-out going on here. NFT Manin. Name Manin. IRL, StarCraft 2, politics, memes. Wait, what is this from, Eric? What the fuck is this from? I do think you have to give the banks some credence. Well, the only credence I can give them is that I do understand that there are large multinational organizations, and that one director in one branch can do things that the rest of the bank is unaware of. But that is also why you have proper internal auditing processes. Those things should not be happening without central oversight from banks, not with those kinds of sums of money. I'm being sarcastic, lol. Oh, okay. Then we agree. Oh, I have a profile on eternal.gg. What the fuck? Where the fuck did you find me? You faked it. I'm not partnered here. You fucking faked it, Eric. I'm not in here. Jesus Christ. If I try to cash out too much money per month, my account gets frozen and investigated. If a business transfers hundreds of millions out of a country where there's magically no automatic process to investigate. Exactly, yeah. Literally, and it's not just a business transferring hundreds of millions out of a country, Magic Turtle. It's a business transferring hundreds of millions out of a country and then shooting like 20 million to private individuals who are family relatives of the owners of the business. Like 20 million here, 20 million there, boom, boom, boom. Stun-locked Pepe laugh. You're stun-locked by my nuts. Yeah, an attorney for Betancourt said his client denied any wrongdoing. Really, did he? Surprising. And Convit's attorney declined to comment. The Wall Street connection. Illicit cash doesn't just slosh through Swiss banks and offshore financial centers. Much of it winds up flowing through two financial capitals, New York and London. Wall Street in particular plays a vital role. The Federal Reserve grants the biggest banks a special power, transforming different currencies into dollars, the world's reserve currency, and sending them along to other banks or companies. This little-noticed service, offered for a fee to smaller and regional banks, keeps the gears of global finance moving. FinCEN Files documents show these financial institutions, known as correspondent banks, alerting U.S. authorities to dozens of suspicious payments involving Derwick, CBH, and Julius Baer. To ensure they aren't moving illicit cash, big banks are supposed to scrutinize their clients, the smaller banks, and the millions of payments that flow through their accounts. Suspicious activity reports show that this vetting is both haphazard and ineffective, with the correspondent banks often unable to conclusively determine whether money they handle comes from criminality or corruption. They often flag transactions years after they happened. That's terribly ineffective, yeah. This is a poor-ass system. Correspondent banks played a crucial role in allowing the proceeds of suspected corruption in Venezuela to flow from Caracas to Zurich, to New York, and then be spent around the world. For example, Derwick sent nearly $12 million to a company called Mediterraneo Global Investments. Standard Chartered, acting as the correspondent bank, later determined that the payments were suspicious, but it could not ascertain the business profile and identity of the company. Closer scrutiny of its own records could have offered valuable insight. The same bank, Standard Chartered, had flagged Mediterraneo just a month before as having received $6.5 million from a company linked to Martin Lustgarten Achermann. The Venezuelan businessman was charged by U.S. authorities in May 2015 with laundering millions of dollars for drug cartels using Venezuelan black market currency schemes. Yikes. The system was designed by the people benefiting, right? Not necessarily. We're talking about a system designed... Well, yes, maybe. It depends, because we're talking about a regulatory banking system. Was this regulatory banking system designed by the banks themselves? I don't know. Probably. Knowing how a lot of regulatory things work in the US, banks probably had a big say in how the regulatory system was implemented. And banks definitely benefit from having large sums of money come through, whether they're legal or not. So, I guess it was partially designed by people benefiting them, probably partially designed by people benefiting them. The other part that most definitely went to this design was politicians. Like, politicians also contribute to designing regulatory systems, and those don't benefit from corruption in Venezuela or Angola or Ukraine. They wouldn't use that bank if they had more scrutiny with their policies, I bet. Well, yeah, they worked with banks who are willing to work with banks that were inherently corrupt. We saw that earlier in the article when the chief of staff of the Miami branch of I think was that Portuguese bank was implicated as reaching out to developing countries in order to make exactly those kinds of deals. Like, I have absolutely zero doubt that guy. That chief of executive of that branch, he knew exactly what he was doing when he was reaching out to developing countries to acquire big money clients. That it's obvious. He is going after oligarchs, who hence people who for the most part deal in corruption, or criminals who deal with money laundering. And by offering legitimate banking services to those people, he is offering embezzlement and laundering services. And like, plausible deniability, etc., we don't know how the trial will go, but I will say it. I refuse to believe that someone who is a chief executive of a banking branch like that doesn't know exactly what he's doing when he's reaching out to an oligarch in Angola or in Ukraine or in Venezuela who has strong ties to the government and who's moving hundreds of millions of dollars around into shell companies and stuff like that. He knows exactly what the fuck he's doing and what kind of service he's providing. Well, or, he provides a service and he closes his eyes, have one clerk deal with one transaction, another clerk deal with another transaction. The nice thing is that there's a term for it, and I don't remember what it is, but I call it deresponsibilization. Big organizations have a knack for deresponsibilizing people who work within them. And you even see it done willfully in things such as the US military when it comes to operating drone strikes. Drones are operated by a team of people who each have separate roles in determining how the drone strike will happen. There will be maybe one person piloting, one person pressing the button to shoot the missile, another person looking at the intelligence and at the cameras to determine whether they have the target in sight, etc. Another person supervising it all and having authority over it, etc., etc. By splitting up the tasks in as small tasks as possible and within a group, you make it so that no single person has the full responsibility of anything bad that happens because of what they're doing. Another good example of that is that in firing squads, it was known that they would always distribute one or several blank bullets to the soldiers shooting in the firing squad. And the reason for that is to give you this mental out of having killed a defenseless person, by telling you that, hey, maybe you are the one who fired the blank shot. Copium, yeah. That's a disappointment. What is a disappointment, Death Priest? If I kill someone, I'd want to know that I really did it. Well, you're living up to your name, Death Priest. I'll grant you that. I didn't know that about the blanks. I don't know if it's like 100% true meme, but it's something that I it's something that I've heard a lot of times and I've read about several times. It's definitely like a common story. It would be nice to fact check it, but I don't want to go on any more tangents. Never mind about Age of Empires 4. You're on a roll. Yeah, I am. I'd push the button myself if they let me. Well, I mean, look, most people don't actually enjoy killing other people. I know that might come as a surprise, someone calling himself Death Priest. Obviously you like death and whatnot, but most people don't actually enjoy killing. So, no, actually no. Alright, let's get back to the article. Yeah. Lustgarten has denied the charges, which were later dropped. Wait, who was Lustgarten? Oh yeah, Lustgarten Ackermann, who received $6.5 million from Mediterraneo. Okay. Lustgarten has denied the charges, which were later dropped after his lawyers filed court documents claiming that prosecutors had failed to obtain key banking records from other countries. 3 of the companies in Lustgarten's network used bank accounts at CBH, Standard Chartered found. Wow, what a surprise. I'd feel bad supporting the death of someone if I was uncomfortable doing it myself. Fair enough. A February 2017 report by JP Morgan Chase, also acting as a correspondent bank, flagged transfers made by Julius Baer. The report examined suspicious companies and payments linked to Alejandro Isturiz, an official at the procurement arm of Venezuela's state oil company. Isturiz was indicted later that year in Texas on federal money laundering charges. Ha! Funny how they're all getting indicted on money laundering charges. How curious. One of the subjects of the report was a Panamanian company linked to Isturiz, Large Investment Incorporated, that used a Julius Baer account in Switzerland and paid or received money from 3 other entities. Isturiz is a fugitive from U.S. justice and, as of 2018, remained at large. ICIJ was unable to reach Isturiz for comment. In a statement to ICIJ, JP Morgan Chase acknowledged that earlier in the decade its anti-money laundering regime needed improvement. Hey, Alive Surfin', how are you doing? Peppo comfy. We're learning about Venezuela, by the way. Here we're learning a lot about corruption in Venezuela, about the extraction of money from the country by corrupt oligarchs and corrupt banks helping them out with laundering the money. It's a fascinating story, though very sad for Venezuela. In a statement to ICIJ, JP Morgan Chase acknowledged that earlier in the decade its anti-money laundering regime needed improvement, but that it has now taken a leadership role in the fight against financial crime. Standard Chartered has said it has made major investments in its compliance program and undergone a comprehensive and positive transformation over the last several years. Mundaré, the former Venezuelan prosecutor, said money flowing from public corruption in Venezuela has successfully been laundered on a massive scale. What started with small complicit banks ended up inundating the banking system, Mundaré said. But Venezuela purely failed because of socialism. This is known, Pepe. Yeah, that's kind of what we're investigating. I was linked this video that is called Leftist Debunks John Oliver's Venezuela episode. And I stopped it at the moment where the guy commenting the video claims that one of the main reasons for Venezuela's financial distress was the extraction of money from the country. And it definitely seems to be true. Now, what does not seem to be true is that this self-purported leftist was saying something to the effect that the extraction of money from Venezuela was happening because of foreign, like he mentioned foreign banks. He was basically making it sound like the CIA was like stealing money from Venezuela. It seems more complicated in the sense that it's corrupt oligarchs for the most part here who are embezzling and yoinking money from the government here in huge amounts. But I'm good. Hope you are too. I'm good. My naive thought was corruption was the problem. Yeah. We're going to think a bit after this article about how corruption can create inflation. I have an idea about that, honestly, that I'm going to describe right after and see if it makes sense. But we got to finish the article first. President Trump's administration has taken a hard line on Venezuela. In March, the US charged Maduro with drug trafficking and corruption. The US has also sanctioned more than 90 officials in Maduro's government and state institutions, including the Central Bank of Venezuela and the state oil company. Well, he connected Shell and oil companies to funding for the report, not quite saying full CIA op. No, with the Transparency International report, yeah, he was blaming oil companies. He wasn't saying CIA op. I was thinking something like, let's go back here.
Is due to the rate of exchange with the US dollar. This shortages way more in depth. So we've covered these in the country, prevent it from getting loans, increasing the price for other reasons. He doesn't list any of them. Well, here's a big one: an economic war that's undeniably being waged from within the country, from the biggest corporations, and from outside superpowers that have the ability to, sanction the country, prevent it from getting loans, increasing the price of its foreign debt, and things like that. You'd think that would be worth mentioning. So we've covered these factors really extensively in our reports on the Empire Files. I encourage people to watch those for way more in-depth analysis of the problems of Venezuela's economy. But here's some important facts to know regarding inflation and regarding food shortages. So regarding inflation, 70% of the country's inflation.
Oh, sorry, it's earlier. I'm too lazy. Okay, maybe I misheard. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe he didn't go full CIA up. I'm misremembering. This is long, but could be a good watch after. The Rules for Rulers. 18 minutes by CGP Grey. Okay. I remember CGP Grey being a good content creator for sure. All right, back to this. So President Trump's administration has taken a hard line in Venezuela. In March, they charged Maduro with drug trafficking and corruption. Maduro with drug trafficking? The president of the country? Gray, that's the fascist dude? Wait, no, Gray is the fascist dude? Is that why I know him? Wait, I thought CGP Grey was like a legit content creator. Are you sure it's so chicken? GCP is not a fash, lol. Yeah, I really did not think he was. I don't think he's a fash. He's as legit as Spirit Science. Legit thought he was just a good explainer. Okay, whatever. We'll watch this video and judge it on its face. But I've never heard anyone accuse CGP Grey of being a fash. Yeah, this is my first time hearing that. Where did you get that from? God. Okay, good one. I don't understand how you can charge a president with drug trafficking because there is drug trafficking happening in the country. That's like really weird, Trump. Is Ginkgo Gilbao a good meme or basically hippie alpha brain? I don't know. I don't fucking know, Kino, okay? Do your own research. That's Bilbao, not Gilbao. Most of the Venezuelan government's business partners have avoided repercussions despite glaring red flags in their financial activities. Out of at least 26 people, oh, interesting. Trump's administration charges and indictments against Venezuelan officials and important people of importance who are not really rationally motivated. Interesting. What a surprise. Out of at least 26 people, companies and government entities with suspicious transactions related to public funds cited in the FinCEN files, 3 have been sanctioned by the Office of Foreign Assets Control. A large conglomerate has also been investigated and has faced criminal charges in Latin America. The impunity enjoyed by many of the oligarchs is a direct consequence of banks' failure to apply proper scrutiny to their clients' financial activities, Mundarey said. None of the banks investigated this sufficiently, he said, because what happened was really the sacking of a country. In addition to long-standing destinations of choice, such as Miami and Switzerland, business elites close to the Maduro regime have recently embraced new havens for their wealth, moving money to destinations including Hong Kong, Cyprus, and Turkey. In Venezuela, the Ceballos family continues to win government contracts. Recent jobs have included repairs to water treatment facilities in the northern state of Anzoátegui and pumping stations in 3 Venezuelan states, both of which are now underway. It is unclear how often Alejandro Ceballos stays at his home outside Miami, but his Grupo 7C racing stable has flourished, with his horses winning at least 116 races since its founding. In 2016, Ceballos' horse Majesto competed in the Kentucky Derby, a moment Ceballos said he had dreamed of since he was 6 years old. In an interview before the race, Ceballos expressed confidence that Venezuelans would be rooting for a Majesto victory. "I want to say to Venezuela to feel that this horse is yours," Ceballos said. "It is the effort of all Venezuelans." Well, it sure is. And Majesto finished near the end of the pack. Of course he fucking did. Oh no. Imagine saying that when literally your Venezuelan taxpayer government money financed the fucking horse. And it finishes last. How fucking sad. What a piece of shit. This is just sad. The FinCEN Files investigation named Pulitzer Prize finalist. Okay, so this is a huge investigation in the FinCEN Files and the role of global banks in industrial scale money laundering and the bloodshed and suffering that follow in its wake. That's like a huge rabbit hole we're not going to go down right away. Have you seen the stuff about Venezuelans and RuneScape? I remember seeing a little bit about it. I never went down. This is my first time going down the Venezuela rabbit hole. I kind of avoided really digging into it. So, yeah. Cash crunch. How Venezuela inadvertently became a cashless economy. Okay, so the cash crunch... definitely embezzling hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars out of the country. I think it makes sense that that would cause a cash crunch. And if the response to the cash crunch is to print more money inside the country, which you have to because there's no more cash, you do because you don't have foreign reserves either of dollars that with which you can buy back the stolen money, the embezzled money. I think that's why there is inflation in Venezuela, or rather how extraction of money plays a part in inflation. That was what I was thinking while I was reading the article. Does that make sense to you guys? Because Tyrannid, earlier you were saying you didn't see how extracting money creates inflation, but now I kind of see all the steps. You extract money, there's not enough liquidity in the country, so the government is forced to either buy back money or print money. And if they can't buy back the money, they have to print it. They can't buy it back in this specific case because there's like sanctions against the oil company. They aren't getting dollars, and so they print the money, and then you have extreme inflation and devaluation. Especially since all the money that's being embezzled out of the country is being converted into dollars as fast as possible, and against the interest of the country. So you have a huge supply and demand issue where there's a huge supply of bolivars with a huge demand for dollars. So obviously the value of bolivars is going down. So everything you're exporting is becoming more and more expensive, like insanely expensive. And as the economy tightens, with sanctions producing a scarcity, drives prices higher as well. Yeah. And like sanctions prevent dollars existing in the economy to be able to buy back bolivars and rebalance the exchange rates. But it also, like you're saying, it creates scarcity. Like the sanctions were a terrible thing against Venezuela, and that's on us. That's on the U.S. I don't understand why the U.S. thought sanctions were appropriate in Venezuela's situation. It seems like from all regards like a very inhumane approach to the tragedy that's happening there. Oh shit! So Chicken linked us a Reddit discussion about why like CGP Grey like problems with CGP Grey's rules for rulers video. Okay, well that's another rabbit hole to lose in. The inhumanity was the intent, and also the consequences. Like the intent wasn't inhumane as much as it was anti-democratic. They literally wanting to interfere with the self-determination of the country. That was the intent. That's not necessarily an inhumane intent. The inhumanity was in approaching it in that way in a country that's already suffering from a grave crisis. Seems pretty inhumane, lol. Well, sure, if you want to qualify it that way, I don't know. It's just semantics at that point. I don't care either way.
Is due to the rate of exchange with the US dollar. This value of Venezuela's currency is arbitrarily determined by outside superpowers, mainly from Miami and Bogota, but perhaps the biggest cause of inflation is what's called extraction smuggling, where big capitalists, those who have the ability to have large sums of cash, actually smuggle cash out of the country over the border into Colombia and other places and exchange them there. This reduces the amount of cash in the country and raises inflation. In addition to smuggling out cash...
Oh yeah, this was the thing I was reacting to. That was why I was doing research earlier. Yeah.
There's a huge amount of extraction smuggling of food products. In fact, 40% of products in the country are estimated to leave the country through extraction smuggling. And of course, these are things that are known to be tactics of big business owners in the country, opposition politicians, and the US government
and government close people to the Maduro's government. Like, I'm sorry, whoever's doing this commentary, but we just read a huge article supported by extensive investigative journalism into banking embezzlement schemes, showing that it's people close to the Maduro's government who are participating in huge amounts of extraction of cash out of the country. So, a bit biased, my friend.
Intentionally cause inflation, but of course that isn't mentioned here in the report. Regarding food shortages, I mean, this is the number one thing we see, of course, the empty shelves on every single major media outlet. I did not see empty shelves anywhere. I saw a shortage of food, and I think if you are honest about Venezuela, you will acknowledge this fact. There is not a generalized shortage of food. There's a shortage of particular food products. And what do all those products have in common? Well, they're the ones that are produced and distributed by the biggest corporations and monopolies in the country who are literally part of the political movement to oust the government. For example, 8 of the main items in Venezuela's food basket are foodstuffs that are produced by Polar, the country's biggest privately owned corporation and largest food manufacturer, which is run by a Trump-esque right-wing billionaire who is a known actor in efforts to overthrow the government. It's responsible for most of the country's butter, oil, and flour, which are the most consumed products among Venezuelans, and of course the products that are most in shortage. These companies produce the products, but refuse to release them to stores and into the economy. They instead keep them locked in their warehouses, refuse to let them out, or they send them out into the black.
On this article, Venezuelan officials seize warehouse with enormous cache of hoarded items as opposition calls for a strike. Venezuela. Well, Venezuela, food warehouse. So in 2015, Venezuela occupies food warehouse of biggest private company. Venezuela's largest food distributor on Thursday denounced the government occupation of a Caracas warehouse amid accusations that the company is hoarding goods. Soldiers took over the warehouse complex used by Empresas Polar late Wednesday, just as Venezuela's Federation of Brewers announced that Polar's beer manufacturing subsidiary is shutting 2 of its 6 plants because of a lack of imported barley. The South American oil exporting nation is grappling with chronic shortages of all kinds of staples from sugar to toilet paper, which businesses blame on the socialist government's economic policies. President Nicolás Maduro has accused Polar of sabotaging the economy by hoarding goods and intentionally creating shortages, a charge the company denies. As December congressional elections approach, Maduro has been levying frequent attacks on sectors that he claims are staging an economic war against Venezuelans. Workers said the takeover was intended to provide land for new houses, another resource that has become scarce in Caracas in recent years, pushing people to live in shacks in the hills outside the city. Polar executive Manuel Felipe Larrazabal asked the administration to reconsider the occupation, saying it had already paralyzed the company's supply chain in the capital. We're not questioning the desire to build homes, which are so necessary, but we wonder why there is this need to disrupt active industrial facilities, he said on Thursday. The Ministry of Housing declined to comment on the takeover of the complex, which is also used by several other large companies, including PepsiCo Incorporated and Nestle S.A. Some of the 650 employees that Polar said work at the warehouse protested against the seizure as armed police looked on. Government supporters staged a counter-demonstration outside the complex. By nightfall, the crowds had mostly gone home. In addition to beer plant closures, which the Brewers Federation said could affect a quarter of domestic beer production, Polar has said it has been embroiled in a dispute with union workers demanding pay raises. Members of some of the dozens of unions representing Polar workers have limited distribution of the small bottles of light beer that are favored in Venezuela. While there are no signs of shortages on shelves so far, the company says it is struggling to get deliveries to the central part of the country. Earlier this month, the head of Venezuela's Liquor Store Federation warned that the nation was about to run out of beer because brewers had reached 0 hour amid widespread shortages in raw materials. Days later, he was detained for reasons that remain unclear. Polls suggest most Venezuelans are not buying Maduro's economic war narrative. On Thursday, residents of the humble homes around the warehouse complex came out to show support for Polar and its employees. Luis Ignacio Moreno said that the housing situation is dire, but there is no need to pit one group's needs against another's. I want them to build, but not to drive Polar out. That's where a lot of my neighbors work, he said. So they're occupying the food warehouse not to seize food, in this article at least, but to seize land for construction of housing. Interesting. But they are also accusing. Polar of, one article is down is in the. Oh yeah, that's the title in the video. Yeah. Venezuelan officials seize a warehouse with enormous cache of hoarded items as opposition calls for a strike. Oh yeah, this is the photo in the video. Yeah. Here, there you go. Thank you, Magic Girl. Quito, January 14, 2015. Following increased buying during the holiday season, Venezuela is facing shortages in food, basic goods such as diapers and laundry detergent, medicine, and automotive items. As lines to purchase goods, especially at state-subsidized markets, have continued to grow, opposition leaders called for a nationwide strike. Let me allow JavaScript. There you go. Have called for a nationwide strike on Monday, which was widely ignored. The opposition's call to a nationwide strike on Monday, which no one supported, is another failure by the adversaries of the Venezuelan government, Prensa Latina reported. Vice President Jorge Arreaza noted in a public address that students returned to school and Venezuelans returned to work as usual, with very little visible evidence of people striking. Governor of Veranda state and former opposition presidential candidate Enrique Capriles has recently escalated the call for Venezuelans to mobilize against the government. We are in a state of emergency, he said on Monday. This is the time to mobilize in the streets. The opposition governor did not support the militant street actions, locally known as guarimbas, that took place in 2014 and left 43 people dead. State newspaper Correo del Orinoco reported that Capriles' current rallying call maintains those views with the slogan, "Mobilizations yes, guarimbas no." Over the weekend, Reuters reported that Venezuelan police arrested 16 people who are protesting outside of supermarkets in the western state of Zulia. Delza Solorzano, a miner who is in charge of human rights issues for the opposition coalition MUD, Democratic Unity Roundtable, was one of the protesters who was detained and then immediately released, along with 3 others, the Correo del Orinoco reported. That's actually so weird. I've never heard a local politician in the US actively call for protesters to take to the streets, at least contextually weird to me. That's not that weird. I mean, protesting is a way of, is definitely a way of putting pressure. If you're an opposition politician, I don't think it's that weird. I don't know if I've ever seen that in France, though, like calling for protests, but I think I have. I think I have seen for people calling for people to take to the streets. But always calling for it to happen in a legal way. Well, Trump called people to the streets, yeah, on January 6th. And we saw how that happened, yeah. Yeah, January 6th, absolutely. Trump, yeah, but he's a national politician as well. Oh, okay, you said local politician. Nah, I'm pretty sure that's the normal thing. I don't know. On Saturday, 8 cars were firebombed at the state-run CAN TV telecommunications firm in Puerto Ordaz, and opposition groups are suspected of being involved. An economic coup. In December, Diosdado Cabello, president of the National Assembly and the United Socialist Party of Venezuela, alerted the Venezuelan people that the opposition would intensify protests and destabilization plans in early 2015. Cabello claimed that the opposition group calling itself Anonymous War would be implementing Operation Checkmate and would count on the backing of opposition leaders Leopoldo Lopez and Marina Corina Machado. Transnational media corporations like CNN are also poised to broadcast a live transmission of disruptions, Cabello claimed on January 7th. Because in France you don't have to call anyone to the streets before you can get the message out there, already all there. True. Meanwhile, President Nicolas Maduro weighed in from Algeria. It is a design to try and disturb the people by taking things to extreme situations. This is the vital concept of destabilizing the country, an economic coup, but the people are defeating it in the streets. The Venezuelan leader is currently on an international tour to seek loans and investment deals in the face of decade-low oil prices. 95% of Venezuela's export earnings is based on the sale of petrol and derivatives. Terrence, what were you saying about oil not being so important for Venezuela? 95% of export earnings are based on petrol and derivatives? And as the barrel keeps falling, literally not what I said. Literally not. Well, no, true. But what she said was that it wasn't a big part of the GDP. I know. And what you said was more nuanced than that. I'm actually mischaracterizing what she said. But I just thought I still can't get over the fact that you wanted to like also not what I said. No, that you literally said. You did literally say that that petrol was not an important part of Venezuelan GDP. That oil was not an important part of Venezuelan GDP. That was literally the start of your sentence. Nope. Well, I remember it. It's in the fucking VOD if you want to go back. But I remember it. That was literally written. I said it wasn't the majority. Okay, saying it's not the majority, so it's less than 50%, and me paraphrasing it, saying that it's not an important part. Let's just solve this discussion right away. Oil sales make up to 99% of export earnings and roughly 1/4 of gross of GDP. Okay. I think 40% of an economy isn't important. Well, 25% according to this article. But obviously it changes from year to year and depends on oil prices, right? 99% of exports, yeah. Venezuela only failed because they were socialists. Socialism is just a phase. They had to become communist. Stop trolling me. I've been trolled for the past like 2 fucking hours by there's always someone to just come in and troll me. God damn it. I can't. I love you, okay? Good job. Keep up the good work, Chinchilla. Let's go. We will someday actually make it through this fucking video. We're 17 minutes in, 50 articles in. I don't know how many fucking tangents we've been on. We've been on Iraq WMDs, Russiagate, the Durham reports, the Steele reports, the Mueller probe. We've been all over the fucking place. Huge financial bank conspiracies to embezzle money from Venezuela, but also plenty of other countries, and we're back to Venezuela. We're gonna make it. I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So 95% of export earnings are based on petrol and derivatives, and as the barrel keeps falling, many economists are speculating about Venezuela's ability to service its external debt and fulfill its domestic budgetary commitments. A sensible paragraph. The credit rating organization Moody's estimates that the dramatic oil price drop will be sustained and have consequently cut Venezuela's rating, making it the world's worst among countries not in default. A representative of the Wall Street company told Reuters yesterday that the sliding prices will more than outweigh the potential benefits of future foreign investment inflows. I remember Venezuela becoming a failed state due to oil prices dropping. Well, it definitely played a part, but what we're seeing here is that there were other important factors in what harmed the Venezuelan economy. But it would be stupid to imply that it didn't play a part. But we are seeing many other things contribute to the damage that was done to the Venezuelan economy. Looks at oil prices today. Well, let's see. Barrel oil price, where it's at right now. Jesus Christ, $82? Yo. We be, I knew it was super low recently, yeah. It had dropped really, really low. Hey, it's back up. They just need to start mining gold legally. Nah, gold is for boomers. Wow, genius analysis by Moody's. I know, right? Genius analysis by Moody's. So glad I'm getting an electric bike. Yeah, electric bikes are pretty poggers. I'll grant you that. No, as far as the Moody's analysis goes, what really disappoints me with organizations such as Moody's is that they have clear pro-Western biases. They will be very, very judgmental and incisive as to any uncertainties in any countries outside of the OECD. But when it comes to OECD, they're like, Nah, your debt is fine. Your economic crisis is fine. Like, everything is fine. And the thing is that organizations such as Moody's have a self-fulfilling prophecy effect, a bit of a Cassandra effect that is very, very unpleasant for countries such as Venezuela stuck in those situations. Venezuela needs foreign money to compensate for the corruption problems that we've seen, the fallen oil prices, the extraction of money and other goods from the country. Obviously, those are systemic issues that Venezuela needs to address. Otherwise, it's just plugging a hole that, or trying not so much plugging this hole as much as trying to fill a sieve with water, which is not a good long-term solution. But regardless, they need foreign money. They need those fucking dollars to balance out their exchange rates and their debt and all those other things. And if Moody's ranks them as shitty, they're not gated. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get foreign investment when Moody's is shitting on them, which in turn makes them even look worse economically. So it justifies the Moody's poor score. That's why I'm saying it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Once Moody's says you're a shitty customer for investment, then you become a shitty customer for investment, even if you weren't in the first place. But I have a nuclear cold take on Venezuela. They got hot women. Based. I was looking at electric bikes, but then just bought a motorcycle for less. Buy an electric scooter. Electric scooters. I know. I hate scooters. I hate two-wheeled things that go fast because they're fucking dangerous. I do not feel safe in them. But electric scooters are really fucking based. If you like motorcycles. I've ridden on all around in Chengdu in China on electric scooters. Everyone does that. Everyone has an electric scooter. They're cheap. They're easy to recharge and maintain. Everyone's using them, and it just like works really well. Honestly, it's a really dank mode of transportation. Anyways, a representative of the Wall Street company told Reuters yesterday that the sliding amidst debate in the financial press about Venezuela's possible default, economist Mark Weisbrot of the Center for Economic Policy and Francisco Rodriguez of Bank of America Merrill Lynch both argued that Venezuela's shortages are not due to an inability to pay its debt, but due to internal monetary policy. But with the cost of a barrel of Brent crude oil falling nearly to half its amount in June 2014, Venezuela's internal economic problems have only become amplified. Representatives of the Venezuelan government continue to blame the long lines and shortages on an economic war organized by the opposition along with transnational capital. We do not control the distribution of food because the majority is private. 70% of the gross domestic product is private, and this means that they, the private sector, control all of the networks of distribution, where they execute the maneuvers of planned shortages. How do they do it? Through hoarding, Carlos Razo, director of the research institute Bolivar Max, said on the program Sin Coba, which airs on state-owned VTV. Wouldn't it be simpler not to import the food? Hoarding food is expensive. Like that's the only thing that makes me skeptical. The main thing that makes me skeptical of this statement. Hoarding food is expensive. Having big warehouses full of stuff is an expense. Isn't it so much simpler to just not import it in the first place if you're trying to manufacture a shortage? Why would you import it, have it inside the country where it could be very easily seized regardless? Like, shortages are usually caused by importation logistical issues in the first place. If you can't import this stuff, that's when you have a shortage, usually, not because you're hoarding it. How, like, the amount of food and goods that the country is going through every single day, you're not going to have more than like several days or a week of goods hoarded up, even if you fill up all your warehouses to the maximum, right? It's just not logistically feasible. What you do have when you're a big company that's providing food and goods to the entire population, what you do have is you have a constant circular system of imports, warehouses storing momentarily, and then distribution off to where consumers will be able to buy the goods. The warehouses are only there for as like a middle storage place between the international import and local distribution. And even then, there's like several stages of warehouses, right? A big port will have a bigger warehouse that will then distribute stuff to smaller warehouses that will then distribute stuff to the different stores, etc., etc. Like, you're not Neyman advocating for just-in-time logistics. Woo. I'm not advocating for them. I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just saying that's how things work for those in that industry, as far as I know. I'm not saying it's good or bad. Well, I don't get why you're seeing and advocating in anything there, Turnit. I'm just saying that I have trouble buying the official Venezuelan government explanation of what happened when it doesn't make sense if the industry is following just-in-time logistics, which most industries of this type, to my knowledge, do follow. So their explanation doesn't make sense. You're not hoarding. You cannot hoard if you're doing just-in-time logistics. You don't have the infrastructure to do that. Venezuela, the country of peppers. Honestly, I've heard you can easily convert the rental ones they leave around on streets. Oh, wouldn't that be illegal? Wouldn't you be stealing the rental one? Anyways, honestly, I really wonder what would happen to Gulf states since once oil isn't like the primary source of income, if they can transition their economy. They're trying to. Like, Dubai is literally, or like Abu Dhabi and Dubai are openly stated as being attempts to diversify the economy by creating tourism centers in the countries. That's actually the official reason for hyping them up, and why so much money is put into hyping them up. And then there are other avenues of investment in Gulf countries. They're also investing in universities, for example. They want their universities to become centers of education, and also to create highly qualified workers that could then attract industries to the countries, etc., etc. They do actually have some semi-semblance of a plan for future diversification. Hoarded goods. On Monday, a warehouse full of basic goods was seized in the industrial zone of the municipality of San Francisco in the state of Zulia, belonging to the company Herrera CA. Over 1.5 million diapers, 360,000 kilos of detergent, 277,000 units of soap, and 14,000 units of baby formula were found there, in addition to corn flour, black beans, rice, shampoo, and other items. Andres Eloy Mendez, the superintendent of fair prices, signaled, "They want to generate the sensation that there are no products. Here they are. This company has warehouses in 9 states in the country. Now they are all occupied by the government, and the merchandise will be distributed to the people." Mendes also warned that this type of hoarding of basic goods comes with a 10 to 12-year prison sentence. As the government continues to crack down on the trafficking of basic goods and reselling of subsidized food at higher prices on the black market, the Venezuelan daily paper Últimas Noticias reported the detention and deportation of 190 people, the majority of whom are Colombian nationals, accused of related activities. Since October of last year, selling basic goods on the informal market is illegal, in accordance with new laws passed to combat scarcity. Interesting. So it's okay. I'm gonna make a stupid gamer analogy. What they're describing is a scenario similar to the graphics cards shortage, where you have people who already have their graphics card who don't need an RTX 3070, who are buying them all up to scalp them. And the government's trying to control that and stop it happening. And so apparently that's playing into the food shortage. The fact that they found a lot of stuff in the warehouse is obviously rather an argument in the favor of the government description of what's happening here, of there being hoarding. But I struggle to really know if the numbers they're citing here are normal numbers for a huge warehouse, one of 9 that services the entire country, or if they're actually a sign of hoarding. I don't know enough about the logistics of those kinds of companies to be able to tell. But that being said, I'm good for them. Like they freed up the stuff, and obviously while there are shortages, the warehouses should be empty. That is something that definitely favors the government version of events. If there are shortages, warehouses should be empty. There's no reason for warehouses to be full of shit and people outside suffering from shortages. That only makes sense if the logistics are complicated in bringing the goods to the supermarkets, and onto the stalls of the supermarkets. Anyways, we found the article he was quoting. That's what I wanted to see. Should citizens get a ration of GPUs a year, like per family? Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm advocating for. Socialize the GPUs.
Black market to be sold at an exorbitant markup, and of course also contribute to the rate of inflation and price hikes. So the price controls that Oliver mentions as one of Chavez's most unsound policies is a response to this. When major corporations price gouge to intentionally make essential products out of reach to poor and working families, the government can either just let them do that or impose price controls and force discounts on the products so that people can get them. I'm sure the CEOs don't like that very much, but that's a debate for another time.
It is not like Maduro isn't aware that people are starving. In fact, during one of his media appearances, a reporter noticed that the video feed cut away every time Maduro helped himself to the plates of charcuterie and cakes. Yeah, he just housed an empanada in front of a starving nation. And come on, Maduro, a nationwide famine is no time for fourth meal.
My God, they caught Maduro eating food. What an outrage. You know, this narrative of a starving nation was really contradicted by Venezuelans I met who were actually living in the poorest areas.
Pero no todo es lo que se refleja en los medios de comunicación. Yo tengo familia en Colombia y mi familia prácticamente a diario me escribe angustiada, que mira, que vente, que... Y no, yo digo, no, mira, pero no es como lo pintan allá. O sea, aquí no nos estamos muriendo de hambre.
Un poco la comida, si ya se ha puesto escasa, es por la guerra económica que nos están haciendo los opositarios. Las empresas privadas no colaboran en nada. Si hay comida en Venezuela.
Aquí se garantizan las 3 comidas. Los niños en la escuela tienen garantizada la comida totalmente gratis.
Digo que es totalmente falso porque puedes ver que en los restaurantes de las Mercedes, en los restaurantes de mayor lujo aquí, están llenos. Y si realmente estuviera pasando esa situación, estuvieran esos restaurantes vacíos, la gente estuviera pidiendo comida en las calles y no está ocurriendo eso realmente.
So there's definitely more to the story there.
Okay, so we have really contradictory statements here, right? On the one hand, we have people saying that the country is absolutely falling apart at the seams, that the people dying of famine, but that there's huge shortages of food, people aren't able to eat. And on the other hand, we have those testimonies of people, well, being able to eat. I don't know what to think of it.
Reaction to Venezuela's mass food shortages. Just wait until you see him do some pretty insensitive crowd work.
Why are you so skinny, Gustavo? Have you been jogging? What happened to him? Maduro's diet.
Even when the Maduro government has tried to help, it's done it in a truly ham-fisted way. For instance, Maduro has proposed a so-called rabbits plan, basically a program to encourage Venezuelans to breed and eat bunnies.
So the irony of this is he says the only time he's tried to help the hunger problem is in ham-fisted ways. The irony is that he's speaking at a meeting of something called CLAP, which is a massive program by millions of farmers, activists all across the country to produce and distribute food to make sure every food insecure house has the basic necessities that are in shortage because the big businesses are hoarding them. And because of that program, over 6 million households are receiving on a regular basis these basic foodstuffs so they're not food insecure, and the program is expanding. And a thing about the rabbit plan. Of course, again, trying to characterize the Venezuelan government as just insane and crazy and who would come up with such a plan to eat bunnies. I'd find that there's actually dozens of countries. In fact, most industrialized countries have some kind of rabbit meat industries, including Poland, Portugal, Hungary, Indonesia, Germany, Czech Republic, Belgium, Italy, Spain, France, China.
Rabbit meat industries is nothing
United
new.
States of America.
Maduro has generally lived in complete denial. His most recent plan to address rampant inflation was to introduce a new version of their currency, the bolivar, just with 3 zeros lopped off the end. And in case any part of you thinks that might actually fix their inflation problem, we asked Yale economist Robert Shiller if that's how money works. Take a look.
No, that's not how money works.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks.
Maduro has lived in complete denial of the shortages and of inflation. Aside from this completely condescending clip of this esteemed Yale economist, Venezuela's new currency is just one of many far-reaching plans to tackle the impact of the economic war on the country. This includes a new cryptocurrency called the petrodollar and more, far from the accusation that Maduro is in complete denial of the economic problems. Anyone who knows anything about Venezuelan politics knows that the inflation rate, the economic crisis, and the food shortages are the #1 focus of the entire government and everyone who is politically active. Stopping the economy of extraction smuggling, where all the trade routes of products and cash being snuck across the border, another major
Venezuela tackles Bolivar exchange mafias on the Colombian border. Venezuela clamps down on illegal hoarding of food and medicines. 30 tons of Venezuelan Bolivar bills found hoarded in Paraguay. Interesting. Venezuela jails 11 Banesco bankers amid deepening economic crisis. Venezuela is shutting down its border to combat currency smuggling. Yeah, the currency smuggling thing is interesting because we look at high-level currency smuggling at the corrupt oligarchs stealing money, but it seems like there's a whole other level to it, like a common mafia criminal level to it. I want to just read up at least one of the articles. 30 tons of Venezuelan Bolivar bills. Let's look for this one. 30 tons of Venezuelan Bolivar bills found in Paraguay. From Telesur English. While hoarding typically happens in Colombia, a massive pile of bolivars has been found in Paraguay. A massive hoard of 50 and 100 Venezuelan Bolivar bills, amounting to 30 tons in weight, was uncovered in a house in Paraguay on the Brazilian border, Associated Press reported Monday. A private house located in Salto de Guaira, northeast of the capital Asunción, belongs to Leandro da Costa, a Paraguayan that made no declaration on the haul. According to prosecutor Julio Riegros, the haul amounts to 30 tons of bills, but its total value will have to be determined by experts, and the documents detailing its entry to the country need to be verified. The massive find is the latest example of the ongoing of hoarding Venezuela's larger notes as part of the so-called currency war. What the government calls financial mafias, including organized crime groups, speculators, and right-wing business owners, have been speculating and hoarding huge amounts of 100 Bolivar bills. Most commonly, bolivars are hoarded in Colombia as well as Brazil, and the situation has severely affected the value of Venezuela's currency. Hoarding and the large flow of bolivars out of the country, combined with soaring inflation, has seen Venezuelan ATMs running out of cash and being forced to deliver only bills of smaller denominations of bolivars to users, causing major inconveniences for locals. To combat the widespread hoarding, the Venezuelan government announced plans last year to take the 100 Bolivar bill out of circulation and introduce a new 500 Bolivar bill, as well as higher denomination bills, which will be introduced gradually. Venezuela has also closed its border with Colombia to help control hoarding and smuggling. The Venezuelan government says cross-border smugglers take advantage of price controls and subsidized exchange rates, where key goods are taken out of Venezuela to sell for higher profits elsewhere, contributing to shortages throughout the country. Yeah.
Action the Maduro government has taken on a regular basis is consistently raising the minimum wage in the country to keep up with inflation. The most recent was a nearly 60% wage increase, which followed a 40% wage increase and a 50% wage increase just months before. And in fact, the topic of virtually every speech that Maduro gives is how they're solving the problems of inflation, food shortages, and the economic war that's being waged against the country. But yeah, complete denial.
In the absence of solutions, Maduro has reached for the next best thing, blaming someone else. Over the years, he suggested that the United States was responsible for injecting Chavez with cancer.
Oh my God, what an outrageous assertion that the United States may have assassinated Chavez using cancer. We know for a fact that there have been numerous assassination plots against Chavez involving the United States. We know that Yasser Arafat was actually assassinated in the same way that Chavez died, being poisoned with something that gave him a similar type of cancer. So it's really not...
What?
Yasser
Arafat may have been poisoned with polonium, tests show. What? I never heard about that one. If you're going to have price controls, don't you have to expect some level of price export like that? I mean, we're talking about bill extraction. I was mostly curious about the bill extraction, but sure, yeah. If you're going to have price controls, like, it feels like being upset that people buy from other countries if they live on the border. No, this is more than that. It's like, it's literally, well, it's like literally the country's economy being subsidized very strongly by government money. Then people like buy out all the food, for example, leading to a shortage, and then like either sell the food or sell in the country at a while price gouging, or they sell it outside of the country in order to make a profit. Like it's definitely a problematic behavior. You shouldn't be able to like they sell it in the black market. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to make a profit off of the government subsidy in that way. I understand what you mean in the sense that you have to expect it, in the sense that it's an obvious loophole to make profit off of the subsidy, but it's also like clearly illegal. I mean, well, they made it illegal, I mean, but it's like clearly unethical. It's not the intention of the subsidy, rather, I would say. I compared it, but that's basic market. No, that's not basic market, that's black market. If you're going to subsidize like that, no. We have plenty of subsidies that don't... We have plenty of subsidies in our countries. You have plenty of subsidies in the US, and we have plenty of subsidies here in France, and that's not what happens. That is not a normal thing to happen because you're subsidizing the market. That's just not a true statement, Elysium. Wait, what I was gonna look at? Yasser Arafat. I'm just curious because I never heard about this. Yasser Arafat polonium poisoning. Arafat poisoning inquiry dropped by French prosecutors. French judges say they have dropped an investigation into claims the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat was poisoned. Arafat died in Paris in 2004, aged 75. His wife says he was poisoned, possibly by highly radioactive polonium. The claims were seemingly backed up by tests carried out in Switzerland, but a statement by prosecutors in Nanterre, near Paris, said polonium poisoning had not been demonstrated and that they would not continue their inquiries. Arafat was diagnosed with a serious blood disorder and died of a stroke on 8th of November 2004. But no post-mortem examination was carried out as his widow Suha did not ask for one. In 2012, an investigation by Al Jazeera TV, in conjunction with Swiss analysts in Lausanne, found abnormal levels of polonium-210 on his personal effects. Suha Arafat then called for her late husband's body to be exhumed. 3 teams of French, Swiss, and Russian investigators were allowed to take samples from Arafat's tomb in Ramallah in November 2012. But earlier this year, one French prosecutor said the polonium samples were of an environmental nature. Swiss scientists said they had detected high levels of radioactive polonium but could not say if it had caused Arafat's death, while Russian experts concluded he died from natural causes, not radiation exposure. Seems like there is not a consensus on it, but there is suspicion, I guess. Could have happened.
Actually assassinated in the same way that Chavez died, being poisoned.
I like that this guy's saying Arafat was actually assassinated this way when even the article title he puts here is may have been poisoned. It's not definitive, but this guy's like, yeah, he was assassinated. Okay, let's go.
Type of cancer. So it's really not that far-fetched of a thing.
He said that the US was sabotaging Venezuelan ATMs, and he's chalked up protest against him to this.
This is part of a scheme of non-conventional war that the U.S. has perfected throughout recent decades.
It's laughable for Maduro to say that the protests are a scheme backed by the United States, but the protests are openly funded by the United States government. In fact, $50 million of U.S. taxpayer dollars since 2009 alone have been sent to the opposition and to the protest leaders.
Okay, so here's the thing there. America has undoubtedly done some awful things in Central and South America. We've backed coup attempts, juntas and atrocities in Chile, Argentina and Guatemala, but refreshingly, what's happening in Venezuela is actually not our fault. Accusing America of creating Venezuela's crisis is about as fair as accusing O.J. Simpson of murdering Princess Diana. I'm not saying it would be completely out of character. It just happens to not be true in this particular instance. So that's basically what I'm saying.
Okay, so here we go. We've done bad things in Latin America before, but Venezuela is not our fault. It's possible, but it's not true in this situation, is what I'm saying. Okay, Jonathan, first of all, really appreciate the fact that this map was shown, and yet you acknowledge the fact that the U.S. has been a part of very terrible crimes in Latin America, but John Oliver's map has only 3 countries highlighted in all of Latin America. Well, he's missing a few. Actually, since 1890, the U.S. has been a part of 56 military interventions to determine who led the government in Latin America. 56. And it occurred in not just 3 countries, but in 17 out of the 33 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, the United States has intervened to impose a form of government or leadership.
John Oliver, you're usually more based than this. Come on.
56 interventions and everything from assassinations to coups to all-out military invasions. But I don't expect John Oliver to know all of these 56 interventions and the 17 out of 33 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. But I was hoping that he would remember one particular intervention, and that is the coup in Venezuela. The U.S. supported that coup and continues to support the very same politicians who were part of the coup and expressed that they want to repeat the attempt. So, John Oliver, if you...
That's something I've heard several times. I want to double check that. 2002, Venezuela coup, U.S. backing. U.S. role and alleged involvement. Let's go. Statements of President Chavez over a potential coup involvement of the United States are varied. Shortly before the coup attempt, Chavez dismissed possible hostility from the United States since times had changed. After the coup, however, Chavez asserted numerous times that United States government officials knew about plans for a coup, approved of them, and assumed they would be successful, alleging that 2 military officers from the United States were present in the headquarters of coup plotters. Chavez would also state after the coup that there was little evidence that the United States orchestrated the plan. Rear Admiral Carlos Molina, a central leader of the coup, later said that we felt we were acting with U.S. support. We agree that we can't permit a communist government here. The U.S. has not let us down yet. However, the United States repeatedly informed the Venezuelan opposition that they would not be supported if there were a coup. Warned the Chavez government of the plot, and following the coup attempt, President George W. Bush denied the United States involvement. I mean, denying the United States involvement is meaningless. But the fact that they warned the Chavez government of the plot, and that Chavez himself is stating that there was little evidence that the United States orchestrated the plan, is very different from, yeah, like the fact that they knew about them and approved of them is very different from orchestrating and pushing the plan. The United States learned of details about a potential coup in late 2001 due to the nature of Venezuelan individuals openly plotting to overthrow President Chavez. In March, is that a sentence? What? In March 2002, only days after United States Ambassador to Venezuela, Charles Shapiro, began his duties in Venezuela, and just weeks before the coup attempt, Shapiro met with a trade union organization. During this meeting, the group openly shared their desire to be part of the coup, with Ambassador Shapiro informing them that the United States would not support such actions and that governmental change should only occur electorally. On 27th of April 2002, Chairman Cass Ballinger and Congressman Bill Delahunt of the United States also met with Venezuelan media heads of Venevisión, Globovisión, Unión Radio, El Nacional, Últimas Noticias, and El Mundo, telling them that the U.S. was opposed to any disruption of a constitutional government and would condemn any coup, open or disguised, aimed at ousting Chavez. At a meeting soon after the coup between Ambassador Shapiro and then Venezuelan Vice President Jose Vicente Rangel at the Vice President's home, Rangel also stated to Shapiro that no one in the upper echelons of the Venezuelan government really believed that the United States was involved in the attempted overthrow, and that if the Venezuelan government did believe so, the two men wouldn't have been sitting in Rangel's house. However, unlike much of Latin America, the U.S. refused to condemn the coup, changing its position only after a popular uprising led Carmona to resign. The British daily The Guardian was told in April 2002 by Wayne Madsen, a conspiracy theorist and blogger, that his country's navy had lent assistance to coup organizers by providing them with intelligence from its vessels in the Caribbean. Its sister paper, The Observer, established that the coup was tied to senior officials in the U.S. government after receiving information from OAS officials that the U.S. was not only aware of the coup but also gave sanction to its organizers. The paper names Elliot Abrams, who had been convicted of deceiving Congress during the Iran-Contra affair, as being the one who greenlit the coup. In December 2004, the New York Times reported on the release of newly declassified intelligence documents that showed that the CIA and Bush administration officials had advanced knowledge of an imminent plot to oust President Chavez, although the same documents do not indicate the United States supported the plot. The newly classified that showed that the CIA and Bush administration had an advanced knowledge of an imminent plot, all the stated documents do not indicate the United States supported the plot. Right. Yeah, it's pretty clear that the United States knew about it. According to Chavez activist and author Eva Gollinger in her 2006 book, The Chavez Code, on March 5th, 2002, the U.S. Embassy cabled Washington to report that Fede Camaras, the CTV, and the Catholic Church had reached an agreement called Basis for a Democratic Accord, which the cable described as 10 principles on which to guide a transitional government. An embassy official, commenting on the cable, said of the accord, another piece falls into place. This accord may well form the frame of reference and code of conduct for a transitional government. Also in March 2002, the CIA was briefing US officials that a coup might be planned, and on 6th of April it issued another brief saying efforts to mount a coup are possibly being stepped up. The April 6th brief noted that to provoke military action, the plotters may try to exploit unrest stemming from opposition demonstrations slated for later this month, or ongoing strikes at the state-owned oil company PDVSA. The United States Embassy in Venezuela then allegedly informed Chavez of a possible coup, though Chavez ignored their warnings. The New York Times notes that the documents used by Gollinger do not show direct involvement of the US government in the coup attempt. Instead, they show that US officials issued repeated warnings that the United States will not support any extra-constitutional moves to oust Chavez, while nonetheless talking only broadly to Mr. Chavez about opposition plans and providing few hard details of the looming plot. The documents were obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests and released by Eva Gollinger as part of an offensive by pro-Chavez activists to show that the United States government has, at least tacitly, supported the opposition's unconstitutional efforts to remove the president. In addition to the CIA documents, the New York Times reported that Gollinger has also obtained reams of documents from the National Endowment for Democracy, a nonprofit agency financed by the United States government, that show that $2.2 million was spent from 2000 to 2003 to train or finance anti-Chavez parties and organizations. Bush administration officials acknowledged meeting with some of the planners of the coup in the several weeks prior to 11th of April, but have strongly denied encouraging the coup itself, saying that they insisted on constitutional means. However, the purpose of the meetings was not clarified, and it is also not known why US officials and the Venezuelan opposition broached the subject of a coup months before the attempted ousting took place. In addition, the New York Times quotes an anonymous Defense Department official in charge of developing policy towards Venezuela as saying that we are not discouraging people. We are sending informal, subtle signals that we don't like this guy. We didn't say, no, don't you dare, though he denied the Defense Department offered material help, such as weaponry. Because of the allegations, an investigation conducted by the U.S. Inspector General at the request of U.S. Senator Christopher Dodd requested a review of American activities leading up to and during the coup attempt. The OIG report found no wrongdoing by U.S. officials either in the State Department or in the embassy, and concluded that while it is clear that NEDs, DoDs, or other U.S. assistance programs provided training, institution building, and other support to organizations and individuals understood to be actively involved in the events of 11th to 14th April, we found no evidence that this support directly contributed or was intended to contribute to those events. NED is, however, mindful of the fact that, in some circumstances, its efforts to assist specific organizations or foster open elections could be perceived as partisan. No, it was super partisan, and this was absolutely a foreign interference in a democracy, but it was not supporting a coup. I think we can agree on that. I don't know, it seems like a very good plausible deniability story. I mean, there are parts of it that reek of plausible deniability. I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean when you're saying that. Specifically, the fact that they have put out press releases about it, etc., etc. But you know what? For me, at the end of the day, the strongest part in it being an acceptable, an actually acceptable plausible deniability, is that the Chavez government bought it, at least officially. They were like, okay, the U.S. knew about it, the U.S. actually warned us about it, and even though they didn't help us with it, and they didn't support it. They like tacitly, they agreed with the finality of the coup. Like Chavez was no dunce. He knew that the U.S. Was opposed to his ruling, of course. But I don't know. It felt more like a fair is fair kind of statement. Reading it up. Hey, maybe Chavez was just saying that in order to tone down the hostilities between the U.S. and Venezuela. Maybe it was actual realpolitik from Chavez, and he actually does believe that the U.S. helped organize the coup. They helped create the conditions. They definitely helped. They definitely No, they didn't help create the conditions. What they did was they helped strengthen the opposition. They 100% were financing, like that was like written in the article we just read. They 100% were financing and training political opposition, not military training, not coup training, but political opposition. Yes, they were helping opposition parties accede to power through electoral means. That is what they were doing. And that is criticable. That is foreign intervention in a country's elections. That is honestly weird. That is the stuff the US is fucking pissed about in Russiagate in the first fucking place. And yet they were doing that. Like that is something to be mad about. But that is not the same as supporting a coup. I think it's fair to distinguish the two. Especially since like you don't need to say that they fostered the coup to be pissed about them, because once again, they were actually actively intervening in a country's democratic process, which is really cringe.
You can acknowledge the record of U.S. intervention in the region, that we've done terrible things before, but just not in that instance. How can you imagine that somehow today, with that history?
I know, all in all, this guy, like, he provides interesting commentary, but, like, I have to insist, like, we got to fact check what's going on here, right? We're on a lot of the stuff that this guy's pointing out, we've learned stuff about Venezuela, about what's been going on, etc., but we're also seeing that there are a lot of facts that are being omitted. It's a very biased point of view. So the research we're doing here, I feel like, is productive. And we're sifting through a lot of information in this video and nuancing and understanding the context within which this is happening. And what is true, what is only partially true, what is kind of exaggerated, etc. Right? That's what I'm trying to do.
Led by the most hawkish neoconservatives, that the U.S. is simply not meddling in Venezuela's affairs right now. But we don't have to just speculate that that's what the U.S. wants to do. We know that's what the U.S. government has been pursuing for almost 20 years and still to this day. In fact, very recently, there's numerous threats of military intervention to overthrow the government. On August 10th, President Donald Trump threatened a military option.
I just wanted to contest this idea, not contest. I wanted to fact check. I didn't want to contest. I didn't care. Like, I don't have a leg in the game, you know? I just wanted to fact check, did the US actually contribute to the 2002 coup directly or not? Because what we're talking about, what he's saying is that the US directly helped organize the coup, which is a fair accusation. That's what the US has done multiple times. But in this case, they did not.
Venezuela. If the election outcome
according to the evidence I have.
2 days later, Mike Pence followed up saying President Trump made it very clear that we will not stand by while Venezuela collapses into dictatorship, reaffirming this threat of a military option. In February, then Secretary of State Rex Tillerson openly called for a military coup. The same month, powerful Senator Marco Rubio also called for a military coup, and this was echoed by the main media organs of the U.S. government. From the Washington Post to Foreign Policy magazine, they ran op-eds openly calling for a military coup against the elected government as, quote, the best path to democracy.
You got stomped by elephants, broccoli.
That we know the U.S. is funding destabilization efforts, meeting and coordinating with opposition leaders, and have been exposed for numerous regime change plots and actions since the one they failed at in 2002. Pretty big stuff to miss for the staff at Last Week Tonight. So these are not unfounded.
Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to double check. USA assassination attempt Chavez. According to Gollinger, Chavez assassination attempts documented and are very real. I believe that there is a very strong possibility that President Chavez was assassinated. There were notorious and documented assassination attempts against him throughout his presidency. Most notable was the April 11th, 2002 coup d'etat. I was able to find irrefutable evidence that using the US FOIA, that the CIA and other US agencies were behind that coup and supported financially, militarily, and politically those involved. That is not what we just read. She is extrapolating a lot out of those documents that she acquired, which may be fair. Like what we saw wasn't proof that the U.S. wasn't responsible for that, but it was not proof that the U.S. was responsible for that. Later on, there were other attempts against Chavez and his government, such as in 2004 when dozens of Colombian paramilitary forces were captured on a farm outside of Caracas that was owned by an anti-Chavez activist, Robert Alonso, just days before they were going to attack the presidential palace and kill Chavez. Or was another lesser-known plot against Chavez discovered in New York City during his visit to the United Nations General Assembly in September 2006. According to information provided by his security services, during standard security reconnaissance of an event where Chavez would address the U.S. public at a local, renowned university, high levels of radiation were detected in the chair where he would have sat. The radiation was discovered by a Geiger detector. In this case, the chair was removed and subsequent tests showed it was emanating unusual amounts of radiation that could have resulted in significant harm to Chavez had it gone undiscovered. According to accounts by the presidential security at the event, an individual from the United States who had been involved in the logistical support for the event and had provided the chair was shown to be acting with U.S. intelligence agents. That's a big yikes. Big yikes if true. Jesus Christ, like, yikes. Damn, imagine needing to sweep everywhere you visit with Geiger counters first. Yeah, absolutely. But it makes sense. If you're a president, like that's your life, right? It's sad, but that is what it is. Oh, pretty much he had the big side of a river map and went for the holy sites early, which forced me to respond and slowed me down. Oh. That is the closest to an actual that's the closest to an actual like US backed story of a US backed attempt to assassinate Chavez out of those stories that I'm seeing. Chavez, New York City University radioactive chair. Let's look it up like this. Chavez Carter, PhD. Okay, never mind. Assassination. Alright, we're not gonna find... I want to find like the actual article talking about that attempt. Because I'm... Yeah, the Chavez, the CIA didn't give Chavez cancer, but crazier things have happened. And we don't have the rest of the article. Question mark? Question mark. Yeah, that's not an article, my buddy. What's going on here? Tiny pass, maybe? Nope. I'm just gonna temporarily trust. And that did nothing. Awesome. What is that plugin? This is called NoScript. It's a plugin that allows me to choose which sources JavaScript can run on my on a website I opened or not. It's very annoying to use, but it's also very effective at protecting you from ads and tracking to a certain extent. By blocking JavaScript, basically. Okay, whatever. We can't read that article. Alright, let's get back to the video. Whatever.
It fears this is a well-known reality.
And yet, despite all of this, Maduro is about to dominate this election like he absolutely dominated that banana. So how is that possible? Well, he's basically bent Venezuela's democratic process to his will.
Now I'm going to let John finish, but I had to stop and say how supremely arrogant this is. He cannot even fathom the possibility that Maduro can win the election because poor and working class Venezuelans actually support him. Or it couldn't be that the country's opposition is unpopular, weak, and wrought with sectarian infighting, as it is. No, it must just be that he's a dictator and he's bent the democratic process to his will. Well, let's see how last week...
I can't find any source for the 2006 September radioactive chair story. Yeah, it's the problem I have with that is that that's the best story to this. That's the closest thing we have to like that's like CIA modus operandi, right? That looks like a CIA assassination attempt, the kind of shit that they would pull off in it being kind of subtle, like making someone sick in ways that are untraceable, that are invisible, etc., etc. It happens in the US. Something allegations of the guy organizing the event be having ties to US intelligence. Like that's a really compelling story, but it's a mention in an article in Telesur written by a journalist who's obviously pro-Chavez. So I kind of want to see other sources elaborate on that event before I fully trust it. You know what I mean? It's not that I distrust it in and of itself, but I need to read more about it. It aligns with Chavez's speech when he called Bush the devil as well, which makes me feel like it might just be some conspiracy theorist fuel. Yeah, maybe. That's the thing I'm afraid of. Like, I'm afraid we just read some like ramblings of a journalist who's like full on pro Chavez. I don't know, I'm not convinced by this idea that the US was constantly trying to assassinate him, unless I see more elaboration on this 2006 September radioactive chair thing. Because the other things, I'm sorry, like the fact that there's strong armed opposition to Chavez doesn't mean it's CIA trying to assassinate him. It does mean there are people trying to kill him, for sure. I'm not denying that. Like all the other stuff that article was talking about, sure. But, yeah.
Control of the National Assembly, he responded by stacking the Supreme Court with 13 new justices and then simply created a whole new assembly.
President Nicolás Maduro wants to create a political assembly with vast power to rewrite the Constitution and potentially dismantle the democratically elected legislature. All of the candidates today are Maduro supporters, including his wife and son.
Now, just think about the sheer scale of what Maduro did there. That'd be like if here, Trump put a bunch of his friends on the Supreme Court, who then happily allowed him to create a second Congress that outranks the real Congress, and whose members include Melania and Eric, and which, by the way, you just know he'd call Dongress. You know he would do that.
So this section is just so misleading and such a distortion of what is truly a democratic and participatory process in the country that I have to spend a little more time explaining what actually happened here. Because these are really heavy accusations that Maduro lost control of one branch of government, even though he saw the executive branch, and so dissolved it and created through dictatorial means this entire new body of government. Here's what really happened. Here's a quick rundown. So Chavez was elected to power in 1999 on the basis of creating a new constitution. That's what he was voted for, and that's what he did when he was elected. When he took power, he started a process of drafting a new constitution. The way that this was done was millions of Venezuelans all across the country had mass meetings, discussions, debates, and proposed things to be in the constitution. Drafts of the constitution went out, people amended them, discussed them, debated them, and then ultimately this constitution, new constitution that was created organically and democratically by the people, was put to a national vote, and among the voters that came out, over 70% of voters approved this constitution. And Article 347 of that constitution that was democratically created and adopted reads as follows, quote, "The Venezuelan people are the depositary of the original constituent power. In the exercise of that power, it can convene a national constituent assembly with the purpose of transforming the state, creating a new legal system, and drafting a new constitution." And so the creation of this constituent assembly was completely within the bounds of the constitution that the people created and passed through a democratic.
Keep in mind, all constitutions have clauses that allow the change of the constitution. They have different conditions to fulfill those clauses, but here, for example, the conditions are very clear here. But to me, I would interpret it as being a referendum. A referendum would be a strong referendum would be result would be how you would implement change to the constitution. Though it would be nice if it would actually said like which percentage is needed to implement change, because I probably don't want 50%, 51% to be enough to change the constitution. Hey, Zimveo.
Vote in overwhelming numbers. And now the Constituent Assembly, as John Oliver likes to say, he just created it, stacked it with all his people, his relatives, and it was a sham vote. But the Constituent Assembly process was a democratic process that took many, many months and initiated a long, in-depth democratic process. I personally witnessed mass meetings that were held all across the country in the months in the lead up to the nomination of candidates and the election of people to the Constituent Assembly. Every citizen could go to meetings, understand what the Constituent Assembly was about, how to run, how to vote, and every citizen, everybody and anybody could run as delegates. The idea that Maduro stacked them with his own people, only Maduro people went, is a complete fabrication. Everybody and anybody was welcome to run as delegates, including the opposition, but the opposition refused to participate. In fact, the government wanted the Constituent Assembly to be a way for dialogue between the opposition and Chavistas, and the government actually begged opposition members to...
Is that true? That's lame. Did Chavez opposition refuse to participate Constituent Assembly? The announcement by President Nicolas Maduro that he would convene a constituent assembly to drop a new constitution came as a surprise. Mr. Maduro had always praised the 1999 constitution, which was drafted and passed when his mentor, President Hugo Chavez, was in office. One of the main criticisms was that President Maduro did not consult the Venezuelan people in a referendum before convening the assembly. Yeah, a referendum would make sense for this kind of a big change for a country, yeah. Many opposition activists also alleged that Mr. Maduro was only interested in creating the Constituent Assembly because it would give him more power and allow him to bypass the opposition-controlled National Assembly. But their main objection is that they see it as a way for President Maduro to maximize his power and cling on it for longer. The opposition did not field any candidates and called on its supporters to boycott the election. Oh no. I think I'm gonna go watch a show. Maybe AOE tomorrow. Enjoy your politics. All right, thanks. I'll hit you up in chat if I end up playing some AOE 4. But it's already late now, so I'm probably not gonna. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna play Age of Empires 4 tonight. Thanks for watching. See you, Barkley. It's the real life analog to hop into Discord and they chicken out, lol. Yeah, like the problem I have here. I understand the not liking that they didn't do a referendum. You ever get so mad you rip the CPU out of the socket? No, that never happened. I'm really careful with my electronics, okay? Except that one time, the one time I was reseating my GPU, and I like used a screwdriver to press down on the little plastic tab to unlock the CPU, and it slipped, and I was so scared that I was like scraping my fucking motherboard with the screwdriver. Oh god, because I can't reach the plastic tab because the GPU is humongous. I'm just a klutz and go Hulk mode when I shouldn't. Yeah, you should never go Hulk mode with your electronics. What the fuck? That's how you break them, yeah. Anyways, this is sad because, like, as much as this is a foreign democratic process to us, this is a democratic process of the country you're functioning in. I don't care. I don't have a stake in the game in this of itself. But if I'm the opposition and I see a democratic process taking place within the country, it is on me as to field candidates for it. It looks way more participatory than in the US. Yeah, it's way more participatory, for sure. But like, you don't boycott the democratic process. Imagine this. Imagine if in the US, the Republican Party chose to boycott the presidential elections and not field any candidates, and then complain, well, the Democrats did not win democratically. You can't do that. You can't not field any candidates and then complain that was not democratic. I'm sorry. That's ass. That's literal ass politics. If you're opposed to the Constituent Assembly, which is a legal part of your country's constitution, then you should try to field as many candidates as you can within it and change the constitution to remove the Constituent Assembly. Reform it to be something else. The only winning move is not to play, Pepe. That's not how democracy works. At the end of the day. They literally only want to accede to power through a coup. It looks like that's really ugly. I have to say. I don't know what I expected. I expected nothing, and I'm still disappointed. You know what I mean? And of course, then President Chavez, like Maduro's friends, all become like the Constituent Assembly is all government supporters. Yeah, because the opposition didn't show up. If I was opposed to Maduro and Venezuelan, I would be fucking pissed at the opposition. What the fuck are you guys doing? Not presenting candidates for the Constituent Assembly? Are you fucking insane? That being said, the Constitution should have a provision where a referendum needs to be passed in order to form a Constituent Assembly. I think that would be a very sensible change to how you form your Constituent Assembly. That would make a lot of sense to me. But this is sad. Like, you're literally giving up the fight. I don't understand the point in that. But yeah, also what this means is that what John Oliver is saying here is not on point. John Oliver is completely failing to acknowledge the fact that the opposition refused to present candidates in that constituent assembly. That is of no making of Maduro's. Truly.
Run for the Constituent Assembly, but they refused to take part in this process. So that's why there was mostly Maduro supporters. Of course, it wasn't all Maduro supporters who ran for the Constituent Assembly, but it was majority Maduro supporters because everyone who opposed Maduro refused to take part in the democratic process. And then a popular vote of 8 million people came out to elect delegates. There was over 6,000 candidates across the country, and 545 delegates were elected to this Constituent Assembly. And while this process was clearly legal and constitutional, it's important to know why it all happened. Oliver claims that this whole charade was just to dictatorially keep Maduro in office, who was just clinging to power through force and manipulations like the Constituent Assembly. First of all, that makes no sense since the Constituent Assembly has nothing to do with the presidential election, and Maduro had to win in a general election despite his supporters dominating the Constituent Assembly. So why did this whole thing really happen? Well, there are 3 big reasons. The first reason was to bring a peaceful resolution to the conflict in the country. It was announced while the opposition was organizing violent street blockades, shutting down the country and causing a lot of death and destruction. They said that Maduro was no longer legitimate and that he and the Socialist Party had to step down from office before their democratically elected term ended. The Constituent Assembly was an attempt to resolve all of these grievances peacefully, democratically, and in a dialogue. In fact, the slogan of the campaign was Constituent Assembly for Peace. This also called the opposition's bluff. If they really were so popular and the socialists had lost support of the people, then it should be easy for them to run and take over the Constituent Assembly and change the Constitution however they wanted. The opposition
this is what you were saying, Cowherd.
The second reason is because the National Assembly, which
like,
had been
they
controlled
were
by
like,
the
hop into Discord, let's hash it out.
Have been acting as an agent of sabotage to
and
maximize the
chickened
impact
out.
of the economic crisis, shut down certain government functions, and actually operating outside the bounds of the law. For example, they are held in contempt for unconstitutionally appointing dozens of judges to form an alternative Supreme Court to override the decisions of the actual Supreme Court. The opposition National Assembly was in breach of Supreme Court rulings for the past 2 years and had not passed any legislation during that time. In particular, legislation necessary to resolve economic issues. You see why the government needed the Constituent Assembly to get around the National Assembly's blockade. Also, the National Assembly could have worked in tandem with the new Constituent Assembly, but they refused the offer. And third, the point of the Constituent Assembly and its task of changing the Constitution was to enshrine certain social and political rights that were not in the original Constitution. For example, a major sector who ran for the Assembly was activists in the LGBTQ community, so that rights for gay and trans people could be enshrined in the new Constitution. Same goes for environmental activists, who ran to ensure that rights for the planet were added to the Constitution. Very sinister stuff, huh? But mainly, this factor sought to enshrine many of the social missions that improve the lives of so many millions of people in ways that we've already covered. From housing to education, the opposition was very clear in saying that it wanted to eliminate these very popular programs that help millions and millions of poor people. So putting new protections in the Constitution would make that more difficult if the opposition were to take power. All of these things seem very reasonable, democratic, and constitutional. While the opposition was free and even encouraged to be part of it, they refused. They refused because they wanted the narrative to be exactly the one that John Oliver gave, a complete and utter lie to delegitimize a government that exercises far more democracy than the United States does.
Now, on top of that, Maduro has either jailed
They have
or
red
barred
hats
public
among
office
guys.
and political opponents.
And it is true. These 3 people have either
Yeah,
been
they
barred from
do.
running for office or jailed. Let's look at who they are. The first one is Henry Capriles. Capriles is a rabidly anti-gay politician who ran for president against Maduro in 2013. So he wasn't barred from running then. And with an 80% voter turnout, he was indisputably defeated by Maduro. And that's how Maduro became president the first time. It's also notable that he ran in that presidential election after he was part of the short-lived coup d'etat that kidnapped Chavez in 2002. He was recently barred from holding office for his proven role in the Odebrecht scandal. Odebrecht is Latin America's biggest construction company and part of a massive international corruption investigation, which involves it in paying hundreds of millions of dollars in bribes. Capriles was governor 2011, 2013. He was part of this scandal and funneling money from the scandal into himself and his party. So that's why he's barred from running.
It's a bit sad. It is really sad. Like, I applaud the fact that the Venezuelan government bars someone from running for office when they're involved in embezzlement and corruption. That is good. Now, can you please take care of that fucking asshole that we read an entire article about, who's been embezzling Venezuelan funds for over 15 years? Come on. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, why is it that with those stories of governments finally tackling embezzlement and corruption in proper ways, the friends of the government always manage to go through they are never affected. I know why, but pisses me off.
The next guy is Leopoldo Lopez, a far-right opposition leader who's on house arrest right now for nothing big, just for being tried and convicted for planning and organizing and leading a violent coup attempt against a democratic government in 2014 that ended up claiming the lives of 43 people. He was not, however, ever charged for his role in the deadly failed coup attempt in 2002, where he actually led the illegal kidnapping of government officials when the right wing took over the government undemocratically. Hard to imagine anyone avoiding charges after that first one, but yeah, after the second try, he was placed on house arrest. Then there's Antonio Ledesma. And what was he arrested for? Well, in February 2015, a coup plot was uncovered, yet another coup plot. And Ledesma was found to be a lead organizer of that coup. And what were discovered in this plans for a coup? Oh, just assassinating Maduro, and then installing a junta government, and even bombing several civilian targets, including bombing the state-owned media offices of Telesur. He also, like Leopoldo Lopez and Henrique Capriles, was part of the coup in 2002.
Oh, that
So
explains a lot,
sure
because the 2 articles you read from Telesur were very, very pro Chavez, pro Maduro. Okay, Telesur is the government owned media. That explains a lot.
people would be barred from running an election in any country. And it's extremely ironic that John Oliver is saying Venezuela's democracy is illegitimate because the democratic rights were taken away for 3 men who multiple times tried to undemocratically overthrow an elected popular government with violence to eliminate the democratic rights of the Chavez movement. And then the funny thing about the claim here that Maduro barred political opponents is I'm pretty sure that political opponents ran against him in the election. When the presidential election was announced, the opposition coalition, or MUD, was split over running. While a democratic victory was possible for them, they favored a different strategy. Rather than risk an electoral defeat and showing that the opposition didn't have popular support over Maduro, they'd rather have Maduro run unopposed. That way they could deem the election illegitimate and seize power from Maduro by way of coup or foreign intervention. But in February, leading opposition politician Henry Falcone registered to run against Maduro. The MUD immediately expelled him and demanded he withdraw from the election. The US government was even exposed for privately pressuring Falcone to drop out of the race. So there's this claim that the opposition wasn't allowed to run against Maduro, but the opposition and the US government, in fact, pursued a policy of not running against him to create the illusion that you couldn't run against him. But Falcone screwed up the plan for them and so that you could run. But then on election day, the opposition largely boycotted the vote. Less than 2 million people came out to vote for Falcone, and he was beaten by Maduro by a margin of over 4 million votes. Immediately afterwards, the US and opposition leaders said that the loss of Falcone didn't count, and then there should be new elections, and those new elections should bar Maduro from running. Very democratic.
And has even turned down help from other countries and agencies, including food and medicine. He has turned down food and medicine, telling Venezuelans that humanitarian aid is part of a conspiracy to overthrow his government.
That's absolutely untrue. They've received help and aid from many other governments, including Cuba, Iran, China, Russia, Turkey, India, and more. But what they have not done is accept help from the United States government through USAID. First of all, as we already know, the US government has the express desire of overthrowing the government and regime change, so I don't think it's unfounded that they thought that the aid could come in the form of trying to forward that agenda. USAID is a known tool of regime change. In fact,
is it just me, or is this like pretty fucking wild? Even the big lie in the US didn't get quite this insane. Well, it is pretty insane to have an opposition politicians not present themselves. They literally did what I mentioned earlier, just boycotting the elections and then be like, well, the elections weren't fair. Now we need a coup, or we need to like bar Maduro from running. Literally, if in the next elections the Republicans do that, they just don't present a candidate, and they're like, okay, well, now we want to redo the elections, but Joe Biden can't run. What the fuck? I shouldn't say this too loud, because maybe the Republicans will actually do it. They'd be capable of it, I feel like. That being said, what I was just talking about now. Let me...
AID. First of all, as we already know, the US government has the express desire of overthrowing the government and regime change, so I don't think it's...
I'm curious about what the excuse is for the government aid. They would never do that while they can win the vote. Well, yeah, obviously they can win the vote, but it's just more of a comparison of like how fucking insane is it to be in a government with democratic elections and have the opposition party not want to present any candidates so they can discredit the elections. That's such a two-head strategy. It's disgusting to me, because I believe in the democratic process. So once again, if I was opposed to Maduro and a Venezuelan, I would be so fucking pissed at the MUD. What the fuck are you guys doing? And I could be in pain, and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Thank you for the follow, Lisco Brandon. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Unfounded that they thought that the aid could come in the form of trying to forward that agenda. USAID is a known...
Okay, I struggle to see how foreign aid becomes like an agenda. In
fact, one example, nearby in Cuba, USAID was exposed for having a fake social media campaign, infiltrating community hip-hop groups to recruit agents, and had a fake HIV program to gather data for regime change purposes. USAID has a long history of open regime change efforts in countries. It's not that they're not accepting aid, they're just not accepting aid from the people that want to overthrow them through the agency that is known to be a tool to overthrow them.
All of which has left Venezuelans feeling so hopeless that nearly 1 million of them have left the country over the past 2 years, and many of those who've remained are now at their...
Let me Google that. That's a big claim. USAID... overthrow Cuba. Alright, hip hop. Let's look at that one. TheGuardian.com. We're talking like AP News. In early 2009, a U.S. government contractor sent a Serbian music promoter to Cuba with these covert marching orders: recruit one of Havana's most notorious rappers to spark a youth movement against the government. Why, Elysium? Why does our government have to be so fucking cringe? do you have an explanation? Why do we have to consistently be so fucking cringe that we're actually subverting an international aid organization into a direct political destabilization tool? Why the fuck are we doing that? Hello, fellow kids. Yeah. US Aid started Zunzuneo, a social network built on texts in hope it could be used to organize smart mobs to trigger Cuban Spring. Rap is cool. Rap is pretty cool. I like rap too. And so is overthrowing the government in violent revolution. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't overthrowing, because then you have to hear the 500 WTO is bad thing too. Well, it's not about the WTO. It's like now you have to look at Venezuela refusing USAID and be like, okay, yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right not to let the USAID come into the country. I hate that I'm saying that, but yes, they are right in doing that. It's so cringe. It's so fucking cringe. Just let your humanitarian organization be a humanitarian organization and do your like CIA shit in the CIA shit. Like, keep things separated. Why is that? I'm just sad. I feel like you can always accept goods. Well, not if they. Well, the problem is that it depends, right? If they were willing to just send the goods over, then yeah, you should be able to just accept them. I agree with you, Elysium. But it seems like the way the USAID operates is that they're gonna have agents on the ground, and that's where you can't really trust them anymore, apparently. We haven't kept it separated since ever.
A breaking point.
¿Por qué? Porque nos tienen amordazados. Si tú hablas, mandan a los colectivos a que te agredan, a que te maten.
That's absolutely horrifying. And when you listen to her, it starts to hit you that poo-poo-toff cocktails might actually turn out to be pretty fucking restrained.
So if you speak out, they send militias to kill you. That's a pretty hefty claim. You think there would be some evidence you could cite for this? In fact, it seems like you can speak out against the government, since that woman in large, massive demonstrations and people all over the country are speaking out against the government and not being killed by militias. But what we do, in fact, see is the opposite. Now, I was there in Venezuela during the height of the protest movement. In April through June, there were 13 political murders and assassinations of Chavistas and government supporters by the opposition. 5 were targeted for just attending a pro-government demonstration. 2 were figures in Maduro's party who were kidnapped, tortured, and then executed by the opposition. But of course, we'll just say it's if you speak out against the government, you're killed. They attacked pro-government journalists, dousing one with gasoline and shooting a reporter for Telesur in the back. And most chilling was the lynching of 21-year-old Orlando Figueroa, who is Afro-Venezuelan, who was brutally beaten, stabbed, and then burned alive by a crowd of hundreds of opposition protesters who, according to an interview...
I need to skip this because of TOS. What the fuck?
That's pretty fucking restrained is a major problem. They're obviously not just armed with Pupatov cocktails, they're armed with guns, rocket launchers, bombs, and of course, Molotov cocktails that they've used to not only incinerate police officers, but burn alive people just for supporting the government and for crimes such as, being black. During that same time period of the months I was talking about, there were 57 deaths attributed to opposition protesters. Everything's from shooting to lynchings, in addition to killing people over their political beliefs. Supposedly for people who are rioting over food,
that explains the age verification, yeah.
Burned down food storage facilities containing tons of food instead of looting them for the food. Quite quite interesting. They've attacked women's maternity wards, causing newborn infants and mothers to have to flee the hospital because it was a government hospital. They've beaten public bus drivers and burned their buses. Anything that's a symbol of the government's social programs have been attacked, burned down, destroyed, and even people killed in some of these incidents. This movement, although there are many legitimate sectors, are dominated by far-right, racist politics, large-scale killings, political intimidation, and destruction of infrastructure designed to make life in Venezuela more difficult, with the open and expressed desire, which I witnessed firsthand, to create a media spectacle so that the U.S. military can come into the country and do what they know they cannot do on their own as a weak minority in the country. Oust the democratic government by force of violence. So if that is pretty fucking restrained, I worry what Oliver hopes will happen there.
And the most frustrating thing here is there aren't a lot of great options to help. The Trump administration has imposed some sanctions and is considering more, but if they're not extremely careful, those could wind up causing even more hardship. So
for John Oliver to say there's not a lot of options to help, he's talking about actions that the U.S. can take to change the government in the country. But he says the sanctions that Trump has passed, that this is somehow well-meaning by the Trump administration, but he just has to be careful not to hurt average Venezuelans. These are the expressed purpose of these sanctions. These are all economic attacks designed to prevent their economy from recovering. The very things John Oliver says he wants to see happen in Venezuela so Venezuela can prosper. And even this idea that the U.S. needs to do something to help Venezuela, and that the Venezuelan people are not the ones that should shape their own destiny, is the height of imperial arrogance.
At this point, seeing as Maduro won't listen to reason or to the will of his own people,
what John Oliver means is he's not listening to the will of the people who are a minority in the country, who refuse to run an election.
I'm not as extreme here, but I can see how that would be bad optically. Well, yeah, obviously, you look at that and you see a country in distress, which is how Venezuela is portrayed, and that seems to be the reality. Like, regardless of what he's saying about how it's not as bad as foreign media is saying, this is a country in distress. Regardless of the reasons and whether we side with pro-Maduro or anti-Maduro propaganda, it still is a country in distress. There's no getting around that.
Who refuse to vote, who refuse to engage in all of the open democratic processes that are available to them, refuse invitations to negotiate and collaborate with the government to have their demands met, and who are demanding that instead the democratic government step down and reverse all of the social gains that the majority of people support. That's who he's not listening to. Not to mention that Maduro wants to talk and listen to them. Maduro and the government, before the election on May 20th and after his victory in his victory speech, has done nothing but invite the opposition movement into a dialogue, into negotiations, and into the different processes that are available to have their grievances heard and to try to appease some sector of the population. They are the ones that have refused to speak with the government and instead demand intervention from foreign imperial powers to impose an unpopular government on the people. Maduro won't listen to the will of his own people. If you know anything about Venezuela, you know that Chavismo and the socialist movement is a mass movement that would exist whether or not Maduro is there. They have made him their representative. But so many millions of Venezuelans are active participants in the political process. There's such an effervescence of grassroots organizing and participation that to say that Maduro somehow is sitting in a tower as a dictator and not taking into consideration the existence of these people is completely absurd. And these are people that are supporting the government because for centuries were made invisible and were made to have no role in the outcome of their country. And since Chavez have been given a voice, have been made visible, and have been made the leaders of their own country and are the ones shaping their future. And what John Oliver is trying to do here is make them invisible again.
Perhaps it's time to call in the one voice that we know he'll listen to. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a bird.
The point is, Maduro, you need to accept humanitarian aid and cool it with the dictator stuff.
And that's how he concludes this full-length episode. So it's clear from every fact that Oliver puts out in this report that he doesn't actually know what's going on in Venezuela. In fact, the writers of his show either don't know what's going on in Venezuela or actively have an agenda. The reason for doing this, is because John Oliver sees himself as a progressive person, and progressive-minded people watch this show. If you're finding yourself on the same side as Trump, Nikki Haley, and their political equivalents in Venezuela, you have to re-examine your position. And John Oliver and his writers didn't even bother to look behind the headlines to hear from the millions of...
I actually disagree with that statement. Just because you find yourself on the same side as Trump on a specific particular political opinion doesn't mean you're on the wrong side. Trump is not wrong about everything. A broken clock is still right twice a day. So that, like, cool it with that type of thought. Honestly, that's just like super ideological thinking.
Venezuelans who don't just support the government, but who are the living, breathing builders of the Bolivarian project. If Oliver wants to be a progressive voice, a voice against Trump, he shouldn't be advancing the Trump administration's fantasy in Venezuela, and more importantly, rendering invisible what is a massive progressive movement, fighting racism, fighting inequality, fighting for the poor, fighting for the right of people to have healthcare, the right to a quality education.
He is saying that John Oliver thinks that, not that it's correct. Yeah. Why wouldn't these be relatable to progressives, though? Kind of weird. That is kind of weird too, absolutely. Like you would think that Maduro's cause would be more relatable to progressives, but I don't know. He's he bought he bought into the mainstream portrayal of Venezuela as a failed state because of Maduro, and in the end we don't necessarily agree. I don't necessarily agree with all of the points that were brought up in this critique, but there were some very good and salient points brought up in this critique. But also, we've seen that there are very clear failings in how the country has been run that also contributed to those issues. So like many things, it's a bit nuanced. Wow.
Workers' rights, union rights, and environmental rights, solving problems through grassroots democracy, and all of the nice things John Oliver claims he's for. Yet he reduces this mass.
But the one thing I'll definitely agree with this is tells about the salience of the points. No, the one thing I really appreciate is, and I really am disappointed in John Oliver with, is this idea of, I think he's pretty aptly taken down this idea that Maduro has not been operating within democratic processes. That seems to be, Maduro seems to be absolutely following democratic processes. They are in his favor for the most part, but it's the opposition parties that don't seem to be properly utilizing the democratic processes. Having elections, refusing to present candidates, and then saying that the election was poorly run because you couldn't present a candidate when you chose not to present a candidate, when you choose to oust the candidate who chose to present himself regardless. It's terrible. That is just pathetic. The opposition is clearly not a group of people who believe in democracy. I'm sorry, they organize coups. They think holding the elections hostage by not presenting candidates is proper political praxis. That's insane. There might be a debate over if he can initiate the restructuring process. Oh yeah, the constituent assembly without doing. Yeah, I believe he should have done a referendum for the constituent assembly. Absolutely. The way he showed the constitutional article earlier in this video, and the constitutional article doesn't give a specific like legal definition of the conditions within which you can assemble the constituent assembly, but it does explicitly say that the constituent assembly has to serve the people. I would say that implies a referendum. And I agree with the opposition criticizing the Constituent Assembly for not having been done through a referendum. Absolutely. No, it's not that Maduro ran on a platform of initiating the constitutional reform. It's Chavez who ran on a platform of constitutional reform. Maduro dropped the Constituent Assembly reform, more or less surprising people with it. It's Chavez who ran on that as a platform and who created that constitution partially. Well, it's the people who created it through a democratic process. I'm pretty sure they both did. Might have misinterpreted. Okay, maybe one of us misunderstood then. Either you misunderstood or I misunderstood. I thought Maduro's Constituent Assembly was more of a surprise and not something telegraphed or platformed. Which is okay. He doesn't have to platform it. He should have done a referendum. He absolutely should have done a referendum for it. Or rather, that should be in the Constitution even. That you have to do a referendum to do the Constituent Assembly. There always are in a democracy specific conditions to create those changes to Constitution, because you don't want the Constitution to be able to too easily change. Oh yeah, you're right. I got the timelines mixed up. Okay, cool. So I agree with you. Yeah, there should have been a referendum. And I agree with the opposition's criticism of the Constituent Assembly. But you don't throw a hissy fit, a tantrum, and then not present your candidates. On the contrary, you gotta fucking play ball. That's the moment of truth. Are you gonna be able to change the Constituent Assembly in order to have it align with your agenda or not? Fucking go ham. It's your job as a politician.
Social movement to cartoonish jokes, joins the Trump administration in attacking them, and gives the spotlight to a far-right, unpopular opposition and their thoroughly debunked propaganda points, while completely whitewashing the terrible violence and hardship that they and the US government have been inflicting on the country. If you consider yourself a progressive, you must reject this kind of colonialist finger-wagging and stand with the progressive Bolivarian movement in Venezuela, who are fighting for the same things we are against the Trumps of Venezuela.
Oh, interesting video. Took a lot of work to go through it. like I said, this was a subject that I have very little foreknowledge on. Sorry for barging in. What did they not submit candidates for the assembly? The opposition party not only did not submit candidates for the constituent assembly to reform the constitution in order to declare it as democratically invalid, they also, for the presidential elections, refused to present a candidate. Then someone from the party presented themselves independently against the party's against the party line, and then they got ousted from the opposition party for presenting themselves as an opposition candidate. They lost, and then the opposition party used that as an excuse to call for new elections while banning Maduro from presenting himself again. It's some like weird optics, like pseudo-democratic bullshit. At least that's what it looks to me. Like seeing people be in a democracy, be within the democratic process, and refusing to submit candidates to something which you believe was created without proper authority that you think is illegitimate is not unheard of. But the problem is, you can disagree with how it was created, but you can't. Like the presidential election, okay, the Constituent Assembly is one thing, but I'll elaborate on why I disagree with that. But they actually fucking refuse to submit presidential candidates. So they're saying they don't believe in democracy by doing that. You see what I mean, Nept? Like at that point, you're literally saying you don't believe in democracy, which they also are proving with their actions by organizing coups and trying to kidnap and assassinate their political opponents. But for the Constituent Assembly, I get your point, and you're right, that's not unheard of. But considering it's kind of more a technicality that they're like, I agree with them. You should be making a referendum to run a Constituent Assembly, to call one. But they're not gonna stop the Constituent Assembly by not presenting candidates. The presidency one is dumb, sure, and I don't really agree with the assembly one either, but people often enough do that I think it's more of a difference of opinion rather than do your job. And for the presidency one, it is do your job. Like, you literally are the opposition party. You should be presenting a candidate. I'm standing by that. But I get your point that it's a bit more nuanced when it comes to the Constituent Assembly. I still agree with myself. Like I see your point and the nuance you're bringing to the question. Yeah, that's why I specified the assembly. Yeah. In the question of the assembly, like, I see your point, and I acknowledge you are making a point, but it's not really convincing me entirely because the Constitution, it's kind of a technicality, but the Constitution doesn't actually specify the conditions to create a constituent assembly. And that's a failing of the Constitution. That's not Maduro's fault. That's not the opposition's fault. That's more on Chavez and mostly on the people who drafted the Constitution in the first place during the first Constituent Assembly. They should have put in clear conditions to assemble the Constituent Assembly, like a referendum. That is a very simple way of getting about it, right? Run a referendum, maybe add a clause in order to call for a referendum if the leading government doesn't want to. Like, maybe the House of Representatives could, like whatever they call it, the Senate, Congress, whatever. Maybe they could call for a constituent assembly, or the president could call. How deep are we in these Venezuelan memes? We're wrapping up right now. That is a failing of the Constitution. But as much as it's a bit slimy by Maduro calling it just out of presidential power without running a referendum, I agree with that. I personally don't feel like it warrants not presenting a candidate, or your candidates in general. I don't feel like it's warranted in that situation. Especially considering the like, it depends on whether you believe that Maduro is acting in good faith or not, but you have to consider that Maduro officially assembled a constituent assembly, hoping it to be a discussion ground between the opposition and his supporters. He wanted it to be the marketplace of ideas, a place to peacefully resolve the differences in how to lead the country between the opposition and his party. So the opposition boycotting that is really weird to me. Well, it's not weird to me politically if once again they don't believe in democracy, if they don't believe in a peaceful resolution, if they don't believe in working together. But in that case, like, I stand by the fact that they're not doing their job. It actually was legal, I think. You're linking. Oh yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, it does go back to what you said about making sure that not too large a majority is required, but also that 51% can't do it whenever. That's a tough one. And the thing with referendums is you don't run referendums every day. So just having a referendum, even if it's 51%, could work. But then you want to look at the conditions to create the constituent assembly. Can you run the referendum anytime? Or does obviously not. Like, someone has to decide to run it. Can the president run it? In this case, that's what happened. The president ran the constituent assembly, so we would imagine the president could ask for a referendum. Could the Congress ask for a referendum? I see like that would be a cool separation of power. The president could ask for a referendum, or the Congress could ask for a referendum. Either of them could unilaterally create a referendum, and then that referendum could form a constituent assembly. That would be an interesting balance of power. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, like, you have to theory craft that stuff, honestly. Oh god, I wish this PDF was like, you could read it while it was loading. We literally saw it flash when I reloaded the page because part of it was loaded. Oh, fucking gigantic PDFs. From what I saw in the quote, obviously I'm not a constitutional scholar for Venezuela. But what I saw in the quote, it says Article 348, the initiative for calling a national constituent assembly may emanate from the President of the Republic sitting with the Cabinet of Ministers, from the National Assembly, from a 2/3 vote of its members, by a 2/3 vote of its members, from the municipal councils in open session, by a 2/3 votes of their members, and from 15% of the voters registered with the Civil and Electoral Registry. There you go. They actually have clear conditions for forming a constituent assembly. No, then it's entirely legal. Like, you're literally. I'm sorry, Net. Like, Magic Turtle just looked up the actual PDF for the Venezuelan constitution. He posted the relevant article in Twitch chat. Maduro's call for the. Wait, what am I wrong about? It's not that you're wrong or right. It's that just that Maduro's forming the Constituent Assembly is entirely legal and planned for within the article of Constitution of the Venezuelan Constitution. Let's see. Control F, Article 348. The initiative for calling a national constituent assembly may emanate from the President of the Republic sitting with the Cabinet of Ministers. So that's what happened here. Or from the National Assembly by a 2/3 vote of its members, or from the municipal councils in open session by a 2/3 vote of their members, or from 15% of the voters registered with the Civil and Electoral Registry. You really just said I was wrong, though. Well, no, I didn't say you were wrong, but okay, yes, I did say you were wrong. I'm sorry. I say dumb shit sometimes, okay? What I meant is that I think the opposition party is wrong to delegitimize the proper, because what you said was refusing to submit candidates to something which you believe was created without proper authority that you think is legitimate is not unheard of. But it literally is written black on white in the Constitution that it was done with the proper authority. The Constituent Assembly was ran with the proper authority according to the country's own constitution. So yeah, basically the opposition party are not participating in the democratic process. They are violent revolutionaries at this point. They are insurgents. They refuse to participate in the democratic processes set forth by their own standing constitution. Yeah. And you could support that if you want to. I know you don't have a stake in the game. I'm not saying you support that or you're against that, but clearly, if you believe in the rule of law, reminder that I do not agree at this point. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that you're kind of you're playing devil's advocate. I understand that, Nep. No worries. I'm just saying that could be an alternate reason why someone would do this rather than pure incompetence. Oh no, I never thought it was pure incompetence. I guess I understand why you thought that when I was saying do your job, but I meant that in the sense that I guess I said do your job in the sense that I believe that they are a party within a democratic government like constitution. So doing your job is participating in the democratic processes. I thought Lenin was also throwing when he said that Bolsheviks will boycott the state Duma during the provisional government state. That was also a legitimate institution, but they refused to participate in order to not legitimize it. Operate in good faith is another way to say it, yeah. And yeah, well, Lenin that led to the violent revolution in Tsar Russia, right? So like literally, Lenin chose to no. Oh no, you just said the provisional government state. Sorry, that was after the violent revolution. Do not draw that connection out of thin air. Wait, what? That's not. I'm not drawing it out of thin air. We're literally talking about parties that supported coups and against the democratically elected government in Venezuela. We're literally talking about parties that actually have attempted 19 years ago, and then again, like 15 years ago. Then again, they just because Lenin did a thing does not mean that it was the right call or that was why they ended up in power. Oh, that was the connection you were. No, okay, I understand. I that's okay. That's not what I was saying, Nip. There's a bit of a miscommunication here. I'm sorry. Like, I feel like we're a bit in the confrontational discussion, and that's my fault. Because of the language I used, I apologize for that. Like, I don't feel confrontational with you. I don't feel like we're arguing. There's no need to like. I wasn't thinking of being. No chocolate for you. I wasn't thinking like Lenin did a thing, so that means it was the right call or whatever. That's not what I meant. I'm just being firm, clear in my positions. Okay. Fair enough. No, the connection I was drawing, so there was a misunderstanding there. The connection I was drawing was between how you described what Lenin did in the provisional government. I was drawing that I was drawing the connection to that and those opposition parties that refused to participate within the processes of the Venezuelan government. They're both basically like you said, they're delegitimizing the processes. They are. So if you can, so yeah, so we don't disagree. I don't know. So the reason why I think that's not doing their job, to elaborate, why I said that, is because I have this assumption that that actors such as political parties within a democracy operate in good faith relative to the way the government is set up within their country, meaning that they will participate within the processes that have been formed within the country to create incremental change towards what they want to see. If a party's program or platform is violent revolution or delegitimizing the current state, then they're actively going against the state's interests. And that's what I call not doing their job, which I agree is semantically wrong. They are doing what they perceive to be their job. And that's a fair criticism of what I said, Nipt. I'll acknowledge that. But they're not doing their job from the perspective of a party operating within the constitution that exists in that country. That is where I see them as failing their job. But from their own perspective, yeah, what they're doing is legitimate, of course. The National Constituent Assembly is Venezuela's ultimate balance of power, it seems, as no branch can obstruct it, but any branch can call for one. Yeah, it's like the ultimate solution to enact change within the country through a democratic process, which sadly the opposition party has made undemocratic by boycotting it. Yeah, do we still disagree on something, Dept? Or was that the better framing of the they're not doing their job sentence? Are we okay? Are we Gucci? We made it! We made it out of this video. I can't believe we actually did it. Good job, everyone, for surviving this. And now, 30 minutes of bad empanada. Venezuela, the true face of the opposition. I'm not doing that. Maybe some other time. I genuinely don't have the energy for that. I'm fucking pooped. This is almost an 8-hour stream already. We're good. It's a bit memey that refusing to participate in something immediately means a failing to do your job, though. Well, because I define their job. It's like semantic, right? I define the job of a party within a democratic state to be participating within the democratic process of that state. That is why I say they're not doing their job. If you disagree with that definition of what the job of a party is in a democratic state, then yeah, you can define it differently, and then they might be doing their job, or they might still not be doing their job. Depends on what definition you go by. But that is the definition I was going by to say that. 12 more hours, not hers. Fuck me. No, I'm not doing any 24-hour streams. I don't know how people do the 24-hour streams. It's insane. I guess a lot of caffeine. That's how I would be able to do it. Hello? Oh shit, Chinchilla in the YouTube chat? What the heck? Cocaine is a hell of a drug, true. Chinchilla, what's up? What are you doing so late? And in YouTube chat, what the fuck? Windows CLI is dog shit, that's why their devs are pouring resources into having Linux natively. I'm so nervous to upgrade to Windows 11 because I use WSL and I can imagine it blowing up catastrophically. Apparently it's god tier. I'm excited to upgrade. Wait, I thought WSL in under Windows 11 wasn't functioning yet. It's one of the main reasons I'm definitely not upgrading to Windows 11 for now. Windows 11 WSL. Ars Technica. The best part of Windows 11 is a revamped Windows subsystem for Linux. Oh, okay, never mind. In our main Windows 11 review posted earlier this week, we covered the majority of new features and design decisions in Microsoft's newest consumer OS, and it feels reasonable to characterize the overall impression given there as lukewarm. The good news is that we still hadn't covered the best part of Windows 11, Linux. For years now, Windows 10's Windows subsystem for Linux has been making life easier for developers, sysadmins, and hobbyists who have one foot in the Windows world and one foot in the Linux world. But WSL, handy as it is, has been hobbled by several things it could not do. Installing WSL has never been as easy as it should be, and getting graphical apps to work has historically been possible, but also a pain in the butt that required some fairly obscure third-party software. Windows 11 finally fixes both of these problems. The Windows subsystem for Linux isn't perfect on Windows 11, but it's a huge improvement over what came before. Awesome! I have not heard this. Well, apparently I was wrong. Windows 11 seems based for WSL, poggers. The real question is, when are you making your Christmas emote? I was actually thinking about that. Maybe I'll make a Christmas emote stream, do some arts and crafts. I'd be down to contribute to the Christmas emote stuff in SGG. I think I'll do it at some point, Nept. I don't know when though. I couldn't watch you from Twitch. I couldn't adjust the quality from the source and it kept buffering from work. Also, I'm everywhere. Oh yeah, you actually that's true. I should tell people if Twitch isn't giving me the transcoding options, just go watch me on YouTube. Absolutely. I keep forgetting that I restream on YouTube. Damn. Like, unironically, a lot of the ones left are just hats slapped on emotes that anyone in chat can do. Okay. Okay, you know what I need to do? However, right now, what I need to do is I need to go pee. So I'm gonna just do that. Okay? We Gucci? I'm gonna leave you with this. I don't know what this is. This is like a random fucking link that I clicked in chat earlier. I have no clue who posted it. I have no clue what this meme is. Let's put it in full quality. There's okay, it's only 3 pixels. Good luck. Ah, it clicked.
Cause I'm an island boy, and I've been trying to make. Oh, I'm an island boy. I'm a just island boy. I'm a just island boy. I'ma get key white grind. You're gonna keep that gun. I be just staring at the sun. I'm just out full gazing. I'm like, pull where I'm staying. They're like, you wanna be famous? I'm trying to be out the greatest. I'm a Florida boy. I get a real damn tropic. I'm like the damn on the topic. I'm an island boy. Put my vest on, yeah, like a wagwan man. Trying to make it to the top. I'm an island boy. I've been trying to make it. I ain't seen it with a gang slang. You ain't just slang no kind. And through the storm, through the rain. Cause we try home like a line. From the island boy, from the Caribbean. Que yo soy cubano. I'm an island boy. Put my vest on, yeah.
I am so sorry for that. That was not my tempo. I was listening when I was in the toilet, and holy shit, those kids were not rapping. Like, their flow was not on tempo. That was terrible. That was actually terrible. Well, not like that bad, but it was pretty bad. Did these guys not know that Ali G was satire? That is the joke? Oh, okay. Is this a banger? I don't know, let's see. Is it a banger? That's the joke, it's awful? Okay. Corpse never satisfied. Are we a music stream now? Okay, this is the time where we get the copyright strikes on the channel. Let's go. Oh god!
So yeah, you've been making music for 4 years. You're clearly fucking super passionate about it, and you must be good at it. I think do it, bro.
Fucking weebs,
You're doing it already, you just haven't posted it.
I'm still on the run. Opposition's trying to get me. I'm still swerving till I'm done.
This is what happens when you allow weebs to make music, okay?
All my exes can't forget me. I still fucking hate myself. I still fucking can't accept me. I'm still on the run. Opposition's trying to get me. I'm still swerving till I'm done. More off the gas until it's empty. All these bitches trying to front. All my exes can't forget me. I still fucking hate myself. I still fucking can't accept me. Bitch, don't fuck up. It's why I get fucked up. Bitch, don't fuck up.
I don't know how I feel. Yeah, some weeb sent me it. No cringe ass animated vids. Thank you. No man doing AMVs in 2020. Hey, unironically, if you're a kid doing AMVs, you're learning how to edit videos. That is an actual transferable skill. You're building a portfolio that will allow you to become a professional editor. Like, unironically, it's a really good skill to develop. Don't let anyone tell you that your shit is cringe. Fucking keep working on it. Perfect your art. Do what you feel is good, and you're gonna go far in life with that. school shit. Oh, this is... oh, I knew I was recognizing the characters, but now I fully recognize it. This is all stuff from Fate Stay Night. I know exactly what anime all this is from. Oh, and this is, what's his name? The fucking Tokyo Ghoul kid. Wow, I cannot even link it. YouTube sucks. Wait, you can't post links in my YouTube chat, Chinchilla? The fuck? I don't think I have that disabled. How do I... They are DMCA striking the link. Nah, I can't do that. Oh yeah, for me and Gid, this is the emote making jammer. He even bought the album for us. Whoa. Subsidized emote making in my chat. I couldn't watch that anime, it's very meh. Which one, Tokyo Ghoul? Are you talking about Tokyo Ghoul, Dark as My Soul? Yeah, this is pretty cool, I like it. No Fate Stay Night bullshit. Oh yeah, I actually tried playing the Fate Stay Night visual novel to get the first-hand experience, and I got bored. The visual novels are hard to play. The only visual novel I ever finished was Katawa Shoujo. By the way, this is his actual voice. He doesn't use like a voice changer. Okay. Yeah, the vocals in this song are dank. Oh, you were talking about Corpse Husband. Okay, never mind. I thought you were talking about this song. Accordions are very based, yeah. Based on what? On vibrating, fuck, I forgot what it is inside there. Reeds. On vibrating reeds by pushing air through them. That's what they're based on. Yeah, this is a sick solo. Arpeggios. Nicest accordion solo I've ever heard, lol. Yeah. I don't see your link, Chinchilla. Just send it to me on Discord if you can. Let me check my Discord. Yeah, just send it to me on Discord, Chinchilla. Oh yeah, the accordion is one of those instruments where you have to have independence of your members. It's like very important. Holy fuck, this is so good. The only Fate game I'll play is Melty Blood. Oh yeah, I need to play Melty someday. Kino linked another song. Let's check it out. Drift Funk Mix. It's 20 minutes long, Kino. I'm gonna listen like to like 2 minutes of it, okay? Oh, Chinchilla finally managed to link something. Let's go check him out first. Oops. Accordions are very based. I tried playing it one time. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to play for sure. It's way harder than piano if you think about it. There are more button combinations than key combinations. Well, that's not... Okay, no instrument is harder or easier to play than other instruments. Certain instruments are easier to have basic basic skill in, but once you get to like higher technique, like I don't know, I don't like, I struggle with the idea of certain instruments being easier or harder than others personally, and that doesn't matter. I'm sorry, I'm just digressing.
There we go.
People you're supporting
Okay, Wobbly's back. Wobbly's back.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The only way it makes sense is that Biden backed himself into a corner by narrowing his choices down to black women, and she was the best choice for black women.
So close, it had to be certified by a judge.
I want to ask you all a question. Like the best choice.
Wobbly keeps leaving. Come back, Wobbly.
Based on skin color
race to be decided.
There we go.
The people in the upper Midwest and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
What the fuck is going on here, Chinchilla? Jesus Christ, the absolute state of Twitch politics. Yeah.
What do you guys think about? What about Thanksgiving? You guys have any Thanksgiving plans?
Hey, what about Thanksgiving? You guys have any Thanksgiving plans? What the fuck?
Demon Mom is just over there drawing now. She's not, I don't even think she's listening to me.
Jesus Christ. Good clip, Chinchilla. Good job. Damn, 6 solo. Yeah, 6 solo. Accordions are super heavy, which is why I'd agree with someone saying it's inherently more difficult, but I know I never played an accordion. I guess, yeah, it's just like pianos are really heavy too, by the way. Obviously, you don't know how to carry it. But it's interesting that design is basically countering the fact that piano can't press like a key 50 octaves away from another and it's all close together. Sure. Yes, I struggle with the recorder. Yeah. No, but what I mean is, for example, like making a sound out of a triangle is easy. But if you want to see some really cool shit... Okay, I actually want to click this. I'm so sorry. I'm a Coomer. I clicked it. She actually put a sticker on her boob. I'm drunk and drinking hot chocolate. Yo, she! How are you doing? Big titty Korean GF, you know? Borpa spin. Send on Discord. Hello, what this? I clicked a random clickbait thumbnail. I saw booba, I see booba, I click, okay? This content is based, Apsus would agree. I know, he would agree. Secret meme, I love the detail Gek puts into his memes. Oh, that's... Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I'll show it on stream. This is an emote Gay is making, and for Christmas. Oh, it's... And it's... Copy image link. And look, it's the naughty list. You can tell it's written naughty. Just scroll down for 4 times Domi. What do you mean 4 times Domi? Oh, 4 times Domi in the... Oh, in the Imager album. I'm dumb. Naughty, Smithemia, Mystic Strider, Sister Streams! Ah! Cute SC2 Galaxy! Yes, it's the SGG naughty list! Oh my god, good job. Good job, Gehirnhyuk. Oh no. The actual SGG naughty list. All the people who've been like perma-banned off SGG all this time. Yeah, good. That is really good, Gay. Oh my god. Unmute baby rage? Unmute what? What? Anyways, enough booba. Put Dash on the naughty... No, Dash is not on the naughty list. Dash disappeared. Dash is on the missing person list, okay? Okay, what were we supposed to do? I already forgot. My member is independent, alright? Blah, 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 blah. Put him on rip. Yeah. Well, yeah, we could do something like this, like the dash headstone. Born died. Dude, the Trainwreck's TTS is actually so good, by the way. Is it? I haven't listened to it in a long time. Is he streaming right now? Doing some Gamba? No, he's not doing Gamba, actually. Wait, he is doing Gamba. Ah, fucking ads. No, the train option on tts.gg. Oh, my bad. Wait, there's a tts.gg. What the fuck? Ah, yeah, this Binks meme. He just edited everybody in. I love the clip. Yeah. One of the most realistic TTS voice for streamers.
Own a musket for own defense, since that's what the founding fathers intended. 4 ruffians break into my house. What the devil? As I grab my powdered wig and Kentucky rifle.
Yeah, that's very
Blow
funny.
a golf ball-sized hole through the first man. He's dead on the spot. Draw my pistol on the second man. Miss him entirely because it's smoothbore and nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon mounted at the top of the stairs loaded with grape shot. Tally-ho, lads, the grape shot shreds 2 men in the blast. The sound, an extra shrapnel set off car alarms. Fix bayonet and charge the last terrified rapscallion. He bleeds out waiting on the police to arrive since triangular bayonet wounds are impossible to stitch up, just as the founding fathers intended.
I love that fact that they are using a stupid copy pasta for the sample as well.
Own a musket for home defense, since that's what the founding fathers intended. 4 ruffians break into my house. What the devil? As I grab my powdered wig and Kentucky rifle. Blow a golf ball size hole through the first man. He's dead on the spot.
MRM
Draw my
smash!
pistol on the second man. Miss him entirely
Is this
because
AI
it's smoothbore
TTS?
and
Yes.
nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon mounted at the top of the
100%
stairs,
AI-generated.
loaded with grape shot. Tally-ho, lads, the grape shot shreds 2 men in the
100% AI
The sound,
generated.
an extra shrapnel set off car alarms. Fix bayonet in charge the last terrified rapscallion. He bleeds out waiting on the police to arrive since triangular bayonet wounds are impossible to stitch up, just as the founding fathers intended.
I can see someone getting catfished with this shit. Yeah, you could do it. And if you know what you're looking for, you can hear that it's fake or like socially hacked. Yeah. If you know what you're looking for, you can hear that it's faked. But I'll check it out on Discord. Like I want to check out like the prices and stuff, and how it works. Like, would you guys want to have my voice on this shit? Is that? Oh shit! Do a cute anime girl TTS? No, I want to be trained on your Steam. Well, on your stream, sure, you could be. Look at this. I joined the Discord. Who do I see? Who? Oh fuck! I'm dropping frames. Okay. Stunlocked by the booba. Do learn Southern TTS, save her. Okay. Alright, sorry, I was dropping frames. Guys, I look who I see. The first person I see on the in the Discord. Yeah, I'm back. The first person I see on the Discord in the general chat, it's Senpai Chao. Hi, I want to integrate this TTS in my stream. It's hilarious as fuck. I can't stop laughing. Could I get a key? It's literally Senpai Chao. He was here yesterday asking to be on the to have a key for this. But yeah, I'm 100% gonna ask for one too. Awesome. Yeah, let's integrate this into my stream for sure. It should be pretty easy, right? Now this is a thinking man's face, by the way. Yes, absolutely. Moot face. I think I know where this is going, you know? Oh no, this is not going where I thought it was going. You missed his bridge, but it's good. Oh, I missed the bridge, true. Let's look at it again. I didn't even look at the bridge! Oh no! Mr. Mouton! Oh no! What are you doing? I wonder how much Mouton makes from Destiny payroll. He doesn't even need to stream every day now. What does that mean, Destiny payroll? He's not paid by Destiny. That shit was painful to watch, I can imagine, yeah. Already that must have been painful to watch me play that game. I think he gets paid for modding. Oh, right, he's a moderator, sure. But like, he's a really successful streamer. He's got a like 500 to 1,000 to 1K viewer stream. That's a lot of money. Like, he's got his own merch, he's got his own brand. Mr. Mouton is a legit like pro streamer. I don't see him. Destiny pays his staff a lot, I think. Okay. He's also in charge of Destiny's merch. Oh, definitely. Then Destiny definitely pays him a lot for sure. I see. Yeah, Destiny merch is probably a fair bit of money. Destiny explains why he took the NFT sponsor. Uh-oh.
All right, we're done with that sponsor, okay? Listen, I told you guys a few months ago. I think I said a month ago. I'm going ultra sellout. I'll take any sponsor that comes to me, okay? I don't give a fuck, all right? I'm trying to cash out and get out of here before I get banned from this fucking garbage-ass website, okay? Now, when I said it before, everybody laughed. I think you guys thought I was joking. I'm not joking, okay? Somebody comes to me with a sponsor, I will fucking do it, all right? I'm running this shit because I'm not going to be fucking homeless or working at McDonald's because I get banned from this website because I don't address somebody as like fucking dear gender, okay? So you better believe I'm fucking taking mine, all right? With all the other trash fucking streamers on this fucking website doing all these crazy fucking sponsors, fuck that shit, dude. 90% of the
so
just chatting
fucking
sessions is
black-pilled.
people watching fucking paid TV, okay? Half the shit that goes on here is fucking illegal. You better believe I'm trying to cash the fuck out, all right? I don't give a fuck, all right? There you go.
He's so fucking
Yeah,
black-pilled.
Clip that one. Suck my dick, okay? Be mad at me for 2 days on LSF. I'll take the hate. I don't give a fuck. All right.
Good one, Magic Turtle. Thanks for the meme. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. It's fair. It's just Destiny's stance for so long has been ethical sponsorships, only doing what he believes in, etc., etc. I stand by my criticism of his shit, okay? Like here, I had some comments. Oh no, this is a fake comment. One comment. Wait, why don't I see it? Fuck? YouTube. Like, the comment's been eaten away. Whatever. It was a grift all along. Pikachu face. Maybe it's like a YouTube shadow ban or some shit. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Well, I see the comment here. Great vid, I subscribed. He didn't subscribe, by the way. You deserve more views. I think you should use promo SM. It's the best way to grow your channel quickly. It's obviously a bot. Not so much for that. At least Roserg and Kino are dropping real comments on my videos. Great video, love the editing. Haven't seen the video yet though. Good comment, Roserg. Always top tier comments on my videos. I appreciate it. Look, I decided to copy Devin Nash's stance on bots commenting on my YouTube videos. YouTube isn't paying me to moderate the comment section, so I'm not gonna. Not against bots, at least. I'll moderate it if I see hateful stuff, but I'm not gonna moderate bots. It's free engagement. It helps me in the algorithm. Pick one. Oh, pick any emotes to do. I don't know, I'm not doing this now. I see what you're trying to do, Nept. You're trying to bait me into doing this now. I'm not doing this now, okay? I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I'm literally not doing this now. You made me click. Good job. I'm in that mood. I'm clicking on everything you guys are sending me. That's cool. I ain't hating. Got your hustle. Good job. Now I'm trying to bait you into a firm commitment to do this later. Yeah, see, that's the thing I'm not gonna do right now. Not gonna go for the firm commitment. It's all good though. Oh shit, drama actually pays. Holy shit, drama pays, dude. Look at this. This video was published like what? 10 hours ago. 41 views on my no-name channel. My honest opinion on Destiny's NFT sponsorship drama. I need to watch that video if it's like gonna cause drama. I need to like know what's actually in it. I haven't watched it before it got published. Preferably with impressionable viewers that you can bait into joining. Yeah. Have you tried donating it to Destiny to get hate watchers? If Destiny actually does what's it called? If Destiny does a fucking pay to watch meme, I should actually pay him to watch that fucking video. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. Benny Sings passion fruit. Okay. Oh, this is chill. I like this already. This is comfy. Nice. Oh my god, the studio is so cool.
Seeing you got ritualistic, cleansing my soul of addiction for now, 'cause I'm falling apart. Oh yeah. Tension between us just like picket fences. You've got issues that I won't mention for now, 'cause we're falling apart.
Found it before I knew it was a Drake tune. It's a Drake tune, okay. I didn't know either. This is an awesome tune to like do your dishes to. I'm not joking. Or like just do, like, you know, do your chill, comfy, making your home nice for you stuff. How late am I streaming? It's 4:20. It's 4:20, dude. A.M. It's actually 4:22 a.m. right now. Yeah, it has perfect background vibes. Yeah. I'm streaming way too late, Catvin. I really want to reset my. It's not 4:20 anymore, Tanties. I really want to reset my schedule to be like somewhat earlier, but or more sensible. I'll smoke a bowl for that. All right, do it. You got my blessing. Jobless. Pastafari.
You're just doing that to get even. But I'll pick up the pieces, just leave them for now. They keep falling apart.
Eating pasta with my Rasta. That's how I do. I'm in California, so it's a nice time for you to stream for me. Oh, yeah, I imagine. That's the nice thing with my DGen schedule, is that it's good for NA, yeah. Like, the ideal balance is if I stream from like 6 p.m. for me, 7 p.m. for me, so I get the evening EU into like 2 a.m. I guess. So I get the beginning of the evening for NA, kind of. But then I just don't stop streaming. I enjoy it too much. Like, this is so much fun for me. Like, I get energy from it, and I don't feel like stopping the stream, which then keeps me streaming later and later and later. I work 8 to 5 during the week, so I'm on a normie schedule. Sleep like 12 to 7:30 usually. That's a good schedule. Actually, oh, this is in Amsterdam. That previous shot. I actually read a study a couple days ago. Apparently having the... Oh, Parcels live in La Cigale in Paris. Shit, I missed that. When did they play? When was the live? Oh, there isn't... Oh, it was live streamed 7 hours ago? Oh no, they play... I missed their concert! They played 7 hours ago. Oh no! I mean, I wouldn't have been able to do it because you could have been out. Yeah. Ah, shit, that would have been a sick concert. Parcels are really cool. Anyways, it's okay. We can watch the live stream. You could have been there watching it in person. Yeah, and I could like dance to it and everything. That would have been really nice. But it's okay. I don't mind. Yeah, actually sleeping 7 hours and a half. Need more IRL days. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to stream it IRL. You can dance now. I can, actually, yeah. It's more fun in a crowd, though. There's definitely something to dancing in a crowd that's more fun than dancing by yourself. But I can do it, for sure. I work 8 to 5 during the week, so I'm on a... 7 hours and 30 minutes has been determined to be the roughly the amount of sleep that's best. Sleeping too much or too little increases your chances of getting Alzheimer. Do you know any dance moves? No, I am nowhere near any kind of trained dancer type meme. I just move to the groove randomly. Well, not randomly, but you know, we are the crowd, now dance. Well, I'm waiting for the music to dance. I try for 8 hours, but get at least 7. Well, in that study, they said 7:30 is like the sweet spot. For Alzheimer's, at least. Not even flossing. Learn it now. No, flossing is cringe, okay? Any dance move that Ninja did is already done for. I just lock my arms into shapes and sway back and forth or jump up and down. Yeah, whatever feels good for you, dude. That's what dancing's about, feeling good. So you can dance with Zoomers, white man moves. I'm gonna skip ahead, by the way. You just look at all his phones. Gatekeeping. I'm not gatekeeping dancing. I'm literally anti-gatekeeping with what I said. Have you listened to what I said? I was saying move how it makes you feel good. That is anti-gatekeeping. Wow, Neyman is gatekeeping dancing. Good job. I'm gonna switch to just chatting. We're not doing politics anymore. This is neat, so Doge. Wait until the music actually starts. It's pretty neat, yeah. What genre is this band? It's like... It's like... pop, jazzy funk. That's how I would describe it simply. It's someone in chat who made me discover it. I don't remember who it was who linked it to me, but they linked me a studio recording of theirs that I really, really enjoyed a couple months ago. That I was like listening to all the time. That's why I recognize the name. Obviously this is live, so there's a lot of performativeness. Long intros, etc. You're dragging it out to give people that experience. Making them slow. We're not gonna just zoom ahead though. We can enjoy this. We're chilling. Feel the groove. So I'm feeling it. I haven't been to a concert since 2018. Oh, it's time to be to one. Go to a concert, Captain. They've started up again. Oh fuck! I love this. I love those vibes, dude. Nice bass line. I live in a rural area where there's not too many. I was supposed to see 21 Savage though, but it got cancelled for COVID. Oh, yeah, in a rural area it's hard. True. Yeah, you would need to live in a big city to get more concerts. Does this band deliver? Parcels. Haha! I get it, Dragopie. Good one. Good job. You got him. What's your position on stealing the whole bowl of candy on Halloween? Unethical. XCC dancing in the night. But when I was younger, I grew up in the SF Bay area, and my parents took me to a bunch of concerts. I was very lucky and didn't realize how much till I moved away. Yeah. Anything concert music thing is so expensive nowadays. Back in the day, anyone could go. Yeah. Barrack House vibes from the drummer. Yeah. house. Stop it with the house. No house here. 24/7 house streams with the Raspberry Pi. Can it be done? No. Way too much power. Only with the Rock Pi. I could use the Rock Pi to do something like that. I don't know. If only we knew someone with one. Stop.
How's everyone doing out there?
Been enough, we've seen enough, we've lifted up and had to stop. We're beaten up, we're beaten up, we're beaten up and had it up. I'm near enough, we're near enough. We're at the point of giving up. We're giving up, we're giving up, we're giving up. Take the love. Is it all that leave alone for a new taste? The scene of us, with an all.
Do you feel like the recording could have been in the 70s and you wouldn't even know it? Yeah, totally. Why isn't anyone watching the Queen's show? Oh, it's totally like 70s style disco funk, I mean pop funk revival. Yeah, they look the part.
This time, as I sing your love in a new way, am I deep enough to see through you? I feel this need.
wanna see me dance? I'm not gonna do anything special. It's like pretty chill, so like it's not something you're gonna go wilding out on. I would definitely like, I'm gonna, you know, like shake my hips. Yeah, people dance slow. Do the Peppo dance. Thanks for the stream today, it was fun. Catch you later, sir. Alright, see you, Cowder. Thanks for dropping by. For more than dropping by, you are here almost the entire stream. I actually saw a pretty good dancing. Pull up. Alright, thank me. Anyone wants the link to the concert I'm listening to? I can just post it.
Thank you so much.
GTA San Andreas. Real life dancing. Yes.
1, 2, 3 into the 4. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door, ready to make an entrance, so back on up, cause you know we're about to rip shit up. Give me the microphone first so I can bust like a bubble. Compton and Long Beach together, now you know you in trouble. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Too loped out niggas, so we're crazy.
I did it. I did the GTA 5 dance. Are you San Andreas dance, sorry. Are you proud of me? And it looks fucking cool, weirdly enough. It kind of does, yeah. Kind of does look cool, yeah.
One, 2, 3 into the 4. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door, ready to make an entrance, so back on up, cause you know we're about to rip shit up. Give me the microphone first so I can bust like a bubble. Compton and Long Beach together, now you know you in trouble. Ain't
It works. Gotta try that out at the club, dude. It actually works. Oh shit. It's pretty fucking cool. Gotta try it out on this music now. Great
So
timing.
beautiful to be here with you tonight, Paris. We're gonna have the best time together.
I love this like slow funk vibe. It's so comfy.
As I look out, you're wanting me. Sing with us. Your thoughts devour my heart of you. It's true, I cower when I will speak. So let's get down to why I will be the first in line to open up, so I don't mind to give you up. So let's get down to why the one I need is tied up right now.
Oh yeah, I know this song. I know this song from the studio session that was sent to me.
So let's just roll along, 'cause I can't make my mind up right now. So let's just wait a while. The one I need is tied up right now.
You guys might guess. Exclamation not Destiny NFT. Yo, no, that's the wrong chat, so okay? Here, go into my Twitch chat. Guess you got the streams ahead of time, yeah. Apparently there was more to the clip we watched of him talking shit last night. Someone linked me a clip earlier while you weren't here, where he says, I'm doing a sponsorship, but they're all scams. Yeah, Chinchilla linked me the... I could scroll up here. I think it was this. Okay, no more comfy vibes. I'm playing the Destiny clip again. Or Soap. It's not long, it's just a minute. Yeah, he's basically saying openly, yeah, I don't care, I'm just going after the bag, fuck you all. Yeah, exactly. I saw it.
We're done with that sponsor, okay? Listen, I told you guys a few months ago. I think I said a month ago. I'm going ultra sellout. I'll take any sponsor that comes to me, okay? I don't give a fuck, all right? I'm trying to cash out and get out of here before I get banned from this fucking garbage-ass website, okay? Now, when I said
shit, Matt Faraxis, you're starting Shadowrun
I think you guys
Hong
thought
Kong?
I was joking. I'm not joking, okay? Somebody comes to me with a sponsor, I will fucking do it, all right? I'm running this shit because I'm not going to be fucking homeless or working at McDonald's because I get banned from this website because I don't address somebody as like fucking dear gender, okay? So you better believe I'm fucking taking mine, all right? With all the other trash fucking streamers on this fucking website doing all these crazy fucking sponsors, fuck that shit, dude. 90% of the just chatting section is people watching fucking paid TV, okay? Half the shit that goes on here is fucking illegal. You better believe I'm trying to cash the fuck out, all right? I don't give a fuck, all right? There you go.
There you go. Yeah, that's his stance. I appreciate the honesty, but IMO and completely destroys all his credibility. I appreciate the honesty, and I just don't appreciate the moral high ground and whenever it's anyone else doing questionable shit. Hopefully this change of heart means that he's no longer going to be this voice of like pseudo reason when it comes to the constant drama on Twitch, right? This is a guy who has slaughtered anyone he could over shit like bad sponsorships or morally bad. Yeah. The thing that bothers me is that as much as he said that, he's still done it in recent times, like going after people for like doing morally bad things. So I don't know, like definitely going down in my esteem. That's for sure. That's for sure. And hey, I have a video about it if you want to go watch it. I got to do my own chilling, okay? Like, I'm not gonna lie. I would do an NFT sponsorship. Probably, maybe. I would do an NFT sponsorship if I thought that they were legit. Legit being relative and speaking, like some people do believe that NFTs are all scams. I would do an NFT sponsorship if I believed that the system set up for the NFT was not in itself a scam. Then you might argue whether the value of the NFT itself is scammy or not. That I would probably leave to the appreciation of people. I don't know. I've never spoken out strongly against NFTs, so I feel okay. I did speak out against them, I guess, with the Magic Turtle discussions and stuff. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm like, I have no stake in the game at the end of the day. I'm not a whatchamacallit, big streamer. Yo, it's almost 5 a.m. here. I really appreciate all the support, everyone watching, staying with me for that whole fucking Venezuela rabbit hole. It's a bit late compared to when that was an actual relevant topic to discuss, but hey, we went there, we went through it, and learned a lot. It was interesting, as research streams usually are. So thanks for watching, thanks for hanging out. If you want the concert I was listening to, I'm gonna post the link here in streams. I'm gonna post the link in Twitch. If you want to just chill and listen to the rest of the concert. And yeah. Thanks for watching. See y'all. Love y'all. What was the verdict on the video, by the way? Is John Oliver a neoconservative shill for the American propaganda machine? John Oliver's writers for that episode omitted a lot of things that they should not have omitted. I would say it was very poorly researched compared to the normal quality of John Oliver. Normally John Oliver is very high quality. Apart from the fact that it's a comedy show and not an actual like investigative journalism show, a lot of what he does is actually pretty high quality and well researched. And in this case, there are a lot of things that are omitted, a lot of things that are misrepresented. I was there fact-checking, reading like fucking long articles to double-check stuff. Which John Oliver deep dive? We went on a takedown of John Oliver's Venezuela video. And so we went we analyzed a takedown video of John Oliver's Venezuela video. The problem is John Oliver basically omits a lot of specifics that are really important to understand what happened in Venezuela. He gives a very biased portrayal of what happened in Venezuela, and he just full on copy paste the anti-Maduro, anti-socialism almost narrative, without nuancing it, without explaining it properly, and without taking into account a lot of aspects that are in Maduro's favor, actually. And that are facts. Ah, fuck, I love this song. So, I'm really disappointed in John Oliver for that episode. Or at least his writing, like him and his writing staff. Let's just say John Oliver. God, I love this song. I don't know the lyrics, I'm sorry. Oh, some more Destiny discussion. Reading his logs right now, it doesn't seem like he thinks all NFTs are scams. I thought he said that. It's because he said that in a clip, so that's what I went off for. Destiny saying that all NFTs are scams. Maybe he like gave a more nuanced take in his chat. Yeah. But on live, he literally said that all NFTs are scams in the clip. So I don't know. But that's what I went off of. I didn't like deep dive research it. He said that it's not inconsistent because his issue is with people that try to buy and sell the NFTs to other people that are basically hyping it up in the same way you would a pyramid scheme. But I really don't get how it's removed enough just to promote the platform hosting it. The argument there. Okay, I'm gonna strongman Destiny's argument, Jeremy and Soap. God, you look so young without a beard. Oh. Yeah, I know. I'm cosplaying as a 20-year-old, Paula. Okay, I'm gonna strongman Destiny's position on this actually, for the thought experiment, and because it's easy to do and it's interesting. So what Jeremy is saying here is that Destiny is saying that the unethical part is hyping up the NFT to leave someone else holding the bag. But if people simply buy an NFT, like on Eternal.gg, the site that Destiny got sponsored by, if people buy an NFT because they're a fan of a streamer and they like the clip, they're not buying it to become rich off of it, but they buy it for the symbolic value. Then they are not participating in a scam. And Destiny, by accepting to be sponsored by that, is not promoting a scam. He's promoting something that lets them enjoy this symbolic item of pseudo-supporting a streamer that they enjoy. That is like the strongman version of what Jeremy's saying, right? I don't think Jeremy's watching me though, so I feel I'm kind of speaking out into the void, I guess.
We've got a big announcement to make today.
Pretty thin, right?
Both of our albums that we just spent a year and a half on.
No, I don't think it's thin in isolation, because I think
This is the stage where we can finally enjoy
okay, it's basically to answer that, you basically need to ask yourself the question: are there people who buy NFTs the same way you would buy art, as a decoration, as a symbol that you have to decorate your virtual space? If yes, then Destiny's argument is not thin. Then people genuinely use NFTs not as a pseudo way, not as a way of getting rich, but also as a way to acquire some cultural symbol that has meaning to them. If people only use it to get rich, then all NFTs are pyramid schemes and scams. It depends on how people use them. If someone at some point buys an NFT and keeps it forever just because they like it, then they're doing the same thing you would do by buying a painting because you like it. And that is why selling paintings is not a pyramid scheme. Even though you can criticize the art market, and the art market has a lot of the flaws that people are right now denouncing in NFTs, that only has to do with the high-profile, highly monetized part of the art market. At the end of the day, people will still buy art just because they like the art. So if people buy the NFT just because they like the NFT, not to sell it to someone else, then they are the end consumers of an NFT. And that is fine. To me, this reeks of I'm not promoting gambling with my paid slot stream because my viewers know not to be irresponsible. No, this is different. It's like Jeremy just said, you can't separate those things. No, this is different. This is you can make it direct. This is absolutely different. This is I'm making a direct comparison to the art market. Art is not a pyramid scheme because there is such thing as an end consumer of the art. There is such a thing as someone who will buy the painting, not in the goal of selling it to someone else, but to just have it. If that person exists for the NFT, someone who will buy the NFT just to have it, not to sell it to someone else, then the NFT is not a pyramid scheme. If no one exists who buys NFTs just to have them, if everyone is only buying NFTs to leave someone else holding the bag, who hopes to sell it to someone else, then all NFTs are pyramid schemes. I understand that, but that's clearly not what he said, right? He said that all NFTs are a total scam. Yes, but I'm addressing what Jeremy said that he said. I know that he... I know that Destiny said that all NFTs are a total scam in that clip that we all saw. It's in my video, in my YouTube video. I want to go see it. But I'm addressing what Jeremy said that he said in what I'm saying right now, so this is his position, I think. All right, let's check it out. I stand by everything I said, LeMayo. People who constantly trying to spam advertise NFTs they sell like they're fucking day traders are cringe as fuck. I'm just promoting the NFTs themselves, not any day trading aids. NFTs are actually things that have some underlying shit to it. I don't think they matter much, but there's a difference between the underlying tech versus the day trading aspect. Like, I think day trading and promoting crypto trading is weird and dumb, but it doesn't mean I hate everything about Bitcoin. Like, I've shit-talked a ton of crypto dipshit stuff, but if someone wanted to sponsor me doing payment transactions with Bitcoin, I'd do it. But people would view that as hypocritical, lol. Well, that's a more nuanced take. Why didn't you guys read the TOS? This has to be stated in there. Wait, why are you talking about what's the NFT state? Eternal Legend. Wait, why are you talking about the TOS? Since NFTs are intangible, does that affect their value or FDIC? What are you talking about, Kino? Of course they're not FDIC insured. If you want the real take, go check the video out. Link in the description. Nay, man, and holy shit, did you see? I thought I was fucking dreaming. Wait, did I see what, Bukra? I'm not reading the terms of service of this site. What the fuck? You got 60 viewers on NFT. Oh, yeah, I saw that, Bukra. Yeah, I saw that. Dude, doing videos about current drama and dropping them the same day the drama happens is so fucking good, Bukra. It's so fucking good. Yeah, it's amazing. It was such a good call. 59 views already. 18% impressions click-through rate. Average viewer duration 4 minutes. I fucking told you. I told you, but you didn't make that one video. I know. I know. I'm saying if there was something tangible backing an NFT, then they would actually have value. If they're FDIC insured, it's backed by gold, for example. It's more complicated than that because, like, I get what you mean. God, I'm so happy. Continue memes. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, fucking celebrate. Hells yeah. It's awesome. It's really fucking awesome. The parallel he brings is that he promotes America's card room with his poker streams a lot, but he doesn't support the Gamba shit. Well, that's a weird one. Anyways, Soap, I was just addressing what Jeremy was presenting. Neyman, NFTs could be compared to CSGO skins that people use as cosmetics and others as investment trading tools, but the difference is skins are backed by Valve and NFTs are unregulated new thing that nobody knows where they will end up. No, I think that's a fair analogy. And once again, like, my argument, I was just addressing, I'm unconvinced personally. Well, that's fine. I'm just addressing what Jeremy said. If I scroll back up, what Jeremy said was, he said that it's not inconsistent because his issue is with people that try to buy and sell the NFTs to other people that are basically hyping it up in the same way you would a pyramid scheme. So I'm saying that if there are people who use NFTs not to sell them to other people, then those people are using NFTs outside of this pyramid scheme usage. Those are, like, in the what you described figure is literally, you described exactly what I mean. People buy CSGO skins just to have a cool skin in game. They are the end user of the CSGO skin. They're not investing. They're not Gamba. They're not day traders of CSGO skins. They're not pyramid scheming it up by hoping to sell to someone for more money. And that means that they are there, as long as there's an end consumer of something, then it's already much less of a pyramid scheme than otherwise. When are you going to start embedding booba clickbait for Neyman's YouTube? The dumbest meme is that he made less than 10K for all this blowback. Look, there's no such thing as bad publicity, right? Like, honestly, he's still making bank. He's still getting a ton of attention for this. It's good for him. His community seems mad about it, at least. I don't know. I don't see how it would be worth it, to be honest. It depends. But the thing is, if his community is mad and keeps on hate watching him, then they are still supporting him. If his community actually stops watching him, if he loses a lot of viewers, then that'll actually hurt him more than the money he made. Yeah. I guess I see what you're saying. Yeah. I'm just trying to strongman what you presented as being Destiny's argument, because I see a logic in it. And it's the same reason why I personally, I would accept certain types of sponsorships from like NFTs or stuff like that. Not because I deny that not because I believe in some concept of not because I don't deny that there is a sort of pyramid scheme aspect to the people who are like shilling and trying to leave someone else holding the bag. But when I look at eternal.gg, for example, I have to acknowledge that if the site is legit, if the trading mechanic there is legit, then I will acknowledge that I could see people there, like a Destiny fan, buying an NFT based off of a Destiny clip just for his enjoyment, just to be, hey, look, guys, just for the clout. He can like be on Discord. Hey guys, I have the Destiny NFT of when he does this meme, and it's cool. The same way you could have a painting. And that means they bought it outside of any kind of pyramid scheme approach. And that makes it a lot less yikes. Like, because NFTs can have the same kind of value that an in-game skin would or something. Yeah, an in-game skin, or earlier I was comparing them to pieces of art. Like, having a painting has no direct utility, but it's something you want to have for different reasons. Maybe you want to have the clout, appear as a cool person. Maybe you want to have it decorate your room, so you can have the NFT decorate your fucking desktop, you know? Your virtual space. You can have, like, you see what I mean? Yeah, this is closer to in-game skins. Absolutely, yeah, it is. You know, no, the buyer doesn't get any ownership blank, space blank. Absolutely. They don't have the rights to sell ownership of the clips anyways. The streamers would never agree to that. But what I'm saying is that, honestly, if Destiny wasn't... if Destiny hadn't come out like, all NFTs are scams, then I wouldn't have shit on his position in this. The fallacy is that if something happens to the streamer that's underpinning the value, then it's a pump and dump, even if it happens over the course of 3-5 years. No, that's not how that works, though. Dude. That's the thing, though. If you look at CSGO skins, or stickers, the most valuable stickers in CSGO are the stickers of this team that only participated in the ESL once. So they are the rarest stickers in the world. No one gives a fuck about that team for the team's value, but those stickers are so fucking rare that they go for like $30,000 when they're hollow. They are literally only valuable because... So like if Destiny drops dead tomorrow, his clip NFTs go way fucking up in value, Kino. I guarantee you that. For a day, at least. Wait, which sticker? I think it was the I Buy Power. I think it's the I Buy Power sticker that can be like $20, $30K. Are you covering the NFT drama? Did anything new happen today? Not so much that anything new happened today, but I had access to like more clips and text explaining Destiny's stance. Also, Kartoffelcup, if you want to check out, I have a video from yesterday's covering the drama that you can go check it out. Give it a like, drop a comment. Give me that sweet engagement to push me up in the YouTube algorithm, you know what I mean? There's also an MMO now that does NFTs that's called Mira. I didn't know about that. Oh, isn't those like Titan? Oh, maybe it's the Titan stickers. Yeah, maybe it's the Titan, not I Buy Power. It's pretty morally neutral, but for how hard he's shit on other scammers, it's a little weird that he's taken on NFT sponsors. Yeah. I shit on him because of how it looked hypocritical because of other clips of his from like 2 days ago. Now that his stance has been a bit more elaborated, I already said it yesterday when I covered it. I already said it yesterday. I don't hate on someone. I don't hate on someone. Don't spoil the video. Let them watch. True. Go watch the video. I'm going to reiterate just one thing from the video. I don't hate on someone like taking a sponsor like that, going after his money. It's the hypocrisy of him 2 days ago saying that all NFTs are scams. That's the thing that bothered me. And I also see why NFTs aren't scams. Like, his specific sponsor, I don't think that's necessarily a scam. But the fact that he 2 days ago was saying it's a scam is the thing that makes me feel yikes. Because he literally made fun of people buying NFTs to sell them off, and then the very next day did the sponsorship for a service that facilitates that activity. Exactly, yeah, I know. I agree, Jeremy. And that's why I shit on him in my video. But the more nuanced version of his take, I agree with. And I have no problem with NFT sponsorships in and of themselves, as long as the service is legitimate. meaning that the service is not like the Squid Game shitcoin, where the code of the coin itself prevents proper trading, which is something that happens. You have to like actually look at the white papers when you're looking at crypto and understand what happens with the actual transactions, etc. That you actually have real ownership over the virtual assets. I'm gonna be honest. If I say any kind of money grind is honest, so is ad shilling on Twitch. Who's to say you wouldn't do the same in his position? Money is a big deal. No, I would do the same in his position. I've said it already. I would do the same in his position, but I would not take a Gamba sponsorship. Because I shit on Gamba unconditionally. The way he shit on crypto unconditionally. And I will stand by my principles. I will not take a Gamba sponsorship. Maybe I would take a poker sponsorship, because I've said that I believe that poker is less Gamba than slots. But I would never take a slot sponsorship. Never. There's a big difference between... Oh yeah, you said that earlier. Sorry, I missed that. So there's a big difference between a 10-viewer streamer taking a sponsorship and a 5,000-viewer streamer taking a sponsorship. Sure, but I don't... But that's... in morally speaking, no. Like, I'm either a hypocrite or I'm not. Or I said already, hypocrisy is a scale. That I'm either more hypocritical or I'm less hypocritical. And in this case, I'd like to think that I'll be less hypocritical. Maybe I won't. I can't read the future. Maybe I'll make the same moral compromises that Destiny is making later on. That's entirely possible. Not sure I feel that way, but that is a more extreme point of view that I understand. Every man has his price. Maybe I just haven't seen the right price. Yeah, still the same. You will still influence some people to do gamble stuff. If I sponsor poker, you mean? Yeah. Poker would be an iffy one for me. I think it's guaranteed that you'll do it. Maybe if given the opportunity, maybe not. Oh no, I mean gamble sponsor overall. No, I swear I'm never doing a. Okay, I can tell you why I'll never do a slots even the slots stream I'll never do. But why I'll never do a slots gamble sponsorship. Why I'll never do it? Because gambling addiction affected someone close to me. I'm not going to go into more detail because it's really personal. But I've seen lives almost ruined by gambling addiction, okay? And it almost affected me. Well, it has affected me directly. So I'm never, ever fucking doing that shit for personal reasons. That's why I know I can state this out loud and as hard facts. I'm never taking a fucking casino sponsorship the way Trainwreck is doing or XQC did, etc. Never in my life. I swear to fucking God. I'm an atheist. I'm not an atheist, but yeah, I'm not religious, but yeah. Clip it and ship it. Move to Canada to gamble. Trainwreck being a multi-millionaire and then taking more gambling sponsors for more millions is not the same as a small 10-viewer streamer trying to make a living at minimum wage off his stream. I get what you mean, yeah. Is it hypocritical on some level? Yes. Is it also something that is understandable given a certain set of circumstances? Yes, in my opinion. I would, yeah, there is something fair in what you're saying, Soap. I'll grant you that. It's just in absolute terms, like ethically, they're both. If the small streamer believes that gambling is unethical and promoting gambling harms people, then they're doing something wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna read your messages, Kartoffelkopf. Yeah, some of the reasons he game like, oh, I'm gonna be banned by Twitch and then I'm gonna be poor. Like, bro, you already own a whole house in Omaha, and you're gonna be able to earn 300K a year just from YouTube plus DGG, are really shit reasons. They are shit reasons because, but it's not that they're shit reasons. They're legitimate reasons. He has a certain quality of life, a certain income, and he wants to continue having that income. As would anyone. It depends on how you... but they're not good reasons to justify immoral behavior. The analogy I've seen in a Twitter thread concerning this drama is like, would he take a heroin sponsorship now? Now that he said, fuck it, I have no morals, I'm just going to take any sponsorship. Okay, why isn't Destiny sponsoring heroin? Shilling heroin. You know what I mean? Why not? There's functional heroin addicts. There's people who consume heroin who don't even become addicts. Why would it be wrong to shill heroin? That's like an extreme, but I think it's a fair argument. Just compared to his argument. The counterpoint those streams make is that if they don't take Gamba sponsors, someone else will do, so people will be exposed anyways. That's shitty. Like, that's the same argument people do to talk about literally peddling drugs. Oh, but it's okay for me to sell cocaine because someone else would do it. That is not a moral argument. That is a cop-out. That is a moral cop-out. I understand why people do that. They need to do that to feel better about themselves. But that is literally a cop-out. It is not a proper moral argument. In my opinion. Bro, if someone offered me 500k, I would do gambling streams outside of preschools. What the fuck? Oh, how far he's fallen. Oh no. It's odd because he started off with that, oh, I'm gonna get banned any day now anyways. Might as well take a sponsor, fuck it, but then switch to justifying it with the nuanced take you explained to me. Yeah. Well, it's Destiny. He like, whenever you see him take like go for a take that's like goes against popular tendency, he switches between extreme edgelord and something that's actually kind of nuanced. I had to pay for pizza. I didn't hear anything you just said. I'm not repeating it, Kartoffelkopf. How cash desperate is Destiny LeMayo? He would do it too. He said he would do it, yeah. Also, can we agree that it's cringe as fuck to say, I never know if I'm gonna get banned for misgendering a deer person? As if he hasn't been banned for actual cause many times. Oh, yeah, for sure. He has been, yeah. He has been banned for actual cause many times. That being said, the deer person in question was actually a Twitch staffer. I hate defending him on some stupid Twitch drama, but it didn't come from nowhere. He did end up in drama over a dear person's identity and like saying some really shitty edgy stuff to them. Sure, but this is like a trans bathroom level strawman random excuse. Well, he didn't get banned, so it kind of is a strawman excuse, but honestly, as far as Twitch goes, he could have been banned. Not gonna lie, I feel like he would get banned for misgendering a dear person. Yeah, like it's I understand what you're saying, Soap, but like honestly, it could have happened. Has anyone ever been permanently banned on Twitch for misgendering a dear person? No, not yet. And probably not ever. But it's just the fact that the dear person he got into drama over is a Twitch staffer. I think that's why he felt justified to say that. But you're right, it never happened. You're right. That was a massively overblown meme on Twitch. Fair enough. I didn't follow it at all because I thought it was really boring. Do people know that the deer person doesn't literally think they are a deer? I don't know. I literally didn't follow that drama, to be honest, because it's like literally the bottom tier, like scraping the bottom of the barrel of the fucking Twitch drama. That's what it felt to me. I can't find enjoyment in looking into that. Cyberwitch Lexi, whatever their name is now, is a Twitch staff. I don't know. I don't remember who it was, but I remember reading somewhere that it was a Twitch staffer. It was just another shitty excuse for transphobic people to say some really heinous shit and be like, ha, see, I told you, they really are all insane. That is fair. That that whole bullshit like actually helped. No, that's a different deer person. Okay. I thought they were basically gender fluid or agendered or whatever, and they just like to apply something to it and chose deer. They don't literally think they are a deer person, from what I recall. I could be wrong. I don't know, dude. Why are we going into this drama? I think they were on some streamer council thing for some event, not an actual staffer. I don't know either. I just said it. I never went into that thing. So many deer people these days. Yeah, we need to bring back hunting season in Minecraft. Sorry, that's my turn to do shitty edgy jokes. Okay. Gotta fill up Destiny's bootstraps, you know. If Papa Destiny is gonna get banned, I gotta get ready to fill up that hole in the ecosystem. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be. Yeah. Wait, are you thinking about another deer person? Because there are two deer people. One was going to be on the Twitch council. The other was just a Twitter person who Destiny beefed with. I think I'm talking about the Twitch council person. I think the point he's saying is that we're unironically entering the strawman caricature world where people are being shamed / called transphobic for having a sexual preference towards cis people, for example. Yeah, I've seen that debate online too. I haven't gotten into it because there's only really one reasonable take on it. There literally is only one reasonable take to the being only attracted to cis people thing. Being attracted to a certain set of genitals, because that's usually what people imply when they say that, is normal. That being said, there can be trans people who have transitioned towards their current gender and who have the genitals that you expect. That actually can happen. A lot of people don't know that. It's like literally just a miscomprehension thing. I don't know if she was an employee, but she was a part of Twitch safety and behavior shit. Okay. It's just such a fucking joke to pretend that there are no valid reasons why Destiny has been banned off Twitter. Oh yeah, for sure. It's like he's so sure of himself that he has never deserved a ban for anything and that Twitch is out to get him. The thing is, both things can be simultaneously true. Twitch can be an irrational actor that bans people for the wrong reasons, and Twitch banned Destiny for good reasons. Like, both things can simultaneously be true, right, Soap? Like, can we agree on that? I don't think Destiny ever really spoke about the deer person on the Twitch council. There was a drama, Dragopie, where he said something it was something about like suggesting suicide or something. That's something like really edgy about that deer person. Just because people are out to get me doesn't mean I'm paranoid. Yeah. Like, things that used to be a straw man are becoming a reality. Yeah, I agree with you, Nept. Yeah, I agree with you, Nept. What does becoming reality mean? I only see that shit on fringe Twitter. Yeah, but we're talking about people who are terminally online. Literally, a professional streamer is the definition of terminally online, which means that what happens on Twitter is actually reality for them. His first ban was the most justified Twitter ban I've ever seen, and the rest of them should have happened sooner than they did for ban evasion. Unless you meant Twitch there. I think Soap meant Twitch there, but yeah, the Twitter ban was justified, of course. It's all good. Opinion on Dunk. I love Dunk. I fucking love the new Dune movie. I think it's amazing. I loved it. It's slow, it's beautiful. Every shot is a fucking piece of art, almost. The music score is amazing. The acting is really good from almost every single actor. Who was my favorite character? I really loved what was her name? The Emperor's adjudicator? Dunk the ball! No, not Lady Jessica. Kynes, yeah, Dr. Kynes. I really loved Dr. Kynes. I think the casting was great for her, and gender swapping her compared to the original story was really, really nice. Because the actor is just amazing. She was really good, yeah. I really, really liked I really, really love the casting for Baron Harkonnen. Harkonnen is amazing in his role. Leto was awesome. Yeah, Leto Atreides is awesome. Paul is awesome, absolutely. It's so amazing to see Paul, dude. That was the biggest risk factor in the movie. When you have a young actor, like almost not prepubescent, but like teenager actor, like child actors are huge liabilities for movies. Child actors are usually dog shit. And Paul is on fucking point. He's amazing. He's 25. He looks like he's 15. He literally looks 15 in the movie. You know what I mean? Okay, he's 25. That explains why he's a good actor, though. Because child actors child actors are literally suck ass in every single movie they are in, unironically. I get it. He's not a child actor. No facial hair. I get it. Everyone in that entire movie was excellent. The only person I would criticize, Soap, is the actress for what's her name? The Paul's love interest that's foreshadowed. She's not bad. I didn't hate her, but she's probably the weakest actress, or the weakest performance in the movie. Zendaya, yeah. I think Zendaya is like the weakest performance in the movie. To be fair, her performance is really short, so maybe it's not enough to judge on. But I didn't feel convinced. She doesn't do anything really. Yeah. But the delivery of her lines was weaker than the stellar performance from all the other actors. Zendaya haters get the wall. Ryder Zendaya. Oh my god, I'm attracting so much hate for that. He does pretty good considering he looks like Ender's Game child actor, yeah. Call Me By Your Name, The King, Ladybird. Oh, he's the actor in Call Me By Your Name. Now I remember him. Holy shit. Call Me By Your Name was fucking cringe. Did anyone else feel really uncomfortable watching Call Me By Your Name since we were talking about movies? Dude, I fucking hated Call Me By Your Name, not because it's a bad movie, but it's a good movie. But I fucking hated watching a movie that's about like a 40-year-old dude getting into a sexual relationship with a 16-year-old kid, and that somehow being okay, the power differential not being addressed. I don't think it was quite 40, but I understand. It's like a glorification of ephebophilia. Or 30s, whatever, 30s, it's fine. It's literally a glorification of ephebophilia in that movie. And that made me feel uncomfortable. I might have talked to you about Zendaya when I first saw it. Did that sway you? A little bit, Nept. It did sway me, yeah. We talked about it already, Nept. Absolutely. The ages were 17 and 24 in the story. Okay. If those are the official ages, then that's actually an okay relationship in my book. In the movie, it's supposed to be a 17 and a 24-year-old, but Arnie doesn't look at all 24. That's the problem. He doesn't look 24. If he's 20, if the character is 24, there's nothing wrong with what's portrayed in the movie. So I'm projecting onto it because of how old he looks. To me, he looks like over 30. To me, he looks 35 or almost 40, honestly. And because of that, I felt weird watching the movie. Like, that was a bit too much for me. Well, he was supposed to be like a graduate student, right? Well, that makes a lot of more sense, yes. The difference between Neymannen and Shavemannen, exactly. Yeah, I didn't remember that detail, Soap. He hadn't eaten enough of his sex partners yet to gain their youth. Exactly. I've seen heaps of amazing child actors, to be frank. Really? Okay. I also read my previous message. Almost like a certain goateed streamer we know, Pepe. No, look. Destiny and Melina started when she was like 18, 19. So I think honestly, I understand why people see this cringe, the like 18, 19-year-old with the 30-year-old. But fuck, dude, I'm 32-year-old, okay? I want to be able to date a hot 19-year-old someday. Okay, I need to prepare. I need to not burn the bridge that someday I might have to walk. Even if I find it cringe in other people. I'm not gonna do that mistake. Especially considering Destiny said less than a year prior that 18-year-olds may as well be 15-year-olds to me. I know, and that's the mistake I'm trying not to make here, Soap, okay? That's why you're not gonna get me to say it. Yeah, don't give us the Twitch clips. I've never had an issue with Destiny's age difference with Melina. Honestly, me neither. Honestly, I never had an issue with it either. Like genuinely, I'm memeing about the fact that I'm not having an issue with it, just to like make sure that, you know, that I don't have a that I could do it too. I'm memeing about that, but I genuinely don't have a problem with it. Like, I don't have a problem with, like, sometimes 20-year-olds fall in love with 40-year-olds. That happens. It's part of life. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Have we covered everything? We've covered Dunk. We've covered we've like more than covered again all the Destiny drama. Guys, relax. She's very mature for her age. Probably. And definitely has a mature relationship with Destiny, so, you know, whatever makes them happy. Anyways, we covered that. Went over Call Me By Your Name. Military of 140 people. 3 wolves attack me. Wait, are you playing... Is he playing AoE 4? And the point is that Destiny has said like 9 million times that you don't become an actual adult much later and blah, 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 and then turns around and does it anyways, yeah. I'm really imperialist at stalling tactics, yeah. Alright, anyways. Thanks. I'm gonna actually wrap it up and get to sleep. I'm addicted to this Legion TD2 game and PoE right now. Oh man, Legion TD is fucking fun. I love it. Path of Exile I like too, but I can't get back into it. You are in the process of moving your mouse to click end broadcast on OBS, and here we are 30 minutes later. I know. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you all. I love you all. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support as always, and all the comfy times. Please go check out, if you haven't yet, the latest video on YouTube. You can go meme about how, like, about the fucking drama we just talked about right here. My juicer, yeah. Plug it in SGG chat. I feel cringe plugging it in SGG chat, but sure. I'll do it once, okay? I don't usually do it. I'll do it once for this video because we already got 60 fucking views on it, which is amazing. Sleep with one eye opens and die a heretic? Yeah. Okay. Not self-promotion, by the way, Pepe. Would knowing the full take now change what you'd say in the video? That's a good question. Would knowing the full take now change my opinion in the video? It would change my no. It doesn't change the fact that he outright says in the clip that he thinks all NFTs are pyramid schemes, but I wish I had seen it in order to... If you watch the video, watch it on YouTube for better stats. Thanks, true. I do wish that I had seen the entire take in order to add that more nuanced, like strongman version of his take in my interpretation of what he did. I wish that was in the video, but that wouldn't have changed my fundamental feeling of him being contradicting his approach of only taking sponsors that he believes in, of believing that a moral high ground is important in everything he does. He's basically abandoning all that, and that is the fundamental of what I'm calling out there, and I stand by that regardless. That is what he himself is admitting he's doing. He openly says, "I don't give a shit. I'm just banking money now." That is what he said he's doing. He says it outright. At least he's being honest. I respect that. I genuinely do. I'm not saying that sarcastically, but I think it's shitty. So I stand by what I say in that video. I'm not recalling it. Take it easy, Pepe La. D is a man-child anyway. Take it easy, Neyman. Thanks for doing Venezuela memes. Had a great critique of the critique. Thanks for hanging out through that. That was really long. I appreciate that you held on true throughout all that pain. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. All right, thanks again, everyone. Love you all. Bye bye. Good night. And outro screen. Boom. Outro music. Boom. Right, that's some not chill outro music. Fuck it, I'm leaving it till the end. Au revoir. Good night, everyone. Oh yeah, also, if you go check out my YouTube video, don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel. That also helps me a lot. Subscribe, like the videos, do all that stuff that pumps me up in the algorithm, and we're gonna get a shit ton more viewers, guys. Like, YouTube's how you do it nowadays in this thing, so it's actually a great way of supporting me. If you have a YouTube account, subscribe to my YouTube, and that helps me a lot. Dragify reports Neyman's YouTube channel. Alright. I found a VOD, and Destiny's actually consistent on his beliefs. No, Chinchilla, you're not baiting me back in here. Nice try, though. The NFT stuff. Look, link it to me tomorrow, and I'll go over it again. Kimchi is gross. Fuck you. People who eat it are weak. I need to make more kimchi. No bait. Look, I'm actually gonna go to sleep, Chinchilla. No meme. Okay, fuck it. That was my last mistake. Okay, Chinchilla actually has good bait here. Okay, Chinchilla, drop me the link. Drop me the link or I'm unmodding you and banning you, okay? It better be fucking good. Do it. I don't think that. I was just trying to bait Neyman back. Yeah. Kimchi for soy people, I agree. Okay, that was bait. It was bait! Oh my fucking god, do you realize that now I have to unmod you and ban you? Okay, I can do it and I can unban you after. Fuck. He actually baited me. The VOD is like too long. Okay, Chinchilla, if it is what I think it is, then I already addressed it. I already addressed it. Are you talking about the part where Destiny explains that will he stick to his principles or be a hypocrite? Alright, Chinchilla, are you talking about the part where Destiny says it is about his meeting with Hassan 3 years ago? What? You went back to Destiny talking with Hassan 3 years ago to justify the NFT stuff that's happening now? What kind of archaeology are you doing? That's just necromancy. Also, yeah, Kino, we already addressed that. That's an old meme. Yo, Chinchilla, like, I actually want to go sleep. I was memeing about unmodding you and banning you, but, like, seriously, please, be considerate here. Like, either you give me the meme now, or you, like, we can do it after. So he says he wants to accumulate enough money. I saw that already. I saw that. I addressed it, okay? I saw it. I addressed it. I gave my take on it. It's very simple. He's inconsistent with what he's professed for all those years, which is that sponsorships have to be moral. He's professed that for years, literally, and he's now going back on it. And I'm fully entitled to shit on him for that. That is an unethical stance. He's putting his greed, well, not his greed, he's putting his monetary gain above morals. That is something that is very easy to critique, admittedly, but I will critique it. That's all. I don't care about some obtuse, some arcane idea of whether it's consistent or not in that perspective. Not the clip from today. Oh, you mean that he said that 3 years ago? Okay. I get unethical with your mother. Good. She needs some loving. Okay. I'm always glad to hear that people are there for her. I really appreciate that, Darkwing. Keep up the good work. Especially since Chinchilla can't be doing everything. All this interest in Pepe La D is just baffling to me. Hey, it's the fucking reality TV of Twitch, you know? He said 3 years ago he doesn't care. Oh, okay. Then he decided he was going to be like a kind of shitty person 3 years ago as far as the streaming sponsorship things go. That's fine. It was about Hassan having 500,000 followers. That's also what I said to your mother 3 years ago. What did you say? You said to your mother to my mother 3 years ago that you don't care about morals around sponsorships, Darkwing? You realize you're butting into a conversation? I think Destiny decided to be a shitty person much longer than 3 years ago. Pepe laugh. Big words from someone with a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. No, sure, true. My Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship was like kind of trashy. I concede that. But I need the money. I like literally the only two people who've given me significant amounts of money for streaming are Magic Turtle and Roseburg. They're literally my two top donos, and that they haven't given me that much money. And he said, you don't monetize that shit. And Hassan said, no unethical shit. Destiny said, oh, sucks for you. That doesn't mean that Destiny was willing to do unethical shit, Chinchilla. That means he was memeing about Hassan not accepting unethical shit. That does not say what you're saying it says, the way you described it. That was what I was referring to, TBH, the Raid Shadow Legends sponsor. Honestly, the Raid Shadow Legends sponsor is nowhere near as bad as the things I criticize on stream. Though I also do criticize those kinds of games. And I think Raid Shadow Legends is a terrible game. I really think it's a terrible game, and I think that it uses unethical practices in its monetization. So indirectly, I'm doing something unethical by sponsoring it. That's fair. That's a fair criticism. But it's still something that you didn't want to do but felt compelled to because of the money. Absolutely, yeah. Look, I'm gonna get $400 because of it. I'm fucking stoked. I'm poggers. You say that, but I dumped 3,000 euros into it already. Dude, that would make me so fucking sad if someone dumped 3,000 euros in fucking Raid Shadow Legends that they could have given it to me instead. I don't think that level of hypocrisy is worthy of note. Yeah, I don't think so either. I've said it on stream. Look, I've said it on stream multiple times. Everyone is a hypocrite. No one who has true ideals and standards lives up to their own ideals. Because if you have real ideals, your ideals are absolute. However, what we try to do is to fit them to the best of our capacity and the compromises that we accept and don't accept. So I chose to compromise on my morals on that. And I don't think that's a really bad compromise. I don't think I've hurt you significantly, except Roseburg, who actually got addicted to the game. I hurt Roseburg by getting sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. That is true. He like actually was enjoying the game and like wanted to play it more. But most of you just did it for me. You did the tutorial, you uninstalled the game, and that's great. That was perfect. That's what I wanted from you. I give you the VOD with the timestamp for tomorrow. I'm on mobile and the stream is over. All right, thank you, Chinchilla. Yeah, give it to me tomorrow. Also, it's just occurring to me that there's even more hypocrisy by Destiny about this. He always shits on people for saying LA is expensive to live and 6 figures isn't a lot of money. But looky here, now he's saying I'm going to be homeless if I get banned on Twitch again, Pepe laugh. Yeah. Oh shit, did I uninstall the game yet? Yeah, go check it out. Uninstall. Yeah, I did a good job. Oh wow, so moral consistency is having no house? Nice one, Whittles. I mean, he is moving to Florida. Is he moving to Florida now? Damn, he's like moving so often. He's well, Roseburg is, yeah. Hey, don't shit talk my Roseburg, okay? Hepidab. Hepidab. Click my link. Oh yeah, sorry, Paula. Is this a wall? Is this a wall? I think Eunice can walk through this, Paula. I think Eunice can walk through this. I would have to try it myself, but I don't think that blocks movement. Really does. It actually blocks movement. Oh no. That looks so fucking scuffed, dude. This is the most scuffed AoE 4 wall I've seen in my entire life. Well, Age of Empires wall, any version. I think just that segment of the wall didn't spawn when the construction finished. Oh yeah, maybe that's what happened. Yeah, I could see like this round thing just not spawning in here, or like the vertices not being drawn correctly. Also, Hazan said he just wanted a comfortable living standard and not money to be a billionaire or something. And he's not a billionaire. He's still consistent with that, right? Doesn't mean he's a good person. You can be consistently an asshole. A lot of people are good at that. Consistency sometimes gets a little bit overrated. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna say that. You know what I mean? All right. Now I'm actually leaving. Okay. Like no outro, or I'm gonna get fucking baited again. Thank you for watching. Sleep tight. Good night. Love you all. Paula, we're gonna play Age of Empires 4. Okay. You better train up, or you don't have to train up. I suck at the game anyways. But we're gonna have some fun games together, okay? Gonna play some games together, Paula. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. Alright, quick stun lock him. No. Bye-bye. Love y'all. Good night. Go check out my YouTube.